Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started this morning. What a wonderful day, an exciting day today. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines. Bredefeld. Capriolio. Chavez.
Here.
Olivier. Brandow.
Here.
And Soria.
Here. Next, we have the invocation. So if we can all please stand up and stay standing. I don't know. Pastor DJ Kreiner.
Council President, let us pray. Gracious Father, what an awesome opportunity it is for us to talk to you before business is conducted. For the word of God says that the government rests on his shoulders. So, Father, in the name of Jesus, our prayer, Father, is that every attack, every plan, every plot that the enemy has in order to divide a city that you have put together is foiled in the name of Jesus. And today, Father, we hear, Father, from those that you have placed in office to help, Father, govern and facilitate this awesome city. And we pray, Father, that as they speak, Father, you speak to them so that the decisions, the ideas, Father, and the vision for this amazing city, Father, comes from heaven and comes through the voice, through the minds, and to the hearts of these who sit on this amazing diocese, Father. Our prayer, Father, also is that as we honor these amazing women that have made such strides, efforts, and benefits, Father, to grow this city into the city it is, that as we lift them up as precious, honorable, distinguished women, that, Father, we remember, Lord, that it's through a woman that your son Jesus came through this earth. So we bless you now. We bless you forever for the unity that you are causing for Fresno to endure. We bless you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have City Clerk. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have a few. Two proclamations are being removed from the agenda. The Cesar Chavez Day and the Women's History Month are being removed from the agenda. And also under closed session, we're removing the Sonia Ramirez case. And that's all the changes I have.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Capriolio and second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, the agenda passes 7-0. Before we go to our special presentations, we're going to just take up the consent calendar, and then contested consent will come after all the presentations. So is there any council member that would like to speak on the consent calendar? Sorry, before that, I missed it. Before we get on to the business on the agenda, we will move on to the national anthem, and we have Christy here that will be doing that. So if we can all please stand.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Christy, that was awesome. I didn't know that you had a hidden talent. I didn't know about that. So now we'll just continue with consent calendar, and then we will move on to the special presentations. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1B, item 1G, 1J, and 1M. And I would just like to register a no vote on 1A.
On 1A?
1A. 1A.
Great. So before taking a vote, we'll go out to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on the consent calendar, on those the remainder of the consent? Seeing none. Is there any opposition to the consent calendar with the items pulled? Motion by Councilmember Capriolo. Second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Seeing none. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so now we will go on to our special presentations. By district, I think.
You have a mic for me, my dear? Thank you. Well, folks, good morning. Good morning. Hey, this is a great day, and this is what happens apparently when you have a Woman of the Day event in the chamber. It's packed. This is fantastic. I can't believe it. And I might add that this is the happiest full chamber we've ever had at City Hall. So thank you all for being here. And we want to honor the women at this third annual Woman of the Year event. So we want to welcome all of you here. And this started when I talked to my mom about the situation like this. And so my mom said, why don't you have a Woman of the Year event? And Mom, you're full of great ideas as usual. And so here we are. She can't make it today. She's feeling a little under the weather. She's 91 years old. I might add 91 years strong. So she'll be here next year, no doubt. So, and I'm wearing this Woman of the Year lapel pin in honor of my mother. So thanks, Mom. It's important here for us that as a council we stand united to recognize the honorees of the 2018 Women of the Year event. So all of us have the opportunity to select, and there's so many choices, but we have to narrow it to one per district, with one exception this year. So with that in mind, we want to thank all of you for being here. It's our privilege to celebrate these great women. They inspire us, they work hard every day, and they make a huge difference in our community. So this is a small thing we can do for the honorees of the 2018 Woman of the Year. So with that, I wanted to thank Christy Bourbon. Christy, you're still here? Let's give her another round of applause. That voice I want to see you on that show next year with those Katy Perry and all those people. You know, you can win that. There's no doubt about it. Did you want to say a word or two, or you want me to continue with the thank yous? Okay, so I want to thank you, Christy, and you're from the office of Congressman Jim Costa, so he shared her with us today. Special thanks to Pardini's Catering. Outside, there's a fantastic spread. They've helped us every year for the last 3 years, so and they were the People's Choice Award again as the caterer for the city of Fresno. I want to thank Macy's. We have Representative Martin Oftendal here. Please stand up, Martin, if you would. Round of applause. Macy's provided us with this beautiful basket of goodies for the honorees of the event today. So we thank them for that. Next, we have Kiku Floral, and I don't know if the honorees, yeah, you guys want to, somebody raise their hand, let's see that beautiful Belinda, yeah. So that's donated by Kiku's. We love them for that. They're strong sponsors. Next is Sunnyside Trophy. They sponsored the stunning lapel pins that each recipient will receive today, and that pin is attached to this bag, as you see right here, and this bag is Woman of the Year, City of Fresno monogram for each and every one of you. So we do it strong here. We don't mess around. Plus, that my mom would do what, you know, she'd get angry with me. So next. Okay, so we want to thank all our sponsors for helping us today. And we honor them, and we want you to support them as much as they support us, because it's all a family in Fresno. It's truly a family. We also have some certificates from the offices of U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, State Senators Tom Berryhill, Andy Vidact, and from Assembly Member Jim Patterson. So we thank them for participating in this event. So we have U.S. Senate status here, folks, just so you know. This is great. I have to also get off my program here a little bit, because this would not be possible without the District 4 team, and that's led by Laura Rios. I know she's here. She's been here. She's in the back. Laura, please raise your hand. We need to acknowledge her, and thank you, Laura. And my team, we got Cody and Jesus and Pete. Pete does a great job. He's a Stanford grad and a lot smarter than me. Thank God you're here to help. Jesus Parra is not here, but I think he's in class today at Fresno State. So I want to thank them so much. I mean, they do this program, all the gifts, the whole agenda. It takes a team to do that, and I can't thank my team members enough for their support. What else? Let's see. Okay, so you're not here to listen to me talk all morning, right? So we'll get this celebration started. And did you want to say a word or two, or do you want to get right to it?
So is this on? Very excited this morning, as just Councilmember Capriolio mentioned. We've been doing this for 3 years, and so I thank him for his leadership on it. As the only woman in the council, I feel so proud to be celebrating women of our community. So I'm going to take the liberty today. We did have a special proclamation that we ended up taking out, but I'm going to take the liberty today as council president in declaring today Women's History Day in the city of Fresno. I think that it is appropriate. I think that it's well-deserved, and that all the women in this room that have been selected are making history here in our community, and so very proud of all of you.
Thank you very much for those kind remarks. So this year we're going to do it a little bit different. This year we have 2 council members that unfortunately, because they are true leaders on this council, that this is their last year. They'll be gone in 9 months. So we'd like to start their ceremony with their honorees, since this is the last opportunity they'll have to honor the women of their district. So the longest serving member is Clint Olivier. Second longest is our good friend Oliver Baines. So Oliver came on 2 weeks later than Clint. So Clint got the drop on that. So he is our senior statesman, although he looks like a freshman. So come on down, Clint, and let's celebrate your district selection and honoree as Woman of the Year 2018.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for coming out this morning. We have a neighborhood in the 7th District that is struggling with all the problems that our entire city is dealing with. This neighborhood is, it's not a big neighborhood, but there is blighted housing, boarded up housing, there is human trafficking, there is gang violence, there is code enforcement problems, piles of trash, there are potholes, there are overgrown trees, there are, if you name it, and the problem that we're dealing with here at City Council, this small neighborhood has all of that. And so the kids who live there, as a community, it's not by design, but we're sending a message to the kids who live there that you are not valued. And so that's when the city needs to step up, but that's when the church needs to step up, and that's when ordinary folks in neighborhoods have to step up, because we don't have to accept that status quo. So I want to introduce my Woman of the Year, Shalay Wesson. Come forward. Big round of applause, please. Congratulations. Shalay has taken matters into her own hands. Now, I would like to invite up also, you have is Serafino here? All right, come on up, family. Serafino, come up. Rylan, Harley, Ezekiel, come up. And then we need Tom and Andrea Sims to come up as well, because those are Shalay's mentors. Come on forward. So we recently were able, working with a nonprofit, everybody come on up, welcome. Working with a nonprofit, we were able to construct a playground. That group is Kaboom. We were able to build a playground in Granny's Park. What Granny's Park was before Shalay and Tom and Andrea came was just a patch of grass I've picked up needles there, I've picked up shell casings in this patch of grass. But those things have gone away because of the people that you see here before you. Granny's Park is now on its way to becoming a vibrant place. We paved the entire neighborhood, we trimmed the trees. The police are active there with code enforcement. Landlords are now taking the boards off the windows of the apartments. It's a fantastic situation. It's a revitalization. It's a miracle in our city, and it's something I'm very, very proud of. But it couldn't have been done without Shalay. She's an honors graduate from Fresno Pacific. She has her degree in criminology and restorative justice, which is key to her work in District 7. She's the executive director of 4141 Ministries Build a Child program. That's an after-school and summer program at Granny's Park. The goal of that program is to give children an educational experience based upon the development of assets that every child needs for success in life, to thrive and grow into competent and confident adults. Shalay does all the curriculum. She writes it herself. She's got 1 year so far. She takes key predictors for success in life, such as delayed gratification, empathy, honesty, and turns them into lessons and activities for the kids to learn and practice those traits. And the goal, of course, is to publish that curriculum so that other groups can utilize these lessons to give kids a chance at success in life, right? Isn't that what it's all about? She's touching the lives of over 40 kids in that neighborhood each and every day. So yeah, that's worth a round of applause as well. In a post from Build a Child's Facebook page, Shalay wrote about a lesson recently, but it's also the best example of how she's working in each child's life through Build a Child. It's important to give you this information. They started the whole new concept today in Restorative Justice series, making keys to unlock the locks inside of people. Today, the kids observed keys and understood that a specific lock needs to be opened by a specific key. We discussed how when people are hurt, a little lock is created inside the hurt one's brain. We talked about how locks are created by bullying, calling names, becoming physical. They understood well that if they stepped on someone's foot, a simple sorry can be the perfect key, and it only has one groove. But if an ongoing bullying situation happens, the victim's lock could need a key with several grooves. It becomes more complicated and becomes more embedded. A simple sorry key probably won't fit, but a sincere apology, a reason for the behavior, and a sincere promise to help might be 3 grooves to that necessary key. You follow? In March, they're learning all about those keys and locks, what to do when you weren't the one to create the lock, how to unlock them, and learning how to unlock our own locks are all in the lessons to come. Now, the kids learn that they already have all the tools in their brain necessary for creating all kinds of keys for all kinds of people. Now it's time to pick up those tools and use them. So volunteer work is fantastic, and we love that, and we love all types of volunteers and people who are active in the community. But District 7's Woman of the Year is somebody who's actually creating a curriculum to pass on to others when she goes to help kids in disadvantaged neighborhoods, kids that don't come from idealized settings and need some extra help. So each and every day, Chalet is finding another groove to help unlock full potential of these kids. You are a blessing to Granny's Park. You're a blessing to that neighborhood. You're a blessing to this district and to our city. And so I'm very pleased to name you District 7's Woman of the Year. Congratulations.
Oh, no.
Okay, present. Okay.
And then we'll have the clerk read some.
Okay. Okay, so here's your, let's do a picture. Okay.
Like Jerry Dyer.
Let me get behind you guys here. Let's take a few steps out. There we go. All
Are you
right.
reading any?
Okay, everybody crowd in, get together. Let me briefly, oh no, you're not off the hook yet. Let me briefly read a couple of these whereases. This is a proclamation from the city of Fresno. Of course, every Woman of the Year recipient will get one. Whereas Chalet Wesson has been improving our community since 2015 when she became the program director of 4141 Ministries Build a Child program, an after-school and summer educational experience for children based upon the development of assets that every child needs for success in life to thrive and grow into competent and confident adults. And whereas Chalet Wesson has touched countless lives throughout the community by mentoring, tutoring, encouraging, and guiding over 40 youths in the neighborhood surrounding Granny's Park. Whereas Chalet Wesson and her husband, Serafino Wesson, have 3 children together, Rylan, 11, Harley, 9, and Ezekiel, 7, but have dedicated their time to serving the children of the Granny's Park community through the Build a Child program, as well as volunteering with the Fellowship of Joy and the Saturday Sports program. She does a lot. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do hereby honor and recognize her as the Council District 7's Woman of the Year.
Yep, thank you all. Congratulations, what a beautiful family. Next, we'll have member Oliver Baines III, my colleague. I call him OB3, with love. After Oliver, then we'll go to member Brettafield and down the line, and we're going to save the very best for last. Council President Esmeralda Soria. So, Oliver, there you go.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Capriello. And listen, this is a little unique this year in that it is my last year, as Councilmember Capriello stated, and because of that, I asked for a very special allowance, and that was in order to make sure that I can name 2 Women of the Year in my district. And I'm going to tell you a little bit why and why I came to this. So 3 years ago when we started this, as you all know and as you guys can tell, we put a lot of thought and effort into this. And Councilmember Capriolio's office leads this effort on behalf of the City Council, but we take this very seriously. It's not a small thing for us. It's very serious. And so when we select someone, and in this case too, we put a lot of thought into it. And so as I was going through my thought process, and really because the Woman of the Year ceremonies in March, really what we're trying to capture mostly last year, right? I mean, a lot of the work that you all are being honored for are things that really happened probably about a year or so ago. So when we think that through, we put a lot of thought in that. I have two extraordinary women in my community that I am honoring today. And really, it's not for just a single year of work. And what you'll hear when I invite our honorees up is about a body and a lifetime of work. And in some cases, and in most cases, in both of them, last year culminated some extremely important milestones for both of them, and some incredible achievements. So I would sit in my office, I would sit at home, and I would think, how in the world did I choose one? Because it's my last year, and I have deep, deep affection for both women. So how do I only choose one? Well, I decided I'm not. So I said, no one can make me only choose one. I'm the council member, and I asked for a special dispensation from my colleague right here, who thus granted it. So anyhow, this is how we arrived at two in this council district, and I thank my colleagues for indulging me this morning. I thank Councilmember Capriolio, who leads this program to allow that to happen. So enough said about why we have two this year. So now I'm going to begin to invite them up, and I'm going to ask First Lady Valerie Binion to come up here for a moment, please. And I'm going to say a couple words. And you'll notice I'm not calling it Co-Women of the Year. These are literally my Women of the Year for the district. And let me tell you a little bit about First Lady Binion. So the reason why I had to select First Lady Binion this year was because last year marked 40 years of service. 2017 marked 40 years of service in our community. Now, let me tell you a little bit about that. I've been serving this community as a council member for just about 8 years, and I could not possibly imagine dealing with all our folks for 40 years. And I'll tell you, it is quite a feat, but First Lady Binion does it with such class, with such grace, with such humility. She provides an incredible guiding hand to her partner in love, Pastor Paul Binion, and to our community and to our church. So they touch that entire community, the entire community of Fresno, not just their church. And First Lady Binion has been as instrumental in that effort as Pastor Binion. And when I thought about, when I had the opportunity last year to go to most of our church's celebrations because they honored the couple's 40 years of service to our community, it dawned on me what an amazing milestone, 40 years. There are very few people that we know that can say they've been doing anything for 40 years, let alone serving a community, let alone being leaders in the community. So I thought that because of that service, because at the way that she has a steady hand, sometimes behind the scenes, sometimes in front of the scenes, that it was all too fitting to honor her this year as the District 3 Woman of the Year. And Madam Clerk, we have a proclamation here that we're going to read, but the clerk is going to choose some excerpts of the proclamation to read. So, Madam Clerk.
Whereas First Lady Valerie Binion has been improving our community for more than 40 years. She is a trailblazer in West Fresno community, and it's my pleasure to honor her with the 2018 Woman of the Year Award representing District 3. After college, she met her husband-to-be, Paul L. Binion II, who became the pastor of Westside Church of God in 1977. They became husband and wife in December 78. And whereas First Lady Valerie Binion is a partner to Pastor Binion by being a Proverb 31 virtuous woman, she has exceptionally devoted her time to serving the Lord in every area of her life. In 2017, First Lady Binion marked 40 years of service to our community. In reaching this remarkable service milestone, First Lady Binion has achieved an incredible body of work with unmatched class and humility, and all the while providing a steady hand of guidance alongside her husband for the community. The tenacity of 40 years of service is truly a remarkable feat. First Lady Binion is the Minister of Music and Worship Arts and has served alongside numerous organizations that seek to better the community, such as Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated, Being Broken Neighborhoods Back to Life, West Fresno Minister Ministerial Alliance, Feed Fresno food giveaways, and the annual citywide revival. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that there are many strong, motivated, hardworking women leaders in our community that go above and beyond our city, and now therefore be it resolved that I, Councilmember Oliver Bain III, do hereby honor and recognize First Lady Valerie Binion as Council District 3's Woman of the Year. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, 2018, to be First Lady Binion Day in the City of Fresno. Congratulations.
And I'm going to allow First Lady Binion to say a few words. And while I'm doing, I'm going to ask her family to come up here so we can. Yep, that's you, Pastor. And that's right. Come on up here. And yeah, please come on up here, and so we can all take a photo together.
First and foremost, I thank God for allowing me to do the things that I do in this community, along with my husband and family who are sometimes not so willing to let me go, but I'm glad the Lord enabled me to do so much in the way of service to this community. This community means a lot to me, and I am grateful to this council for allowing me to have space to say words, and to Oliver, thank you for selecting me to be a Woman of the Year. I think women ought to be in front sometimes, being an example, being good mothers, being good leaders to the children of our community. And I count it a privilege to do that. As long as the Lord enables me, I will continue to do that in this community. Thank you.
All right. Now, my next Woman of the Year, in all honesty, probably really needs no introduction to anyone in this chamber at all. We call her affectionately Mother Curry. And there are some women in our community that have been elevated to the status of community mother. And I say that, and as I say that, I'm getting chills because my time is running short and I'm not going to be able to do this many more times. But I can tell you that from the moment that I came into office, and even before, Mother Curry has been an advocate for all that's right in Fresno. She is always on the right side of a discussion that happens in this community, always pushing all of us, my colleagues and I, the mayor's office, regardless of who the mayor is or regardless of who the council members are, always pushing us to do the right thing on behalf of all of Fresno. Now, while Mrs. Curry makes sure that West Fresno is never forgotten about in the discussion, if you listen to her remarks, every time what you hear from her is you do what's right in West Fresno because it's good for all of Fresno. She's been an extreme advocate for that. And let me tell you, so Mrs. Curry, like Ms. Binion, has such a body of work of service here. We're talking, almost close to 5 decades, if I remember Ms. Curry told me a while ago, of actual service to this community. I believe she's the very first African-American to sit on the Fresno Unified School Board of Trustees and started her fight with education. She's a firm believer in the education of all children, quality education of all children, and she has fought for land use issues in the city of Fresno for the last 20-plus years. But last year, something special happened. And so I've been giving you some historical context of what an incredible woman Mother Curry is and the fights that she's taken on. But last year, some incredible things happened, at least in my mind, which caused me to stop and pause and want to make sure that we honored her today. So, Mrs. Curry, one of the main fights you will know, for those of us that know these fights, the Darling International fight. And while Mrs. Curry has been fighting this, her group, the Concerned Citizens for West Fresno, which she is the chairwoman of, been fighting that issue for close to 15, almost 20 years here in Fresno. Extraordinary things happened last year because of this fight. And she had to take this fight, let's be honest, to the courts, because sometimes you gotta sue some folks to make them do the right thing. And she has no problem doing that. And so she took that fight to the courts, forced this multi-billion international company to come to the table and talk to us and talk about resolution about what was right. And I can stand here today to tell you that we are days away from probably the most extraordinary announcement about that in Fresno. And it's because of Mrs. Curry's steady, diligent hand behind the scenes and in many times in front of the scenes pushing this issue. So Mrs. Curry has no problem with both pushing behind the scenes and in front of the scenes when necessary. And then there was a second thing that happened. So not only was incredible progress made with a lifelong pursuit that Mrs. Curry has had with Darling International, but also the city of Fresno had an amazing opportunity, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity through the Transformative Climate Communities grant, the TCC process. Now, not to go into all the details about that, but it required this community, the community of Fresno, to come together and decide on some projects that we were going to submit to the state of California for funding. Well, as you can imagine, it was a wide open community process. There were, sometimes, close to 400 people in the room, 400 different ideas at times, people from very different backgrounds, different parts of the city. And it was, to put it mildly, it was a mess early on. However, I had the privilege and the pleasure to watch this process evolve. And there was one leader that emerged, only one from our community, and it was Mrs. Curry. Through Mrs. Curry's leadership, I watched it happen. We saw an entire community come together and coalesce behind a single idea. And we watched that happen through quiet, dignified leadership. And it was quite remarkable to see. And I had a front row view of that. And so I watched Mrs. Curry do it yet again, maybe in the most public way possible, to bring our community together to get us to coalesce around one thing. And I'll tell you that those types of accomplishments that happen in a single year are quite remarkable. And it is extraordinary. And it is very, very rare. And so for those reasons, because of the banner year Mother Curry had for our city and for all citizens of Fresno, I honor her as District 3 Woman of the Year.
I'd like to thank all of you and for those of you who have been supportive throughout the years. I'd like to honor my husband also, who is not here this morning. He wasn't feeling quite up to it. So I want to acknowledge him. And I'd like to acknowledge my family also. But most of all, I'd like to say to the community, when one area is doing well and others are not, it is to our advantage for all of us to pitch in and make sure all people are doing well. I want to thank Mr. Baines and to thank the people in District 3, and I thank my family. But most of all, it takes a lot of commitment, and anybody can just about do what I do, but you just have to dig your heels in and say, I'm going to stick with this, because most of the time, people count on you quitting. And I sometimes think the system is designed for you to get tired and quit. But I think there's one thing people have learned about me is I'm not a quitter. And I've had a lot of support from community. I see Mr. and Mrs. Miller here and Ms. Maddie Thomas here and others that I know that have been supportive over the years, many from churches and communities, League of Women Voters. This isn't a one-person project. I've had a lot of support, but I've been able to stick with it. And my husband's statement is always, doing good or doing what is right is its own reward. So I've tried to live by that. I've tried to raise my children by that, and I'm thankful that we have 5 grown children that are products of Fresno Unified, and they have all been successful in their education, which I'm very proud of. And every now and then I hear from a student somewhere that I'd forgotten about that drops me a note and says, thank you for standing up for me over the years. And sometimes I have to stop and think, who is that person? I found myself in a physician's office not long ago, and a lady and her husband was sitting by the door, and I was really tired because I was driving my husband to the doctor. And when they called his name, she popped up, she came over and she says, oh my gosh, she says, you're the lady that helped my granddaughter. I couldn't remember who she was. But it was rewarding to see that people really appreciate it. So what we do for others counts for all of us. And I would encourage all of us, and my statement even to the council is, it's not that difficult. Just treat people the way you like to be treated, and it all works out. So thank you, Mr. Baines.
And I'm going to ask Mrs. Curry's family to come up here while the clerk reads a couple of excerpts of her proclamation and we take a few photos.
Whereas Mary A. Curry has been improving our community for over 60 years, she is a trailblazer in the West Fresno community, and it is my pleasure to honor her with the 2018 Woman of the Year Award representing District 3. Mary Curry is a native of Denver, Colorado. She completed her primary years of education in institutions in Denver and majored in musical education at the University of Kansas. And in 1954, she married the love of her life, Dr. Euless Curry. They moved to Fresno in 1956 and have been positive forces within communities. And whereas Mary Curry founded the Concerned Citizens for Quality Education, an organization that was crucial in the struggle for education equality in Fresno during the 1970s and 80s. She has served on the Board of Trustees for the Fresno Unified School District in the 1990s, becoming the first African American to hold the post of board member and board president. Whereas Mary Curry was most recent accomplishments are serving on the Concerned Citizens of West Fresno, working 13 tireless years on getting the city of Fresno to relocate the Darling Rendering Plant, a fight once won that will address environmental concerns in Southwest Fresno, and is the most egregious example of environment injustice in the city of Fresno. The city of Fresno was given an historic opportunity through Transformative Climate Community Programs, TCC. The city of Fresno, through the efforts of Ms. Curry, they became the parental voice in the community that solidified the community engagement for TCC. The results of her efforts ensured that Fresno community spoke with a single voice in adopting the TCC investment recommendations, which led to the awarding of a $70 million grant from the state of California to the city of Fresno. And whereas Mary Curry is a devoted wife to Dr. Curry, a loving mother to her children and grandchildren, whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that there are many strong, motivated, hardworking women leaders in our community that go above and beyond for our city, and now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members hereby do honor and recognize Mary A. Curry as a Council District 3's Woman of the Year. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, 2018, to be Mary A. Curry Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Senior Member Baines, and congratulations to the Binion family and the Curry family. Fantastic people. Now we're going to go from senior members of the council to freshman members of the council, and that would be members Gary Bredefield and Luis Chavez. So, Member Bredefield.
Come on up. You know, as Council Member Capriolo started by saying, you know, we have a crowded chamber, and it's really nice to have very friendly faces instead of we have some contentious issues that we deal with. But this is a wonderful day where we get to honor women who make so many great contributions in our community. For me, we started it last year, and I thought, wow, what a wonderful event. And I'll tell you, we all take it very seriously. We recognize people who make significant contributions, and we've heard it already as we've started. And I have Dr. Lynn Nile here with me. Dr. Nile is somebody that I met at the VA. I think we came in 1992 together. I worked there as a psychologist, and Dr. Nile works as a psychiatrist, and that's how I got to know Dr. Nile. Now, this is also a woman who has served in the United States Navy, and you served for 8 years?
Yes.
8 years. And she attained the rank of commander, which is a big deal. I can tell you, I was a lieutenant, a lowly lieutenant, and I would have been saluting her in the Navy. So we both served in the Navy, but she served 8 years. And both of us have a great love for veterans. She has been at the VA hospital working there for 25 years or so. And I can tell you and attest to the work that she does. She has helped thousands and thousands of veterans. And there's no greater honor than helping those who serve us in the military, who keep us free, keep us safe, and we get to enjoy all the freedoms in this country because of our veterans. She is also married to another physician, Greg, who she's been happily married to for 34 years. 34 years. They've had 3 children and 1 grandchild. That's right. So this is a woman of great accomplishment. She's also a great person. She is a friend and somebody that I've worked with for 25 years. And she is still serving our veterans every day. And so, Lynn, I want to recognize you as the Woman of the Year in District 6 and congratulate you for all of the great things and all of the great work that you do for the last 35 years, because you served the veterans in the military, and continue to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So, I'd like you to say a few words, and then we'll have your family come up and take some pictures.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor to be here in the City Council chambers this morning with all of these distinguished women who have been honored by their councilmen as Women of the Year. What an honor to be part of this distinguished and elite group. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for honoring me. My thanks and my praise, of course, goes to God and to the Lord Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Number one. And I'm just so humbled and so honored and so grateful to be honored here today. And I take this very, very, with great gravity in my heart and with great thanks and praise. And so I want to just tell you that it's such an honor to serve the veterans at the Veterans Hospital for so many years, and then prior to that in the Navy, and to be a veteran myself. But it's really God who has led me through this all. And I have a wonderful husband, 3 wonderful children, a grandchild, and dear friends and family. My mother and father have been so instrumental in my success, as have my extended family. I have a wonderful pastor and my good friend Cindy, who is here today. There's so many people to mention near and far that are here with me in heart and spirit. But to God be the glory, and thank you so much for honoring us today.
Whereas Dr. Lynn Nile studied medicine in the New York Medical College in New York and had the good fortune of obtaining a health profession scholarship in the U.S. Navy to finance her entire medical education. She went on to study at the Naval Hospital in San Diego from 1980 to 81 as an intern, served as a ship's doctor for 1 year thereafter, and then continued her service to the Navy as a general medical officer for 5 more years of active duty. And whereas Dr. Lynn Nile completed UCSF Fresno Psychiatry Residency training from 1988 to 1992. She was then hired by the Veterans Hospital as a staff psychiatrist in September 1992, where she recently celebrated her 21st year of service to our veterans. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that Dr. Lynn Now is an inspiration for her generous service to the veterans community in our great city. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, 2018, to be Dr. Lynn Now Day in the City of Fresno.
Thank you for your service to our country. We can't thank you enough. Round of applause, absolutely. I call you a freedom fighter. That's what you are, and everyone with you in the armed services. So thank you so much, Doctor. Next, we're going to go to District 5. And we have a freshman, since he's campaigning again. But before he walks up, Luis Chavez, I wanted to acknowledge his last year's recipient, Penny Raven. Penny, please stand up. She was Woman of the Year for District 5 last year. And she brought some great ideas toward my District 4 team, and we've implemented those, and she's a great consultant for anyone that needs any help in anything. She's always available, so thank you, Penny. And now, without further ado, Councilmember Luis Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Caprillo, the senior council member. He's the fellow Rough Rider. He's class of 19. I think it's 1919. I was thinking as I was on the dais today, what a great day that we're honoring so many great women leaders in our community. And many of you know my story, know that some of the most influential people in my life have been women. And today I wanted to pick one of those, and that's Maddie Thomas. Maddie, come on up. We can see her. We nicknamed Maddie, some of you know that I served as a Fresno Unified School Board member over there, and we got a chance to work a little closely together, but we nicknamed her the conscience of Fresno Unified. And the reason for that is because everything every advice, every phrase that she used was always, is this in the best interest of our kids? And that was always my guiding factor when we made decisions. And the reason I say that is because it's so important to have mentors in our community for the next generation. And she really did that in our community, not just for me, but for Southeast Fresno as a whole. And she touched a lot of children and families in our community in the world of education. And I remember as a new trustee over there, I issued a quote, and I said, in education, it's a little different than other forms of government, because if we mess up at the city, maybe a pothole doesn't get fixed or a street light gets postponed. But in education, if we mess that up, that affects that child for the rest of his or her life. And so Maddie had a big hand in really guiding that district and the background. And every time an idea would come up, I would always say, have we ran it by Maddie? And if the answer was no, I was like, let's run it by Maddie. Because she'd been there for 30 plus years working with our families and our kids. And I just wanted to thank you for your long years of service there. And I found out something new about the Pink Palace at Fresno Unified. But she always kept that at the forefront, our kids. And everybody knows that it takes a village for our children. And oftentimes in schools, we always think about just teachers, but there's a lot of support, staff members and team members in our community, the folks that feed our children in our schools, the folks that, help them make sure they get to school, that drive them, that keep them safe in our community. And Maddie has really been a leader in our community, advocating for a lot of those working men and women. And I just wanted to recognize you today and say that, the work you have done has not gone unnoticed. It is definitely appreciated. As a kid, I played 3 houses down from you with some friends I grew up with. Sorry about your grass and your car. But with that, would you like to say a few words before we read the proclamation?
Thank you. I would like to say thank you, Louis, for recommending me for this honor. I was really shocked when I received it. I didn't know what to do, and then I said, "Okay, Louis, I'm gonna get you." But anyway, I do enjoy working with the educational system, and I have been there and been around for years, and I am still involved. And I'm involved so much, my kids say, when are you going to stay home? But I say, if I do, some things won't get done. And I enjoy, and I enjoy it. And I would really like to thank the council for supporting him and giving this honor to me today. And I also would like to thank all my friends. I see half of the audience is over here. But I wasn't expecting them. But I really do appreciate you, Louis, and you know I am there for you, and I have been there for you from the very first day. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the family come up? City Clerk, would you read the proclamation as our family comes up?
Whereas Maddie Bill Thomas has been improving our community since 1965, first beginning with the education community by working with School Site Council, PTA, and stay-in school clubs for girls. And whereas Maddie Bill Thomas prides herself on providing the ongoing efforts of rebuilding the community which she resides and serves by working with and being members of several organizations. She has and currently serves on the board, several boards. Most recent is being the president of the CSEA, Chapter 125. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that there are many strong, motivated, hardworking women leaders in our community that go above and beyond our city, and now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do hereby honor and recognize Maddie Bill Thomas as Council District 5's Woman of the Year, and further be it resolved that Mayor Lee Brand and the City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, 2018, to be Maddie Bill Thomas Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations to those recipients and the family. Thank you all for being here. And now, and Member Chavez, thank you for that kind introduction. He usually calls me Caposaurus. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Caposaurus Rex. So I felt gifted today that he cut it short. So it's my pleasure now to introduce someone that's been working tirelessly to combat human trafficking. She is committed to ensuring that the victims receive necessary services and are placed in a secure environment for their recovery. So please help me welcome District 4's Woman of the Year, Belinda Anaya. Thank you. And you know, she's such an important person, she has her own security team right here. So. So, Chief Dyer, Sergeant Chastain, I'd like to say a few words about this wonderful person.
And I know that, or Baji as we call her, she's humbled by this award. Thank you for it. And everybody who works around her is thankful that and honored that she's getting the same award. Just to keep it short, I'll tell you that Belinda Anaya exemplifies what a Fresno police officer is. The compassion that she shows to all, the quiet strength that she carries, and the perseverance to see it through to the end. And we love you, and congratulations.
I echo a few of the things that Sergeant Chastain said. You know, she comes from a family of law enforcement. We also have two of her sisters that work in our department, as well as her brother and her brother-in-law, who all work in the Fresno Police Department. But Baji is somebody that has an incredible heart for these women that are out there on the streets, that are being taken advantage of, that are being victimized, that are being trafficked. And it is her heart and her compassion that allows her to do what she does, and that is to rescue these young girls from that lifestyle so that we can then go after the individual that trafficked them into that lifestyle and to send them to prison for as long as we possibly can. And if it was not for her effort, and for her heart for those young girls, we would not be able to do the things that we've been able to do as a department. So, Baji, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have represented us proud. God bless you.
Thank you so much for nominating me for this award. And I couldn't do this without everybody else because, you know, I thank my chief, Jerry Dyer, my deputy chief, Pat Farmer, and my lieutenant, John Papaleo. I think he's here. I'm hoping he's here. And my sergeant, Kurt Chastain. Without them. And then my vice team. And then the advocates. Thank you for being here, too. And then my mom, my dad, my family. Don't cry. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to have your family come down for a photo op? Please join us. All those that were mentioned, come down, and we'll do a photo op here. Did you bring your own paparazzi, too? Yeah. Come on down. Dad, are you here now? Siblings, come on down. Don't be shy.
Oh, yeah.
I'll let you hold that. And we'll do a few highlights from the proclamation, please.
Whereas Belinda was hired by the Fresno PD in 2002, where her tenacity spirit was quickly recognized and resulting in her elevation to various PD units such as the Northeast District Crime Suppression Team and the Bulldog Tactical Team and the Violent Crime Suspension Team, ultimately cultivating in a promotion to her current position as Vice Unit in 2011. And whereas with Vice Unit, Belinda has worked tirelessly to combat the horrors of human trafficking by identifying, rescuing, and providing victims of the sex trade. She has distinguished herself among her peers, the legal community, and social services providers as an individual wholeheartedly dedicated to the capture and detention of the criminals who are responsible for the heinous crimes. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby honor and recognize Detective Belinda Anaya as the Council District 4's 2018 Woman of the Year. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Brand, and the Fresno City Councils do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, to be Detective Belinda Boogie Anaya Day in the city of Fresno.
And her nickname is Baji, and that came from the days of Sanger, and they labeled her Baji, and it stuck with her, and everybody loves Baji, no doubt about it. So congratulations. Thank you for being here, and your family. Thank you all very much. Okay, next, we're going to go to District 2, and this young man and I guess everyone's young compared to Caposaurus. But this young man started the same time I did. We were campaign brothers, and we ran again, and fortunately we were unopposed, and here we are today. So, Member Stephen Brandow.
Thanks, Paul. And Paul, like everybody said, thank you for truly organizing this day. This is our third year. It's been fantastic. And so I know it will continue long after you and I are gone. Yes. So, which is always a good thing, right? About a week ago, I went to a family dinner. My sister-in-law was having her birthday, and my mom kind of halfway through the evening said, you know, I have some real sad news. One of her best friends was told by the doctor that she had 3 months to live, right? And so we've all been in those situations. What do you do? What do you say? I didn't even know really what to say to my own mom except, Mom, I'm sorry, this is a woman that she's spent hours with. So I said, hey, Mom, I'm sorry to hear that about your friend. And but what do? We all face that. My Woman of the Year works tirelessly to help people in that exact situation. Family, friends, bring help, healing, help us cross all those difficult conversations for the family, for the children. She's the executive director of the Art of Life Healing Garden in Woodward Park. Would you help me welcome Janelle Higton? Janelle. Thanks, Janelle. And I should have put this on you earlier. Everybody else already has theirs, but Councilman Chavez told me that I had to wait. It's the last time. That's the last time I'll listen to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a wrist deal.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm glad those are wrist deals. But Janelle, you do a lot of great work, and I just recently toured the Healing Garden. It's kind of the north east corner of Woodward Park. If you enter in from the Friant entryway, it's almost straight ahead and slightly to the right. It's beautiful. And you're the executive director, and you've done great things there. And I'm going to let you share a little bit about that in a minute, but I want to talk about you for a second first, okay? And Janelle has her husband, Ryan, and her daughters, Haley and Hope, are here today. And we're going to have you come up in a minute when we take a picture. But Janelle moved to Fresno about 14 years ago. She worked for St. Agnes Medical Center, Community Medical Center, and then began working for the California Oncology of the Central Valley. Her boss, Dr. Christopher Perkins, saw a need in cancer patients, and through his philosophy of wholeness, launched Art of Life in 2007. Janelle was his point person, okay? And the Art of Life encourages cancer patients through art, helping them heal, connect with family, share their stories, and inspire hope. Janelle literally had to learn how to run a nonprofit from the ground up. And you had to go out and ask people, what do I do? How do I start? And to get in a short amount of time from there to where the garden is today is fantastic. And I know you have plans to even expand it even more, but it's very beautiful, and that's all due to you and your team. So the Art of Life Healing Garden was started in 2015 and continues to fill the corner of Northeast Woodward Park. It contains a musical playground for children, dozens of new trees which can be dedicated, an amphitheater painted with tiles from cancer survivors and family members. Those tiles can all be dedicated to folks too. Reflection, and what's really cool about the art is a lot of time it's people, young children even, do art projects when they hear of their mother, their grandmother, their grandfather, a family friend, just as a memorial, and sometimes just to express their love to them when they can't use words, really. There's a beautiful ribbon-shaped walkway. There's reflection photos reflection patios overlooking the river, and they're working to build a large sculpture in the middle of the garden too. There's actually room for all of us to come together and help the Art of Life Healing Gardens. But Janelle, you do so much for our community, especially in those very trying times. I just thought you'd make a great Woman of the Year for District 2, and so we appreciate all that you do. And I'm going to have you say a few words, and then I'm going to have our clerk read a proclamation. So if you'd like to add anything.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be amongst women that have such a legacy of service and hope to follow in your footsteps. You know, whether I'm at home with my two kids or leading thousands of people through a movement of hope in Fresno, ultimately it's my heart's desire that God would be glorified through my life, and by His grace I get to do what I do every day. And if you see me serving in the community, you don't see me alone, because it takes an entire family, from my husband and kids to my parents and my in-laws. They are always there to drop everything so that I can do what I'm most passionate about. And ultimately, I attribute this to the hundreds of women, the cancer survivors, that have taught me and inspired me to better understand what the art of living really is. And it was their vision and their heart, their decision, that in the midst of the most difficult time in their life, that they would resolve to grow, and that they would be willing to share their story. We call it paying it forward, that through healing art, they would not only get to process their emotions, but that they would be able to share a message of hope for someone that needs it most. And if you walk out to the Art of Life Healing Garden, which is 3 acres that we've adopted as a result of the blessing of the council at Woodward Park, our goal is that you, as you walk that ribbon trail, that no matter whether it's cancer or something else that you're going through in life, that you would find hope, that you would be able to celebrate life and appreciate each moment, and that as a community that we could gather together for something that actually truly unites us all. And so it's an honor, and I thank you for taking the time to not only get to know me, but to get to know the Art of Life Cancer Foundation and to advocate for this movement of hope in Fresno.
Thank you, Jen. Yes, fantastic. So, Ryan, if you and your daughters would like to join us up here, and then you have other family here today. Why don't you tell us who else has joined?
I have my parents here from Washington State, and I have my in-laws as well. So, and my daughter here, I'll just say, for the last 3 years, this little girl, her dream is to become the mayor of Fresno one day. So it's an honor for her to be here for the first time, and she can do anything that she puts her mind to. So
Fantastic. Well, one day she'll be here then. Let's have your parents and your in-laws come up as well, and we'll get even a bigger group picture.
Okay.
And this is the proclamation, and I'm going to have the clerk read the highlights of it. But it really acknowledges all the stuff that we've already talked about. Proclamation of Woman of the Year Award for Council District 2, Janelle Higton Day, and I'm going to have our clerk read the highlights. So there you go, Janelle.
Whereas Janelle Higton is the Executive Director for the Arts of Life Cancer Foundation and has dedicated the past 13 years to serving in the medical community. Whereas the Art of Life Healing Garden broke ground at Woodward Park in 2015 and is a collaboration between the Art of Life's Cancer Foundation, the City of Fresno, and community partners. The garden gives the opportunity for cancer survivors and families affected by cancer to reflect their own their own cancer experiences through landscaping and art. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim Thursday, March 22nd, 2018, to be Janelle Higgins Day in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you very much, Steve, and congratulations. My mother is a cancer survivor, so I deeply appreciate all the work that you and your colleagues do in that area. So thank you very much for that. So now we have saved the very best for last, and it is time for District 1, President Esmeralda Soria.
Good morning again. I am so thrilled and excited to be able to recognize Dr. Carol Goldsmith, not only our president for Fresno City College, but also a dear friend. I want to say a few words about her if you want to come on up, Carol. So she has an extensive amount of experience in educational leadership, but beyond that, she has been a tremendous champion here in our community for our students, and that's what impresses me the most, that everything that she does, it's about the students and those that she is serving. She has a track record of working with us here in the community. In her short time, she's only been our president here for 2 years, but in that short time, I can already say that we've accomplished a lot, and we've accomplished a lot even together as partners, the city and City College. And so I'm so thrilled about her leadership, about the experience that she brings to our community, and about the heart that she has, not only for the city of Fresno, but for all the kids that have the potential to go on to the next level. She has dedicated her time over the last couple years to address issues like the issues of hunger that at Fresno State they've been doing. They've been able to take that same model, open up the RAM Pantry, which is a great thing for the students that we serve. I also feel very privileged because I get the opportunity to serve as an adjunct professor there and get to see the tremendous amount of work that not only the president is doing, but her team is doing together, because I know that it takes a team to be able to continue to navigate that big institution. It's a big institution here for the city of Fresno. She has not only received national and state recognition when it comes to workforce development. We know that she is a tremendous expert, champion of career technical education, which is huge here in our community. And I know that as we continue to move forward to develop programs, her expertise will serve us very, very well, because we need to continue to develop that future workforce that our city needs. A couple other things that we have worked on that I want to highlight, just even on the FACTS bus transportation, we were able to get all our students at Fresno City College to have bus passes so that they can ride the bus, the FACTS. And, it seems like this grandiose idea, but, something that I guess, hadn't been thought about in a while. And so I'm glad that we were able to work on that together. And also an increase in dual enrollment for our high school students. I think it's very important for our high school students to understand that they have the opportunity to take those classes at the community college level. And so I'm just in awe in terms of the leadership that she has exuded over the last these short 2 years of her being there as our president. And so I'm just very excited about the great things that she's going to continue to do. I know that she's going to continue to push Fresno City College to be a state leader within our community college system. We know that the community college transforms lives in our community. And so I'm just very proud to be able to recognize her today for her service, for her tireless dedication, and in really providing equal access to what is the equalizer in our communities. And I will also say that I admire her for her tenacity, for her ability to not being afraid to speak up when it's necessary, because there are those times when we are all challenged to speak up, to do the right thing. And I'm so excited that she's there, because I know that she does that. She does that for her students, and she does that for her staff, because they deserve nothing more than that. And so I'm just so thrilled to be able to recognize her this morning for her service and her leadership, and excited to continue to work with you to make not only the city a better place, but Fresno City College. So I want to thank you for that. So let's give her a round of applause. So I'll let you say a few words, and then I do want to recognize we do have our chancellor here and a couple trustees, Dr. Parnell. So we'll recognize him, leading the State Center Community College. We have also Trustee John Leal, who is here, and Trustee Eric Payne. So we'll allow you to say a few words. We're going to invite your family up, and then after that, we'll have the clerk read the proclamation for the record.
Thank you so much, President Soria. As I was listening to the many women today speak, and I am so honored to serve beside you and be honored with you, I'm just really impressed with the work that you do. There was a theme that I think our city has taken, and it's really bold, and it's behind me. And if you read those words behind me, I congratulate and thank this council for doing what we've all done for many years, but maybe have not been bold enough to say, because it looks different for everybody, how we worship and how we give thanks to God. But all of us, regardless of what your God looks like, those who are doing work and doing the good work, do so for God. So I am grateful and thankful that I get to do this for God and 35,000 students that I call my own each and every day. You know, Fresno City College is the first college in California, and Fresno is the 5th largest city in this state. And we have a lot to be proud of with the fact that innovation has really started in Fresno, and we continue that today. We're part of a larger district in State Center Community College serving throughout this valley. We believe in the hope for our students. We believe in hope in being able to make sure that people can go forward and speak truth to power when they need to. Behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, on the side, in uniform, not in uniform, fighting cancer, fighting injustice. And it all kind of starts with education. And I was really proud, and I want to give this to my mom, because she was my first teacher. This is for you, Mom. Thanks. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, Daddy, for being here.
So, Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record, we'll have the family and Prince come on up.
Whereas Dr. Goldsmith has changed the dynamic of the Fresno City College and has involved the surrounding communities by holding regular community meetings to listen to neighborhood concerns. And whereas President Goldsmith is a champion for equitable access to education and has contributed tremendously to bridging communication across educational institutions. Her work with Fresno Unified School District and Fresno State has resulted in addressing equity for those underrepresented in post-secondary education. And whereas Dr. Goldsmith's dedication to student success has been evident through her partnership with the City of Fresno in providing free bus rides for Fresno City College students and her support of District 1's effort to improve the Fresno City College neighborhood, bringing an affordable housing project to the Blackstone and McKinley area. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor, City Council, does hereby recognize Dr. Carol Goldsmith as District 1 Woman of the Year 2018 and do hereby proclaim March 22nd, 2018 to be Dr. Carol Goldsmith Day in the City of Fresno.
Congratulations, Dr. Goldsmith. And as we've talked about in the past, I was my first college degree was from Fresno City College, and contrary to what Luis says, I wasn't in the first class in 1910, but it started my college career, gave me the courage to go to Fresno State and graduate from law school. So thank you and your institution and your team for being here. It's what makes the whole thing work. So thank you all so much for that. So at this time, I'd like to bring up our sponsors. A couple of them, John and Teresa, please come up. Come on up. So the City of Fresno would like to extend this certificate of appreciation to Macy's and to Pardini Catering, as well as Kiku. And I'll let you have that one. I'll read this one if I may. So it says, in recognition of your sponsorship of the City of Fresno's 2018 Woman of the Year, we extend our sincere gratitude for making this day a special one for our honorees and for helping us celebrate Women of the Year of Fresno. Who have sacrificed so much for the betterment of their communities as well as our communities. And we thank you for making this a wonderful event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oh, thank you. You have a photo? Can't get away without a photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Congratulations to all the honorees and for everyone for being here today. We want to thank you all from the bottoms of our heart, and we need a quick photo for my colleagues and all the recipients outside at the staircase. In the meantime, all of you get to enjoy the great reception outside with all the food and beverage provided by Pardini's Catering. So thank you all very much for being here. Sincerely appreciate it. And please come outside and let's have some fun, enjoyment. Absolutely. Bring your proclamations. And thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. So what we're going to do, we're going to break for about 15 minutes, take the picture, enjoy the reception, and then come back for business. Thank you. Again, we're going to go ahead and get started. We have contested consent that we're going to do, and then what we're going to do, we're going to go a little out of order. So we're going to do contested consent. We have some closed session items that were scheduled for 10, so we'll take those after contested consent, and then we will continue with the regular agenda. So the first item, I believe, was item 1B, as in boy.
Hi, Jim. Good morning. Just a quick question. We kind of talked about it. It's again just another engineering contract for 116. I'm wondering again. We've talked about staff coming on board. Why we can't do this? We had BRT that 50 some odd $50 million was spent. No ability to do this kind of work in-house. No ability to hire people to do this work in-house.
As we talked yesterday, there's always an ability to do something. I don't know if it would be the most prudent thing, at least for the transportation department. Our business is really not construction and engineering. This particular project would probably require at least 3 different engineering disciplines: electrical, civil, mechanical. First of all, cost effectiveness. We could hire 3 engineers, but what are we going to do with them as a department afterwards? But also, these firms typically can bring more to bear, more different resources to bear when needed. So from a department standpoint,
the 3 of them, it just doesn't make sense to have them. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Butterfield, second by Councilmember Brandau. Any opposition to this item? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Next item is item 1G, actions pertaining to professional consultant service agreements for the design of sewer rehabilitation replacement of City of Fresno.
Good morning, Mike Carball, Public Utilities.
Kind of the same question. We always have the engineering contracts. I've asked Tommy about it because it looks like, I guess, Tommy, it's like millions of dollars when we look at all these engineering contracts. Is it the same kind of thing, just still?
It is. We're definitely going down a road of doing more in-house design, especially on projects that are more straightforward. Some of those items are digester cleaning, our access structure rehab, new water well construction, even some of our wellhead treatment systems. We're doing all of that in-house. Okay. These projects here are a little more complex in terms of the types of rehab liners, the techniques to install them, the bypass systems you have to put in place out on the road to keep the sewer service going on during the project. And so for these projects, we do recommend that we utilize consultant services.
Okay. Can I ask Tommy? Just thank you.
Thanks.
While I got you up here, I'd like to make a motion to approve this. But Tommy, I read that you're leaving the city of Fresno, and I'm very unhappy about it. You are, frankly, one of the most competent people we have in the city of Fresno. And I watched you deal with some very difficult things in Northeast Fresno a couple years ago where we had the discolored water. And when hundreds of people were upset, you were the person who stood up and answered all the questions and then went out to people's homes to address the discolored water. And I'm not sure why you're leaving, but it's very distressing to me because you really are, to me, the personification of competence and customer service. Everybody that I've talked to who's dealt with you in my district has said nothing but positive things about your interactions with them. You've always been helpful to them. And I wish there was some way that the city of Fresno could convince you to stay, because I think the city of Fresno is going to be at a major loss with Tommy Esqueda leaving the city of Fresno. And that's from watching you over 2 years, Tommy, and dealing with crises, serious crises in Northeast Fresno. And you did it with skill, and you did it with sensitivity to people who are very concerned about water issues. And I don't know, is there any way, city manager, we can keep Tommy Esqueda?
Member Bredefeld, I have some good news for you.
Okay.
He's going to move his office to Fresno State University. and he's going to take a teaching position there. And President Castro, I love him, but he better be careful. You're a bold person. So thanks for staying in Fresno. Thanks for coming to District 4 and helping the students and everyone at Fresno State. So he's not going far.
I know, and that's Fresno State's game. But I'm serious. Is there any way we can keep? I know it's. I make a motion that we keep Tommy Escada at the City of Fresno.
We second that.
Is there any city managers, anything?
You know, I appreciate you bringing this up, and we're very sad as well. It's always sad to lose really exceptional talent in the city. Tommy and I met early this week, and I don't want to step on any news of where you're going or what actually is going on until your new employer makes the announcement. But I will work really closely with Tommy during the transition, and I'm happy that you're not going too far away.
Thank you. Yes, great. We'll have more discussions. I'll meet with each of you prior to leaving, but I want to just thank you all very much for the opportunity. You guys were not kicking the can down the road. You guys faced the challenges. You guys stood up. You guys helped us as a department be very, very, very successful. And I talked to staff. You know, one of the things I communicated to them every day was that, you know, the trust and confidence you put in us to do the things we did, they had to earn it every day. And so we wanted to make sure you guys were in a position where when you guys supported us, I wanted them that you didn't regret it every day. That every day you said, we made the right decision. We made the right decision. And that's what staff's commitment has been to you guys, has been to the residents. Absolutely loved being here. It was fun. And there's just this other opportunity that came along. And, you know, it's just too exciting to pass on it right now. So I
Thank you for all your service, Tommy. It really is
Appreciate
the city's loss. And again, I just think you're one of the most talented folks we've had here.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hey, Tommy, I didn't know this consent item was going to turn into this. Yeah. But I put this on my Facebook page this morning, and I also tweeted it. I simply said, some people are just irreplaceable, and that's what I believe about you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion for item, is it 1G? Second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0. Next item up is item 1J, actions pertaining to the Decisions for Life program. Public Works? No?
No, police.
Sorry, Police Department, I skipped.
Yeah,
Sorry, Chief.
Yes.
You want us or not want us?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, I'm fully supportive of the program. I just wanted to commend you and your officers and the program. In the program, you said that there's a less than 4% recidivism rate, which is like unbelievable. And so I just wanted to recognize that, and maybe you can say a few words to people who are listening about this program.
Sure. Decisions for Life are for those individuals that are first-time offenders that go out and end up getting arrested for driving under the influence. We are very understanding of those things that happen. Very bad decision. It's a crime. But we also know that we have an opportunity to, through awareness and through education, to get that individual to change their behavior. And only seeing 4% of those individuals that go through the Decisions for Life program get rearrested is incredible.
Yep.
And the way that it is done is they fund themselves. The violator pays for their own program. Those monies go back into the police department to do other things that enhance our traffic safety efforts. And I can't say enough about Captain Hall and our Deputy Chief Hall, Captain Reed, Lieutenant Tucker, and Mark Van Wyhee, all the folks that are involved in the Decisions for Life program. But very successful and had a tremendous impact in reducing drunk driving in our city and ultimately saving lives.
That's what I wanted to recognize. It is a 4% recidivism rate. Boy, wouldn't you like to have that with everybody who's convicted of a crime? So it's wonderful. It's a great program. Appreciate what you're doing. I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief, I just wanted to add that I deal with that every day in court with my clients and watching other people, and I've seen the success of the program, and it's very innovative. And most importantly, there are positive, fantastic results. So you and your team have really made a mark in our community by in bringing that forward and having people participate. And it's very, very refreshing, and that's what we're all about. We don't want that to be repeat offenders. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you. So we have a motion made by Councilmember Bredefeld and a second by Councilmember Brandau. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0. Now, item 1N, award to contract to Community Design Plus Architecture, Inc. for consulting services for the City of Fresno Southern Blackstone Avenue Smart Mobility Plan project in the amount of $168,000.
No, I think it's 1M.
Oh, 1M?
Yes.
Oh, not, okay,
Not 1N.
Sorry.
1M.
I heard 1N. Okay. So item 1M, this is a parks item to approve lease agreement between the City of Fresno and the Children's Musical Theaters.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hi, Parvin.
How are you?
Mr. Standriff, maybe you could come up. I just wanted to recognize Mr. Standriff because
Absolutely.
he worked to fix a problem that was a big problem. I remember when this was first addressed, and he was working with those folks to make this happen.
Absolutely.
And I know he has a background, obviously, in theater and these kinds of productions. So I just wanted to say good job, Mark. Fantastic. We had a big problem, and you solved it, and greatly appreciate what you did. You want to share, Mark, anything about what happened there?
Council President, members of council, Mark Standriff, Director of Communications, Public Affairs for the City of Fresno, and recovering actor and director. I appreciate the recognition, but I think it's important that the folks who are actually on the front lines of this particular issue, Children's Musical Theater Works, Judy Stain, their executive director, and their entire board, and Parvin and his staff. Parvin literally was thrown into this right when he took the job. Sure. And we were not only able to come to an amicable resolution, but I think, frankly, have energized Children's Musical Theater Works to the point where they're really looking at a much more substantial and successful future. So I'm just really pleased that I was able to help in a small way. Thank you.
Great, and great work, Parvin, as well. Appreciate all what you're doing. And
Thanks, sir.
As I say, fixed a problem that looked kind of difficult for a period, and we're able to come up with creative solutions.
Absolutely.
So I'd like
Thanks
to
a
make
lot.
a motion to approve.
Thank you.
So there is a motion by Councilmember Bredefeld and a second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Baines.
No, thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Bredefeld for actually pulling this item to give the appropriated dues that it's in order. And I wanted to add one more person to your list, Councilmember Bredefeld, and that's and I don't see him here, but it's Bruce Rudd, who also was really instrumental in working with Mark and the Parks Department in order to bring that about. So it was really an awesome team effort. And thank you for pulling this to call attention to that. Sure.
Councilmember Capriolio.
I had some council comments. Are we doing that now?
No, after.
Oh, okay. Sound like council comments to me. I had my list, so I'll wait. Thank you.
Perfect. So we have a motion and a second. Any opposition to this item? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0. So I think those are all the items from contested consent. Before we go out to closed session, we will take the minutes. Approval of the minutes for March 8th and March 8th special meeting notice. I'll make a motion. And a second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Seeing none, approval of the minutes passes. Next, we have Councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity, but I'd like to request that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of a great person, Mrs. Syl Gamber, CIL, last name Gamber. She was just a great person, very active in the community, very active in a church. She will be sorely missed by the city of Fresno. So our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. I wanted to thank next John DeLucia from the great work and assistance he did with my staff for Woman of the Year. Most of you, all of us up here were here for that event. And likewise, I wanted to thank Vance with ISD, Sal from Maintenance, Russell from Public Works, the District 1 interns, Council President. They did a great job. Thank you. And it really takes that amount of people and effort to make something like that be as successful as it is. So I want to thank them all. April 4th, we'll be hosting my next community meeting at Orze Elementary School, 6 p.m. Wednesday the 4th, and that is located at 3468 North Armstrong. You're all invited to come and participate and help us out in District 4. Last, congratulations to our Department of Transportation. Last year, they hired Top Hand Media. It's a local video and social media production company. They produced a promotional video for our fax bus service called Change is Here, Get the Fax. So last week, the Fresno Area Addy Awards, very special awards, selected the fax video as their Gold Award winner in the Public Service Online Film, Video, and Sound category. And the video tells a terrific story about our fax service, and we're looking forward to the sequel. So thank you very much, and thank you all for helping me today with Woman of the Year. You guys were great. Thank you very much, and your staffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes. First of all, I want to congratulate the Clovis West girls basketball team, which has now won back-to-back Valley Championships. They're doing fantastic. Also want to thank Councilmember Capriolo for what you've done with this Women of the Year. I think it's one of the best things we do here.
Thank you. And
To recognize 7, today 8, which is great, women who make so many great contributions. I think it's just a phenomenal thing. So
thanks for your support. And if you guys roll your O's, O-E-O-E-O, it sounds like Capriolio. So for the record, but thank you guys. Thanks for the acknowledgement and the participation. And you know, our recipients were none of them ever seek accolades. None of them ever seek the spotlight. They just get in there and do their work and make our community great. And thank you all for recognizing some fantastic people.
Sure. And the final thing I want to just share with the community. Last night, I was invited, and my wife and I went, along with my Chief of Staff, Nicole Demir. We went to St. Rest Baptist Church because they were having a 2018 Fresno citywide revival. And I had never been to a citywide revival. Chief Dyer was there as well with his lovely wife, Diane. And I'll tell you, it moved me beyond ways that I can't express. It was about healing. It was about spiritual renewal. It was from people from all corners of our community coming together to talk about making our city better. And they have a pastor from Houston, Dr. Marcus Cosby, who preached last night. He's preaching again tonight, and he's preaching tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at St. Rest Baptist Church. And it was incredible. I don't even know how to describe it, but I would encourage people who really are interested in bringing our city together, are interested in renewal and revival. That is the place to be. I know others are going back. And I want to thank Pastor Kreiner for inviting me. It was really just a highlight, something that I've been thinking about ever since I left the church last night. So I encourage people to go at 7 p.m. at St. Rest Baptist Church. Thank you.
Councilmember Brundow.
All right. I'd like to mention a couple things. Thank you, Council President. I wanted to mention the Pinedale Founders Day Parade, which is this Saturday at 10 a.m. It's going to be held at the Pinedale. If you can find the Pinedale Community Center, anybody could Google that. Also Pinedale Elementary, it's right there. The parade is going to go around there. The mayor is going to join me, and if it doesn't rain, we're going to be in a convertible. If it does rain, I think we'll put the top on. So I think we're praying for no rain for just a couple hours on Saturday. But it's the 95th anniversary of Pinedale's founding. It's very important to the community of Pinedale. I'll tell you, the Pinedale residents, they love to be Pinedale. Although they're part of Fresno, they always let me know. When somebody sends me mail, it doesn't say Fresno, it says Pinedale. But they're a great part of our community, and we're going to recognize them. The mayor and I are going to be there, among others, this Saturday morning for a parade. And anybody is welcome. Children are welcome. It's going to be fun, and yet it's going to be kind of a short parade. It's not a long distance. It will just take maybe just over an hour. There'll be carnival games, face painting, crafts, science projects, bounce houses, all that kind of fun stuff. And then we're going to rededicate the Pinedale Community Center, which I mentioned and recognized several weeks ago. It's going to become the Paula S. Guzman Pinedale Community Center. And so that's going to officially happen this Saturday as well. Secondly, I would like to say that I had the opportunity last Sunday to go out to some members of the Hmong community as the Yang clan. The Yang clan nominated and elected their first president of the clan. And what was very unique about that is in listening to Pao Yang, who invited me, always that was a very patriarchal decision in their family. But this time, they opened it up and people had to run, and the community, the family members themselves voted for somebody. So they're becoming very much more democratic in that process, and it was very unique. And so I wanted to just recognize that. I had a great time hanging out with dozens and hundreds of members of the Yang family and dozens of other Hmong community leaders as well. So thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And just really quickly, on Tuesday, Councilmember Olivier and I went up to Sacramento to attend the California Cannabis Association's conference, and we spent a full day in conference regarding the policy implications on cannabis-related issues in the state of California. Got some really good updates, and a couple things wanted to just bring back. The state is going to be introducing some bills to make some changes, some tweaks to the California state law that I think are going to make it better. One of the things that they're going to be doing is introducing some legislation to lower the taxes in cannabis. There was a very robust discussion with the Bureau of Cannabis Control and several lawmakers and industry experts about the price and the diversion from the black market. So looks like California is getting its act together to lower the price so that we can actually keep the product out of the black market. But along with that, there are several problems with the rollout. You know, if we're going to be honest, with the California cannabis laws. So they're working to do some cleanup language, and we should be expecting language coming down from the state very soon, and clarity from the BCC. I think one of the biggest takeaways that I personally received from the day long of conference was the intent by the state to make sure that inclusion and diversity is a part of most of or all of the local ordinances. So I think that we're, as a subcommittee, I know Council members Olivier and Caprioli and I are on the council subcommittee for this, and it's hopefully we'll be able to bring something to this body, to the community that is consistent with what the state wants and where we need to be. So stay tuned for that. I think we're close to being able to release at least some ideas of what we want to do, but we're moving right along, and I think that by the time that we introduce our policies and what have you, we'll be right in line and right on time with the state.
Thank you. So I have just a couple of announcements. So this past Saturday, I had my first Women's Empowerment Summit at Fresno City College. And so I just want to publicly thank a few folks that made this possible. Californians for Energy Independence, California Latino Leadership Institute, Fresno City College, and also California Resource Corporation. It was a great day where women got to learn about careers in the energy sector. Also, I want to thank them for hosting our Women Leading the Way luncheon, where we recognized, and I've been doing this now for 4 years, I recognize women within District 1 during the History Month on various areas like community advocacy, public safety, business, arts and culture, health and wellness, and education. So I want to thank everyone for making that possible. Also, I just wanted to share this past weekend, I had the opportunity to go to our opening day for our soccer team, the MLS soccer team, which was very exciting to be out there. I know I was joined by Councilmember Bredefeld and the mayor, and it was a great experience. Tons of people came to downtown. It was so exciting, the synergy that exists. It was very, very remarkable what was happening at Tioga before the game and after the game, and even on the Broadway area where they did a alley party. There was so many people downtown, and that is the type of synergy that I want to continue to see. And we should be looking at how we can continue to invest in this, the inner city to make sure that the revitalization continues. A couple things that I did want to ask the city manager. So one, I just got word from folks that were doing the Cesar Chavez event at the Soroyan Theater. They had a tremendous amount of challenges in getting our young students, high school students in. And I believe similar challenges were experienced with the MLK. Was it the MLK event? And I don't know if this is SMG's policy or what, but I'd like to really look into their, policies with security. So what ended up happening, they had to turn around a whole bus of kids because they had backpacks. And so the program was delayed by an hour and a half because, of the security policies they have. So I would like us to figure how we correct these instances. I don't want to see, these types of events be impacted in this way. They're very, very important events in our community, so I hope that we can look at the policies and figure out how we fix those challenges so that next year there's a smoother event.
And Jane, our assistant city manager, has been working with them on that, so I'm going to let her speak to your comment if that's okay.
Yes, I've been working with the management of SMG, and they are reviewing their internal policies because that was a corporate policy, but they are finding that there are some amendments that they can make to that and hopefully make the entrance requirements much more smooth for these events. And so we'll be continuing to work with them and to adapt those policies so that it will be much easier for guests to go into the facility of the convention center. And so we're moving forward with that and hope to have that in place very soon.
Okay, well, hopefully that soon is very, very soon. I just would hate for us to continue experiencing those challenges with, these folks that have been doing this for a very long time.
Exactly. No, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Then lastly, I had a question. I received a number of texts and emails from folks regarding the Tioga event that's coming up, I think this weekend, regarding taco trucks. And I'm concerned about how our city is, enforcing policy that we have, and just we decided this year to start doing it. One of the things that troubles me the most is the fingerprints requirement. We don't require any business from the city of Fresno to get fingerprinted or get their employees fingerprinted. That is troublesome to me. I think that this body needs to take some immediate action to change that, because that's something that I had not heard was being enforced. And this is for mobile food vendor trucks. So I just want to make sure that I know that you guys are aware, but I want to make sure that the public is also aware that this is an issue that we need to fix, and that we should, be bringing something back immediately.
So we plan on doing that as part of the cleanup, for the general plan cleanup that's coming to you at the last meeting in April. And we are working with the finance department and Dan Zach in planning to look at best practices for mobile vendors in other cities for a lot of requirements that I found out that are in the municipal code that we're requiring. Bond requirements, the DOJ fingerprinting that we're just passing through, as well as a few other things. So we will be bringing something forward in the cleanup in April, and we have been working with Mike Oz for the event this weekend to help him streamline everything that we can. And I understand that a lot of the mobile vendors that were hoping to join the event this weekend have been cleared to do so.
Okay, perfect. So the policies of the fingerprints, and what about the increased costs for them to participate? I know people were paying one of them was paying $1,200.
We're looking at all of that.
Just to go through the fees. I just hope that whatever fees, that are in excess of the new policy that we have some mechanism to reimburse them, because I don't think that it's been fairly applied. I know that the policy that this is what troubles me. We're now arbitrarily enforcing a policy that has been in place, and so this year all of a sudden the city staff has determined we're going to enforce it. That's troublesome to me. So we would enforce it, when it was originally passed, and now we're arbitrarily deciding we're going to enforce it. So I, request that for purposes of, these events that we have in the interim, that we bring a policy that we continue not to enforce as we were doing in practice, because that's the fair thing to do. So those are just my comments. I look forward to getting the cleanup, but I just wanted to make sure that this body knows that I was concerned about the issues. We want to make sure that we are being a business-friendly city, and so I think this is another issue that needs to get rectified immediately.
And we do recognize that those events are very important for downtown and revitalization efforts, and so that's why first thing Monday morning when I learned about all of this, pulled staff together. We will be bringing something forward. I also understand that the next big food vendor, the taco truck throwdown is not until June, so that's why we're going to do everything we can to bring everything forward in April so that this council can make the necessary changes for those events.
And I think that this is beyond just some of the events. There's a lot of mobile vendor trucks that exist throughout the city of Fresno, and I think that they would probably be impacted by them, so that's why I was also concerned. Thank you, though. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I just wanted to comment, Councilmember Baines. I know you came back from Sacramento with Councilmember Olivia, and I read in reports about Sacramento trying to lower the excise taxes on marijuana, and I kind of had to chuckle. They're wanting to lower the taxes in order to make it better for those marijuana businesses to succeed, and I get it. But I just wish Sacramento was as concerned about all the businesses in Fresno and throughout the state that are overtaxed, overregulated, overburdened, and they're pointing out, and again, this is a separate thing really from the marijuana thing, but they want them to flourish, so they're going to work at lowering their taxes. Makes a lot of sense. I wish they just cared about all the businesses throughout our state that are overtaxed. I wish they implemented the same policy. Hey, we know you're struggling because of these onerous taxes, and we're going to lower our taxes for everybody. That's something that I support. We are overtaxed. So it's just interesting to me how they want to make this business succeed, and they know that the taxes are burdensome, and so they're going to lower it. I just wish the same attitude existed for every business that is in the state, because businesses are fleeing California because of the overtaxation and overregulation. That's all. Thanks.
And Councilmember Bredefeld, I certainly appreciate that point. I just want to draw out a distinction. No other business in California has a special excise tax either. So I think that if they treated cannabis like every other business, the cannabis industry would be fine, and they wouldn't be fleeing the state. So I get what you're saying, but I just want to say that's an additional tax on top of every other tax. But fair point.
And I just wanted to, I think I'm punched up next, right?
No.
Well, my thing's not working because my light is out right here. It says request to speak.
Okay.
I'm going to request to speak.
Go
May
ahead.
I speak?
Because then I have, yes,
Okay.
you may. And
No,
then
I
have
just
Councilmember
wanted
Trump.
to thank Councilmember Bredefeld for his comments. No, I couldn't agree with you more. And in fact, the drive to loosen up the taxes on the cannabis industry is coming from a conservative Republican. It's Assemblymember Tom Lackey from Antelope Valley, and here's a guy who walked into a room of libertarians and progressives and gave the keynote address and got a standing ovation. And, I know Assemblymember Lackey, and he's a good guy, but especially at the very nascent stages of a very a major industry in its infancy, it's important to get it right. And that applies for here, too. So the state of California, they're already doing their thing. They've got to work a little harder. But we definitely have to get it right here in the city of Fresno, and we will. But I agree with you. I mean, they businesses are fleeing the state, and they should come up with a way to, some of the highest taxes in the country. They have to come up with a way to undo that to save our state. I think it's coming to critical mass. So thank you for your comments.
City Manager, just want to echo some of the thoughts that Councilmember Soria had with regards to the mobile vendors. About 3 years ago, I had a chance to work on some of the ordinance with Councilmember, now Supervisor Quintero, for the food vendors, and I think there was some ambiguity on the language. So as you're looking through what other municipalities are doing for the background checks, I know that was intended for like ice cream vendors or people that are going to be working with children. Let's separate those two from those that are serving adults to those that are serving children, because I think it's going to be important that we balance that. Thank you.
Great. So that's it for council member reports and comments. We'll go ahead. Do you think there's enough time to do closed session? Yeah, so we'll go into closed session, and then after closed session, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:30.
In closed session, we have conference with security officials and conference with rural property negotiator concerning 911 H Street, and the balance of the closed session is being postponed to a future date.
You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm here. I'm a resident of the neighborhood around the Veterans Hospital. I'm concerned for not only ourselves, but the other residents who have homes around the Veterans Hospital. There's no parking for our own cars on the streets. For myself, we have a two-car garage, so we have a driveway there, and I have an extension of the driveway, which I went through with great expense to. So at one time when I had a motorhome, so I have 17 more feet of extra driveway. That's where I park my car if I come home during the day, like if I've gone to a retired firefighter's breakfast or out donating blood and coming back to the house. I can't park. There's 3 parking spaces across the front of our house, and there's I think there's 4 more. And so if we have family, friends, or guests that come to our house, they can't park there. There's no parking available. I was hoping, I know it's an issue with the Veterans Hospital Administration, that my wonder is, and it's not, the city can't do anything about it, but maybe the city could put pressure on the Veteran Administration to build a parking structure. There's space available across Clinton Avenue. There's room to build a multi-level car garage. I understand you can go 4 stories. I think, I'm not sure on that exactly, but and then you could bridge across Clinton Avenue for safety crossing for people that are using the hospital, whether they're employees there or whether they're patients there, veterans that are patients there. Could I appeal to you to somehow get together with the Veterans Administration, the City of Fresno, our mayor? So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you spoke up and didn't let us get away before you came up to speak. This is my office staff, and after I'm done addressing you, then they'll be happy to sit down with you. Actually, you are right on everything. I have been working in conjunction with the city manager's parking department with the Veterans Hospital for the past, 7 years, but really in depth for the past 6, because I agree with you. The problem of parking behind the hospital is reaching critical mass. It's so bad, council colleagues, that if you have a gardener coming or furniture being delivered, not only can your friends not come to visit you if you live behind the Veterans Hospital because there's no place to park, but your gardener has to double park in the middle of the street to get his gear out to do the lawn and any deliveries. It's really becoming kind of a catastrophe behind the hospital. So I have been in touch with the administration at the hospital. They are going through the process to purchase land to build a parking structure.
Wonderful.
So this is happening, but it's happening at the speed of the federal government.
Yes.
Here at the city of Fresno, we're much quicker. The residents there have asked for a parking district to be put into place. which would give you passes for your guests, but would enable us to ticket the 650-something hospital employees that are clogging up your neighborhood.
Yes.
We expect that to take place before the summer. So we're going to clear out your street. There won't be people that work there that are moving your bins so that they can park,
That's
or
true. That happens
pitching cig butts on your lawn. I mean, all that is going to come to an end with the parking district. And I wanted to thank the city manager, wanted to thank the police department, Chief Dyer, and your staff. Wanted to thank council colleagues, because this is going to be coming forward to council, and it's so important that people are coming to council with some very grave concerns.
Thank you.
So it's going to be worked out. It's been a long time in coming. The hospital, they care about you and your neighbors, and they care about the city, but that only goes so far. The example they gave me is the Bronx. There's a VA hospital in the Bronx in New York City that has 0 parking. And it's a hospital that's much bigger than ours. And so the federal government isn't concerned that doctors, nurses, staff, visitors, sick people, veterans have no place to park. You just have to work it out. And so I think a lot of the problems have come from the hospital. The employees don't work there until they punch the clock to come in, and the hospital can't say, well, I want you to park here or you're fired. They're able to park where they want to get to work. But the hospital has done a lot. They've rented the Masonic Temple, their parking lot. That's for employees. I mean, they're trying as hard as they can. They're moving things like optical and a lot of outpatient services that they're currently doing at the VA. They're moving them out to a new facility. I think it's on Herndon and Cedar or something. So they're going to hope.
Clovis, yes.
The hope is that will alleviate some of the pressure on your neighborhood. But I think the structure may be years coming. But moving folks out to Herndon, they're actually shuttling those employees in, but they can't force them to take the shuttle. So I think that what the city's going to do, the parking district, plus moving a lot of the outpatient stuff to the north, is going to seriously change the dynamic in your neighborhood, and you can look for that to start happening this summer.
Thank you very much,
Member
Mr.
Olivier,
Olivier.
if you need some help on that, I'd be happy to help you. My brother was in assisted living for about 17 months. It was a nightmare visiting him, and that's a vital link for patient recovery is all the features you talked about with the staff and all, but just the visitors to come in with a happy face to visit those that need support. And I'd be happy to help you or support you, whatever you need.
I will get you in the loop as we move forward. But I mean, I think PD went out and counted the cars in the neighborhood on a Tuesday, at 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and there were 600-700 employee cars in that neighborhood, and it's been a nightmare for those folks for years. So we're going to get it fixed for you.
Thank you.
And
It's
so,
not just on.
if you want updates, give your name and number to my office staff. We'll get them for you.
Okay. What I was going to say also, we were talking about the people that do the yards in the neighborhood. Well, when I do my yard on the corner lot, it's a southwest corner of Harvard and Orchard, 2994 East Harvard. I immaculately clean the gutters. They're cleaned every day. If there's trash, and I just don't do my own. I go down the street to Terrace, and I go across the street. But I'm a retired firefighter, so I have the time to do that. But I want to be the good neighbor. I want to be the good citizen, and I want to be the example of when they see me cleaning beside their home, in front of their home, or down the street from us, that maybe it'll inspire them to clean when trash is dropped.
We appreciate that so much. And actually, I live on Terrace, so if you want to come a little bit further down, we'll take you.
Okay, but because when the cars are parked there, it's hard for me to clean my own gutters.
Right.
And
no, you're going to see improvement immediately.
And also sometimes with the trimmer mower or the edger, the difficulty with cars parked so close that their right side view mirror is in the way, so you have to work around that also.
We're going to keep working.
I maintain my yard really nice. I want to be the
Thank you so much again for your comments.
Mr. Olivier. Thank you all.
Yeah, of course.
We will proceed to closed session.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. We do have a quorum. We are going to go. We have a few scheduled items from this morning that we weren't able to hear, but we will start off with item 1010 a.m. item to vacate a public water main easement and an emergency access easement south of previously vacated East Hamilton Avenue between South Pearl Avenue and South 3rd Avenue in Council District 5. Public Works.
Good afternoon, Council President, members, and staff. Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here today to ask Council to open up the required public hearing for the vacation of a public water main easement and an emergency access easement south of previously vacated East Hamilton Avenue between South Parallel Avenue and South 3rd Avenue. This hearing date was set by resolution of intent number 1119-D and approved by consent on March 1st. It's been properly noticed and published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. The vacation is being requested by Lyons Magnus. The purpose is to accommodate site development associated with Site Plan D-16011 for the Lyons Magnus Fruit Packing Company. The public utility easement, which has a water main existing into it, will be converted into a private line. The emergency access easement will be relocated to the south portion of the property, as noted on the site plan. Staff recommends approval of this vacation request. At this time, I ask the council to open a public hearing for discussion. I'll be available for questions if you have them.
Thank you. Now we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Chavez.
Motion to approve.
So there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Olivier, did you have? Oh, you're punched up. So there's a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Baines absent. Next, we will go to the 1015 item, hearing to consider pre-zone application number R17015. This is the DARM. Oh, that one's continued? Oh, sorry. Then we have a 1025. Mrs. Correa wasn't here earlier today, but I don't see her in the audience. So I will now move on to general administration. Item 3A, actions pertaining to a 10-year lease agreement at 2510 Southeast Avenue, Suite 400.
Good afternoon, Council. The item you have before you is to approve or adopt a finding of categorical exemption, and also to approve a lease between the City of Fresno, County of Fresno, and Foundry Park Investors, LP. The MAGIC team that we have as a task force, multi-agency gang enforcement consortium, been in existence now for just over 20 years. And it is a combination of various law enforcement agencies between the Fresno Police Department, Sheriff's Department, some smaller jurisdictions, Fresno County District Attorney's Office, and some other partners as well. We have existed, been co-located over those 20 years, but in the last 10 years, been co-located at 2510 Southeast Avenue, and that lease expired in January, so we are on a month-to-month lease, and we recently renegotiated that lease with the landlord, and it included some tenant improvements that they provided, which included security and also capping the PG&E cost for us. The 10-year lease is at begins at $1.05 per foot for the structure, And then after 6 months, it goes up 4.75%, and then a 2% annual escalator after that. The initial cost is $77,490 for the first 6 months. Those costs are shared between the police department and the county of Fresno. And so we are asking for the council to approve this item so that we can continue the lease over the next 10 years and allow this task force to continue.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. No one is punched up, but I do have one question, Chief. What was the previous lease? What was the rent, the square footage? I'm just trying to figure out what you guys negotiated.
Yeah, the previous lease rate was also $1.05. It continued to be $1.05, but there were substantial tenant improvements involved to include securing the parking stalls that we have, fencing with 2 pedestrian gates. They also lowered the ceiling so we could reduce some of our energy cost. There was some things done with the air conditioning, carpet cleaning, painting. And again, the most important thing for us was capping the PG&E cost because it continued to rise. And that was important to us. So they did all of that and then continued at the $1.05 per square foot for the first 6 months, and then went up by 4.75%, and then 2% annual escalator, which was consistent with our last contract.
The 2% was consistent?
Yeah, they had a built-in escalator, you know?
The lease actually went to $1.05, and then we were decreased to that $1.05. So the last year of the lease actually was the same as the beginning 6 months of this lease. And the cap of the PG&Es will more than offset the annual increases over the lease of the next 10 years.
So the savings of the PG&E essentially will go to the lease payment. So we're not really saving much.
The lease at $1.05 does not include your PG&E bill. So what happened before was the last 10 years, the lease rate and the utility bill was exorbitant, well over market. So we capped the utility going forward, and we will, in that savings of the PG&E, we will more than offset the annual increases in the base rent.
And so within the 105, you're saying that that's gonna.
So the $1.05 is the exact same rate as you're currently paying, but there's annual increases every year on that rental. And the PG&E bill that we are now capping going forward will more than offset that increase of the base rent.
That 2%?
Yes.
So will help. And that's over how many years?
The lease is 10 years.
10 years, another 10 years.
I also think it's important. This was a very inefficient building in terms of energy cost. At our high point, we were paying $6,000 a month in PG&E.
Wow.
That's why the ceilings were lowered. There were some efficiencies done with the air conditioning, and then there was a cap, or we would not be in that building. So he had to do those things to lower the cost so that he felt comfortable capping the energy cost for us. It was cost prohibitive, quite frankly, to be in there, which is why we renegotiated.
Good. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And I know that with the changes in kind of the rate structure, the city is probably going to see some increases across our public buildings. So I'm hoping that this administration is considering looking at the option in terms of solar and other ways to offset some of those increases, because I think we're going to experience that across the board with all our public facilities. But I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I'll second.
And second by Councilmember Brandow. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0 with Councilmember Baines absent. Next item is item 3B, actions pertaining to the acquisition of controlled surplus equipment from the federal government. Again, this is the police department.
Okay, the item before you is to authorize the chief of police or designee to apply for surplus equipment from the federal government, and that includes certain vehicles and controlled equipment to include what is called a MRAP, and that is really an explosive or mine-resistant vehicle, and also up to 2 armored Humvees that would be utilized for transportation, and to approve a resolution to allow the police department to request and acquire controlled equipment via the Military Surplus 1033 program. So just a little bit of history. Years ago, we would apply for military surplus equipment. That was equipment that had been utilized but was considered excess or surplus, or some of the equipment that was kept in storage was not used. And so law enforcement across the country was taking advantage of that equipment. In November, I believe it was in November of 2015, there was an executive order that was issued by the president that required law enforcement agencies to go before their council in advance of ordering any type of equipment that was considered to be controlled. That controlled equipment would have been any type of armored vehicle or, in this case, an MRAP. And the reason for this is that we currently have one armored rescue vehicle that is shared by Clovis Police Department, Fresno Police Department, and the Sheriff's Department. And there have been times when there is a need for that vehicle by one of our agencies, and that you cannot split an armored rescue vehicle 3 ways. And we know the value of these types of vehicles in law enforcement today, especially with what we see with active shooters, critical incidents. We don't have to look too far in the past to see that 2 of these vehicles were utilized during the apprehension of the suspects involved in the San Bernardino shooting. Everyone saw that on national media, the 2 armored rescue vehicles surrounding the SUV and gunfire being exchanged. Well, it was those vehicles that allowed for officers to be able to contain that suspect safely. And there have been many other times. I can tell you we had obtained a military surplus vehicle some 25, 30 years ago that we utilized. That vehicle allowed us to apprehend a suspect in the mountain who had shot and killed a deputy. In fact, one of our SWAT officers who was inside of that vehicle was taking rounds from the suspect, and those rounds were striking that armored rescue vehicle. Fortunately, our officer was not hurt, was able to return fire and to kill the suspect. So these are very invaluable, but again, it requires council approval to even apply for that, and then we would notify the council if in fact we did receive them, because it is on a competitive basis, first come, first serve, and there's a lot of agencies that are seeking these vehicles today. And no impact on the no fiscal impact to our budget.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brando.
Yeah, Chief, wanted to ask you real quick. So I think when I read the staff report, and I don't have it in front of me, but is it 2 Humvees essentially? Yeah, there it is, yeah.
Up to
2 Humvees. Was there anything else, or mostly just those 2 vehicles?
Those 2 vehicles. Any other surplus items that we might have an opportunity to get, whatever that might be, office supplies or any of those things, they're not controlled, so they don't require council approval. But these specific items are labeled as controlled, require council approval.
And do they get delivered if we are fortunate enough to get this? Will they get delivered in how we already need them, or do we need to modify them?
Depending on the age of that vehicle, it very well could be something that we received and put right into our fleet, right into service. Or we may need to at some point have that vehicle painted or some work done, and then it's at that time that we seek out any type of grant funding or dollars to do that.
Yeah, that was my next question. The paint job on the vehicle, would it be a Fresno PD paint job, or would it be a military?
No, it would definitely be Fresno Police Department.
Okay.
Anything that it would, certainly we don't want that vehicle to look oppressive or threatening in neighborhoods. Right. And we would do everything we could to to make it more reflective of our current armored rescue vehicle.
Got it, got it. Okay. Well, with all of that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Perfect. So there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Capriello. Councilmember Capriello.
Thank you. Chief, I just had a couple of questions. You mentioned 2 other jurisdictions that use the vehicle. I assume it's our vehicle, the city of Fresno?
It's not our vehicle. The one we currently have, it was purchased through a grant many years ago, a Homeland Security grant. And when we did that, there was a split of funding. We all put in our funding, but then we took actual ownership in terms of maintenance. So yes, we house it, but everyone has equal access to it.
That was what my next question: who maintains it and where is it stored? And I was just hoping that the cost to cover those things would be shared as well with the other jurisdictions.
Currently, yes, on the one we have.
Joint use.
However, and if there's damage to the vehicle as a result of one of the agencies using it, certainly they're responsible for fixing it or repairing it. Again, these vehicles would be ours solely, so we would bear the burden of the cost.
Do you think they would be interested in purchasing their own vehicles to perhaps save us some money? On the same theory and basis that you've came here today?
Well, I think they're interested in applying for military surplus. In fact, Clovis already has applied and received a vehicle. It's not an Army rescue vehicle per se, but it's similar to that. I think it is an MRAP. And I don't know about the Sheriff's Department, but currently we share this one.
Okay. Great. I just wanted to kind of get a little feel for who's paying for it and if there's a way we can get others to help us with their use of this vehicle, and maybe they'd want to buy the second or the third if it's available.
Yeah. Well, these will be free
okay.
to us. So any military surplus comes without any cost at all. Anything that we do to that vehicle to enhance it, whether it's aesthetics or operationally, then that we would have to bear that cost.
We just do the maintenance and ongoing maintenance and repairs and so forth.
Yes.
Very good. I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Chavez.
Chief, maybe we could put some flowers on it or something. Make it look less threatening. Had a quick question. I was talking the other day with our friend Mike Harris, and do you remember that program we had a couple of years ago? Was Badge of the Brotherhood?
Yeah, yes.
Do we still participate in that, or is that not in effect?
Well, we don't, but Mike Harris led the charge then to provide ballistic vests overseas, and I mean, millions of dollars, as I recall, a vest that he did. But we don't do that any longer, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that many of those individuals have been redeployed to the States, and they don't have a large of police or a presence of our U.S. military over there.
Oh, I see. So that was only with that. It was temporary.
Yes, and it was only for military personnel.
Okay, got it. Okay, no, I'm happy to support. Just wanted to find out a little more on that. Thank
you. Bet.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, Chief. So this would be used for active shooter incidents, barricaded suspects, hostage rescue, counter-drug, counterterrorism, other critical incidents. It says and it would provide ballistic protection of the occupants. What kind of weapons have been fired at your officers that these kind of vehicles would help save their lives and perhaps others? I mean, what kind of weapons?
Well, I can tell you in the instance where the officer took fire who was inside of the armored rescue vehicle, that was a high-powered rifle, and it was a rifle that had been stolen out of a deputy's vehicle after the deputy had been shot, as I recall. Mm-hmm. And we do know that the gang members that are out there today, unfortunately, are carrying high-powered rifles, assault weapons, and this vehicle would be able to stop any type of round from penetrating. And that's critical, especially if we're having to approach a residence or to rescue somebody who is downed, whether it's an officer or a citizen. It's important to be able to do that in a safe manner, and so that vehicle would absorb those rounds.
Okay. And have you run across, have you run into people who had automatic weapons that they've converted them to automatic?
Yes. In fact, several of those this year in some of our operations. One of those operations, a joint partnership between Magic and ATF. In that case alone, I believe we recovered 229 firearms, some of those automatic weapons, and they were being distributed locally in the hands of gang members. This year alone, we've seized over 450 firearms out of the hands of the wrong people. So a lot of firearms out there in the community, unfortunately.
I mean, this is easy. I would differ with you. I want this to look very scary. I want it to be very threatening when you go in there. Because put sharp teeth on it, whatever you need to do. We want it to look very scary, because when you use these, you're going after very bad guys. Yeah. And I want all your officers to go home. I don't want them to be injured and hurt. If you can get other vehicles that do this, I encourage you to always be pursuing this. I am somewhat familiar with the surplus, and I know there are a lot of cities who want these things. And I know there are people who protest saying, you're militarizing the police. But they've never faced some of the things you guys have to face. If I had to face a high-powered rifle, I want everything to protect myself, including a Humvee and many other things. So I encourage you to go after these things and to make them look really scary and dangerous.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that support.
Thank you. So we do have a motion by Councilmember Brandao and a second by Councilmember Capriello. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. We're going to go back to an earlier item that was scheduled for 10 a.m. This is the 10 a.m. number 2, hearing to vacate a portion of North Thorn Avenue south of West Belmont Avenue. Public Works.
Hello again. Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here today to ask Council to open a required public hearing for a vacation of a portion of North Thorn Avenue south of West Belmont Avenue. The hearing date was set by resolution of intent 1122D, which was approved by consent on March 1st of this year. It has been properly noticed and published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. The vacation is being requested by Calaveras Materials, Inc. The purpose is to accommodate ingress and egress to their property, as well as to help with on-site traffic circulation. The traffic circulation and the access to the north has been restricted. Actually, it's been taken away by high-speed rail construction. The construction of the Belmont Avenue grade separation will eliminate the northerly access to the property, which will result in Thorn Avenue becoming a dead-end street as well. This vacation will remove the public right-of-way on Thorn from just south of Belmont to Franklin Avenue. This will allow Calaveras Materials to use this portion of Thorn Avenue to access their on-site or help with their on-site vehicular circulation, as well as secure their property at the Franklin Avenue limits. A public utility easement will be reserved for the portion being vacated to accommodate existing and future utilities. Staff recommends approval of this vacation, and at this time I ask Council to open a public hearing for discussion. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you. Now we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Baines?
Yeah, a couple questions.
Yeah.
So this is being done essentially to allow ingress and egress with truck traffic?
That's correct.
Now, what is this area zoned? Just want to make sure we get this on the record.
I'm sure it's zoned industrial. I couldn't say for sure.
It looks like it, but I just want to make sure that we're...
the Calaveras Materials, Inc. has been there operating for quite a while, so I'm sure it's properly zoned for their operation.
Do you know for sure?
No. I would have to research that, which would take very little time.
City Manager, by any chance, do you know the answer to that?
Industrial? Okay, so it's zoned industrial.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Okay, just wanted to make sure we weren't changing the zoning or anything like that. I looked at the neighborhood. Doesn't look like there are too many residential neighborhoods in there.
No, immediate to the west is a flood control basin. Essentially, that would be the other adjacent property to this portion being vacated.
Okay, I make a motion to approve.
Perfect. So there's a motion. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We'll go back to general administration. Item 3C, actions pertaining to the Fresno Municipal Code, Chapter 13, relating to street trees.
Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Aguirre, Public Works. The item before you today has 3 items for consideration or approval. Item 1 is the adoption of the CEQA document as noted in the staff report. Second item is an introduction opportunity for public comment regarding the changes to the street tree ordinance, which includes amendments to sections 13-305 and 13-306, and adding sections 13-310 and 13-111 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to the street trees. Finally, approval of Resolution 80-42, the 531st Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule, adding the street tree replacement fee. So the recommended revisions to the Municipal Code sections 13-305 would allow more flexibility to property owners when a tree is in good health or becomes unwanted or burdensome. The update to these sections would allow a street tree to be removed and replaced with an appropriate tree species at the property owner's expense, or alternatively to pay an in lieu fee into a tree trust fund. Revenues received would then be used to reinvest into the city's urban forest as outlined excuse me, in the 541st Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule, Resolution 80-42. Staff's recommendation is to set the fee at $231 per tree. This fee includes all costs related to the purchase, installation, and inspection of a tree from the approved tree planting list. Amendment to Municipal Code Section 13-306 is recommended to allow a special tree list to be created for those trees which would remain protected and preserved, except in cases where the trees are dead, diseased, in a dangerous condition, a public nuisance, or likely to damage public property. The special tree list would include those trees of special interest to the city, including but not limited to landmark trees or trees of outstanding size or beauty and trees with historical significance. That concludes my presentation. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Were you guys punched up?
I am.
Okay. So, Steve, well, Councilmember Brando, you're first.
Aaron, good job. And yet it had the flavor of a staff report. So I want to make sure, and you guys met with me, Scott, and you both met with me in my office, which I totally appreciate. District 2 gets tree calls from time to time. As a matter of fact, we're working through one right now. Mm-hmm. And so for anybody listening, I would like for them to get the information kind of the way that I understand it. If a citizen in the city of Fresno has a tree out in the front of their yard that's in the park strip or near the city sidewalk, a lot of times they feel it's the city's responsibility, and there's a lot of confusion there. And there is some confusion, even we haven't really communicated quite effectively with our citizens. So if they want to cut the tree down, the city of Fresno doesn't currently allow them to cut a tree down that's in good shape, right? If a tree's dead, we would allow that.
Correct.
But if the tree is in good shape, we don't allow it. And yet many of our residents want to cut down that tree for whatever reason. It might block their view. It might have got too big. It might not just be the type of tree that they like there anymore. If my understanding from our meeting, that this would allow them to chop that tree down at their expense. And they would give us $231
Correct.
And if they plant a new tree off an approved list, they would get their money back. Is that right so far?
That is correct.
Okay. If they cut down this tree, but they just don't want to even replace it, we keep the $231. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then what do we do with that $231?
That $231 is reinvested back into our urban forest, preferably back in the neighborhood where the tree was removed, or another landscape that the city currently maintains, like maybe a median or a trail or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. And so I think you guys have done a good job, because since I've been a councilman, and I know we tackle trees 2 or 3 times a year, it seems like, on different, I think you guys have really put an effort and got a great policy here that kind of takes care of trees when there's some debate over who should remove them and so on and so forth. So I appreciate that. And then I asked, when we had our meeting, if we could notify our residents through the utility bill or something like that. And we're going to talk about looking into that. But City Manager, I think we need to notify the residents of this new policy, and maybe that would answer some of their questions prior to them getting a hold of Council District or calling up the City of Fresno. It might help get by getting the word out.
I can work with staff on that and look into that.
Okay. Well, with all of that, I think it answers a lot of things that have been kind of in limbo for years. So I'm going to support this and make a motion to recommend.
I'll second it.
Perfect. Councilmember Capriello.
I join in my colleagues' comments, and thank you for the meeting. District 4, especially around First and Barstow, we get hundreds of calls about the trees, and quite frankly, the taxpaying citizens were frustrated with the answers we gave them. And I think with this and that you're proposing today, will answer a lot of those questions. And we're not trying to, I don't want the people to think that we're just trying to wipe out trees. We're trying to be more effective with our community, our city, our districts. And, usually the calls are plugged up sewers, the tree has attacked the house, basically, branches falling on carports and things like that. And it's not a matter of just trying to remove trees. There's a reason for that. And the citizens are best suited, in my opinion, to make that judgment call. And we've given them an avenue that they can cure that problem, but yet bring back and maintain the urban forest that we all love. We have to have trees. There's no doubt about it. So I think this is a very, very effective thing. I'm glad to support it. Excellent job, you and the whole team. This is fantastic. And great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aaron, thank you for meeting with me in my office. I just had a quick question. Councilmember Brandau asked the questions I was going to ask with regards to the fee and the usage and all that, but I had questions with regards to, so for example, a property owner wants to remove a tree that's on our public access way, but right in front of their private property. What would be the notification process for the neighbors that live in the area? How far out do we go?
So right now, the code, as presented to you, we have a 50-foot distance. Basically, it'd be their next-door neighbors. And we would allow the neighbors to be notified, and if they do have a concern, appeal to the director. It would be a 14-day waiting period before any trees would be allowed to be removed at that point.
And these trees would have to be removed by a certified arborist, correct?
Yes, by a certified contractor, correct.
We have a list of that through the city, or is it?
We have recommendations that can be presented to the.
And I know we touched a little bit on this during our conversation with regards to there's some special designations for certain trees that are not removable, and I wanted to make sure that we have some of that addressed for like areas like Huntington Boulevard, right? We have these beautiful camphor,
Absolutely.
and then Van Ness, Fresno High area too. It's their identity essentially, right?
Absolutely.
So that's included in this process.
Correct, and those trees are included, and those would have the same basic criteria we have now. If they're alive, thriving, doing well, we would not allow them to be removed. Now, if they did have a safety issue with them, a tree splitting that was requiring us to remove it, then at that point. But if they're alive, we would not allow the removal of those heritage trees or special trees.
And I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. I can tell you that, I mean, Huntington Boulevard is essentially a parkway, and a lot of folks use it during the summer, the winter, actually year-round.
Sure.
I would have a riot if one of those camphor trees was removed. So thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez, and also Councilmember Capriolio, for some of the questions that you asked to clarify. You know, those are some of the same concerns that I brought up when I met with all of you. I don't want to, send a message to the community that we're going to be, okay with just taking out trees. I think that we actually recognize that the city of Fresno needs a lot more trees planted because we are far from having a big green canopy. And so, I'm supportive of the flexibility, but, I like some of those measures in terms of the notification and then also requiring folks to plant a tree from the approved list that we do have. Just, I guess, some questions regarding the implementation of it. So I know that we've had issues like in some of my neighborhoods with trees and when the trees are planted and so forth, because depending on the weather and the season, it's appropriate or not appropriate to plant, a certain type of tree. Are those things that you guys are going to be taking into account when you're working with a resident that wants to remove a tree? Is there going to be a season where we would probably not recommend folks to take out their trees? I'm just wondering how you guys are going to implement this now new flexibility.
And I think that's something that we'll continue to develop as these permits come in for removals, kind of a coaching of when trees should be planted, type of seasonal type plantings. That's something that we can develop maybe in the outreach to the community.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be important. I just don't want people to be under the impression, because season has to, depending on the season, we have to take that into account. Depending on the type of tree. And I would hate for residents to think that they can remove it at any time, and then they get frustrated with us because they submitted an application to remove the tree, but then the tree can't be removed until a certain time. So I just hope that everyone's clear with that we know as we're implementing this, that may be something that we will have to deal with. And then the other thing, so just for clarification, when a tree is removed and they don't want to replace it, they are paying the $231 that will go into a trust to plant more trees?
Correct.
And how will we make the determination as to how we use that money to plant a tree, and how fast will we replace that tree that is taken out? And how do you make the determination where it goes?
The determination on where it goes, we would probably have to gather up as a team in the Public Works Division in a landscape and kind of maybe look at our GIS data where currently we're working on a GIS inventory for all of our city trees. So what we could do is look at various areas where maybe that tree was removed to see where there's some vacancies and come up with a plan on strategically replacing that tree where once one stood.
And how soon after those trees are removed? Are they happening within the same months? Because we know that once a tree gets removed, it takes a lot longer for it to grow, to have the shade, and to provide the same benefits of a mature tree versus a brand new baby tree.
Mm-hmm. How far after are we planting?
Yeah. I just hope it's not years later.
No. I think the intention behind that is to, I wouldn't say immediately, but in a reasonable amount of time, depending on the seasons. So, for instance, if it was July, I think we would try to push it out to possibly October-ish when the weather is more conducive to replanting of trees.
Okay, so it's not going to be like lots of months or lots of years that we would be replacing these trees. I just want to make sure that once we're removing, that we're being conscientious of putting a new tree back in wherever, is
and that would fall on the homeowner as well. It's their responsibility to replant. We'd come and inspect. So we would work with them on maybe a timeline as to when we'd like to see it. Maybe within 90 days, we can develop kind of those guidelines or timelines.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for that presentation. So do we have a motion? A motion made by Councilmember Brandao and a second by Councilmember Capriolio. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 3D, an annual update of the Traffic Operations and Planning Division list for new traffic signal installations and traffic signal left turn facing modifications.
Good afternoon. I'm Jill Gormley with the Public Works Department. And I'm here today to present to you our annual update for our ranking lists for new traffic signal installations and for modifications to existing traffic signals for left turn phasing. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. So there's a motion by Councilmember Olivier and a second by Councilmember Capriolio. Jill, I do have a couple questions for you. So my office went over the 2018 versus the 2017 list, and so we did a comparison as to where the ones that were located in District 1. And so I noticed that a number of them went down in terms of priority. I'm just wondering if what was the justification or your guys' logic in moving those to a lower priority?
So was it both lists or?
Excuse me?
Was it both lists that they moved down on or one over the other?
Well, I had one on the left turn signal and then I had a number of them on the new traffic signal. So like the Shields and Weber went down, the Blythe and Dakota went down significantly. It was 9 on the list, and then it went down to number 23. So that was a significant jump. I'm trying to kind of get your guys' justification for that.
So we have data sets that we look at when we're evaluating these and determining the ranking position for the location for the signal, whether it's a new signal or it's a left turn phasing. So we're looking at things like the volume at the location, the number of accidents that are happening over a 3-year time period, proximity to a school. Some of those things don't change, but things like volumes and accidents may change. So that may be where the fluctuation is in the lists. They get points for each set of data.
Okay. That one jumped most to me just because it seems like significant. It went from 9 all the way down to 23. So, I was just trying to figure out how you guys calculate that.
And I can provide information that to you in your office that goes into the calculations, and we can look at where that difference came in from the previous years to this year.
Do we know about how many of these we accomplish in the fiscal year?
Last year, for the upgrades with left turn phasing, we were able to complete one of the projects on the list, and we installed 4 new traffic signals from the list.
So 4 new?
4 new traffic signals and 1 modification to include left turn phasing.
Okay. So to go through the list is going to take some time, right? A long time. Okay. Okay. Then I also noticed, the Golden State and Ashland connector was no longer on the list. Is there a reason? Is it now being put by high-speed rail or? I think it's Golden State and Ashland.
Yeah, that's high-speed rail.
So that's the reason that
that
it's no longer on the list, high-speed rail. And what's the time frame for that? Do you guys know?
It should be within the year. It's part of the Ashland Over crossing construction project.
Okay, perfect. Great. Just wanted to make sure that we just didn't take it off for some other reason.
We don't take a project off the list until it's been constructed, or in a situation like that, we have another source that will be constructing the project.
And that's why it's off the list,
that's
correct?
Why it's off the
okay,
list, yes.
Perfect. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions and comments. So we do have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 3E, actions pertaining groundwater well construction project for Phase 3 groundwater remedial action for the Fresno Sanitary Landfill.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council. The item before you is 180369. We are seeking actions pertaining to the groundwater well construction project for Phase 3 for our Fresno Sanitary Landfill, which is currently closed. We're looking for an adoption of a finding of categorical exemption per staff determination. pursuant to Section 15308 of CEQA, and also Phase 3 for our groundwater remediation action plan under US EPA. We're also looking to approve a bid proposal in the amount of $563,024 provided by Bradley and Sons Drilling Pump Systems, and we're looking to have council authorize the Public Works Director or designated to execute the contract on behalf of the city. The project will include 2 extraction wells for restoration, 8 groundwater monitoring wells, 2 pressure monitoring piezometers, and mechanical and chemical rehabilitation of 1 existing well that is currently in our system. I will be here and remain for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Olivier. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Next is item 3F, approve a professional consultant service agreement with Carollo Engineers for an amount not to exceed $499,871 and a contingency of $25,000 for preparation of a biosolids master plan for the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of Council. Matthew Bullis, Public Utilities. As you just wrote, this is a item before you to approve a professional consultant service agreements with Carollo Engineers for the amount of $499,871 for preparation of a biosolids master plan for the Clovis Fresno Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. The background on this project is the biosolids master plan is our roadmap to how we dispose and reuse the product. The background is the current plan is 27 years old. We spend on average about $2 million a year to dispose of about 17,000 tons of the biosolids. And we're looking for reuse and disposal practice options with this master plan. We're looking for best practices available. We're also looking for a strong market research to see if we can recycle the product and what is the community's needs and goals for the product. So we want to work backwards to see what is available, what the market tells us we can do with the product. We also want to do a cost analysis to see how we can change the product from a Class B source that is currently to a Class A. Currently, all the product is off-hauled to other counties. In particular, it goes to Merced County for reuse. And if we could implement activities at the plant to make it a Class A facility, we could dispose of it in Fresno County. Currently, Fresno County limits our use, does not allow us to dispose of Class B product. New federal regulations are coming out, and currently other conditions are not being allowed to be used. In the past, you could use it for landfill, for ADC, for daily cover. This is a new regulation that's going away. So with this, we had a selection process where we selected consultants. We selected Carollo Engineers for this work, and we're looking for approval of this contract to move forward. That concludes my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Just have a couple questions for you. When I look at the number, it seems kind of high in terms of $500,000 for consulting services of a plan. Can you explain to me the cost, the breakdown, why so high? Could we have potentially seen something?
It's a typical, those are the range of costs that we're seeing for this type of master plans. In the past, we've expended master plan documents from $400,000 to $800,000. They are a large component is the market research study, where they're going out into the facility, they're going out into the community, they're trying to find out how we can use this product within Fresno County. So that's a big one. Looking at uses, going onto the facility and seeing how we are disposing, recycling the facility materials on site now, and seeing how we can do a flow chart and change the equipment and what's the optimization of the plant. So that's, we felt that was a strong price for the work that was involved.
You think it's a strong price in terms of the best price, like the lowest price we could have gotten? Is that in your opinion?
Yes.
That's what you're providing us today?
Yes, I am. This was a negotiated contract with the consultant, and this was the price we negotiated. We felt strongly about.
How long is this going to take place?
It takes about 12 months to do all the work that we're proposing, and so if we negotiate and start the contract, it would finish up by April of next year.
Do you guys anticipate that this plan is going to provide us some long-term cost savings, or what is the benefit out of doing this plan, expending these dollars? I just want to make sure that the public knows that their tax dollars are, going to bring something beneficial to what we do here in the city of Fresno.
The regulations are always changing, and we're trying to find ways to reuse the product. Currently, the state of California is always increasing the regulations on reuse of product and increasing our participation of how much we have to recycle. We haven't gone out in 27 years to see what the product is and what we can do. There's a lot of new innovative processes out there, pelletizing the material, reusing the product in commercial applications. A lot of other cities are moving that direction, the Bay Area and Los Angeles and California in particular. So there are lots of options out there, and we're requesting action to look at our options to see what's available, besides our single stream activity, which we have now, which is disposal off-site to a single source.
And we can't do that without doing the master plan, and we would have to, like, if there are already cities that are doing certain things, could we just replicate them, or do we really have to wait till this master plan is done?
This would be, well, we don't have the staff on the city forces to do this, replicate this work. It's an expertise document, and the forces, the consultant in particular, has the requisite expertise.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not talking about the plan itself. I'm talking about the actual innovative things that other cities are doing in terms of additional recycle of the product, or, other things that you hope this plan will bring about.
I mean, that's what the master plan would do. If you're asking if the staff could fall back and actually go out and do market search and seeing what other cities are doing, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, because I think you've pointed to that other cities are already doing some innovative things. So I'm just wondering,
Correct.
Do we have to wait for this market study or this plan rather than do some of those innovative things that folks are doing?
A lot of the processes would require updates at the plant. The product that we have right now would have to be changed and it have to be modified. So the existing digester units, perhaps, or our centrifuge units, how we currently process the waste material down to 14% solids would have to be changed. And so you have to look at the plant process, and you have to look at how the plant is designed and come up with changes to those. And those are what we're recommending as a portion of this work.
Okay, and do you anticipate, this will be my last question, I'm sorry. Do you anticipate that there's potentially any cost savings to the taxpayer, or out of this, there may result some of those cost savings? Or
if the product can go to a Class A material, and if I can dispose the product on site, we have over 4,000 acres on site, we could certainly save money by not off-hauling 17,000 tons, of material to Merced. So yes.
So there's potential.
There is a potential to go to a Class A material and dispose of it on our site with our own forces. So that is a potential, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. I noticed it says Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater.
That's
right. Clovis participating in the cost of this service?
They participate in a portion of the plant since we get all of their waste streams. So everything that we do at the plant is proportioned out to Clovis by their percentage, yes.
And is there a percentage on the cost of this consultant that they're going to cover?
There's a standard 5%? 9%, thank you. City of Clovis participates 9% across the board on all activities at the plant.
Okay, good. And then you mentioned a Class A disposal on site. Yeah, have we figured out about how much that would save us if we actually engaged in that, or is that something that the consultant will help us with?
That's why we're asking the consultant to do the market analysis and the cost analysis of those different various costs. Yes, it's included in this document.
And one last question, the 9% that Clovis covers, is that part of the $4.99 or is it?
They would, yes.
They'll take 9% of that if it's approved today?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah. You sent out 45 potential qualified engineering firms, the RFQ, and
That's correct.
2 only responded?
That's correct.
Okay. And they didn't come in with a bid. You negotiated that with the one you selected?
Per the city's process. That's
okay,
correct.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on Councilmember Capriolo's question, so has Clovis agreed already to pay for part of this, their 9%? Do we know? Or are we bearing the entire cost? Because you're asking us to approve $499 plus a $25,000 contingency.
So here we go. We meet with Clovis November, December, show them the money we'll expend the following year. We kind of go through it. We agree, yeah, this one is included. This was not. For example, the recycled water system, that's all for the city. So we take all the benefit for the recycled water facility. So we take that out. Biosolids is something they benefit from. So we walk through that and we go through a very rigorous line by line, and these are the ones we're going to charge you for, and these are the ones that we're going to not charge you for. So this has been part of that. We're going to charge you for this.
So they will be charged. So they don't have an option.
Unless they've got to take their wastewater somewhere else. But
Okay.
since they take it to us, we've got to.
So, okay, so I'm just wondering then, so the number is $499 and it includes that?
Yeah. So
Because
the
wouldn't
whole
it be lower then if
the
they're?
whole contract's $499, and then we
Oh,
bill
I
them.
see. I see. Okay.
Bill them per.
That wasn't clear on the, okay, perfect.
Tommy,
Thank you.
Tommy, one more question. Can we round that 9% up to about 20? Is that possible? Just
we
kidding.
could think about that. Yes.
Is there a motion on this item? Motion by Councilmember Bredefeld. You made a motion? Okay, Councilmember Browndow seconds the item. Any opposition? Seeing none, 6-0 with Councilmember Levier absent.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to item 3G, actions related to the City of Fresno's Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, 6 million gallon finished water reservoir project. Hello.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, Dan Pavic, Department of Public Utilities. Item number ID 18-0364 has 2 actions related to the City of Fresno Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility 6 million gallon finished water reservoir project. Action 1 is reject all design build proposals received for the City of Fresno Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility 6 million gallon finished water reservoir project and bid file number 3531. And action 2 is rescind staff's finding that Mountain Cascade Inc. is non-responsible. Staff is recommending that the City Council reject all these.
I don't think we can hear you. You're not close enough to the mic. Maybe you want to put your thing up. I don't know. Maybe put it up because he's a little bit taller. No? Oh, that's the high. Oh, you're tall. So then you're going to lean over too so that we can hear you.
Staff is, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay. Staff is recommending that City Council reject all design-build proposals for the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility 6 million gallon finished water reservoir. 2 design-build proposals were received for the project. Following a posting of staff's determination, an appeal was filed by Mountain Cascade Incorporated, protesting staff's determination that they are non-responsible due to inadequate design-build experience. An appeal hearing was held on August 16, 2017, and the hearing officer upheld staff's determination that Mountain Cascade is non-responsible, but recommended that the City Council reject all proposals and reinitiate the procurement process. With today's recommendation to reject all proposals, staff is also recommending to formally rescind the finding that Mountain Cascade is non-responsible. I will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We will go out to the public now. So I do have David Hicks. Is David here? If you can come and state your name, address for the record. You will have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is David Hicks. I am Vice President of Estimating for Mountain Cascade, also Corporate Secretary. I live at 584 Sandalwood Drive, Livermore, California. I'm here for the 3rd time in less than a year attempting to get this city to reverse the egregious direction this process has taken to our detriment. Please know that the non-responsibility determination, which is now thankfully being dropped by staff, was the sole recommendation for us not being awarded this project. It was the only reason. Our team worked tirelessly to get this job to a number that the city could live with, only to have our ideas that generated these numbers given to our competitor. And after the city's deadline had passed. The entire appeal hearing process is something we shouldn't have never been subjected to as the ones that were wronged. We were $1.5 million low with our original bid and are still currently $430,000 low. All I've heard is saving money today. I'm coming here today to tell you that we can save you $430,000. Rejecting all bids is not in the city's best interest and will likely result in higher costs. We can provide a savings today. We are the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and our proposal fulfilled every term and condition of the RFP without exception. Not some of the conditions, not most of the conditions, but all of the conditions. We currently have in excess of $50 million in work under contract with this city on 3 projects. 171,000 man-hours have been worked. And it's important to know that the specified tank and electrical subs on this project represent 52% of our price. In the face of such a high fixed amount, the importance and creativity of our cost savings was all the more important. With this being the case, we had every reason to believe they'd be protected throughout this process. Nevertheless, we stand at the ready to serve. Shouldn't the city take into consideration the message this outcome sends to the local construction industry? If it's in the best interest to encourage participation in the city's bid process moving forward, it could take a quantum leap today in the right direction by doing the right thing and awarding this project to us. We have operations in 3 states and have completed in excess of $1 billion in work over the last 7 years. In fact, we recently completed the same tank for you. Instead of rejecting all bids, we can save you $430,000 now without delay and avoid you having to go through additional third-party design expense. Our design is done. We're ready to go. Our company is turnkey. In closing, I appeal to the unique authority that only you possess to right this wrong. We are all depending on you. I would be welcome to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other folks in the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Council President. You know, I have a couple questions that I want to get on the record, and I'm a little confused about the staff recommendation here. And I don't know if it's going to be Tommy or someone else from the Water Department. Can you come to the lectern? So, and Tommy, help me out here because I'm a little confused. I thought that our initial RFP was for a design-build contract. Is that, I mean, do I have that right?
Qualifications-based design-build contract.
Right, and I just listened to a representative from Mountain Cascade tell us that they're qualified to do a design-build contract.
Yeah, I've got a letter here they wrote to us that says Mountain Cascade has not yet actually led a design-build contract. Words of their own that they wrote to us.
Right, and I totally get that because in the staff recommendation is you're also asking us to rescind staff's finding that Mountain Cascade Inc. is non-responsible. What does that mean?
So when we were going for the qualification based on the design build, I've got here's the Lyle's expertise, 2 pages, billions of dollars of lead, prime design build. They were the leaders. We have the letter from Mount Cascade. We've never led a design build, so that was our basis for not responsible. We've talked to the city attorney. That language is kind of odd to us. They just really weren't qualified to be a design builder as a lead firm. During the course of our discussions with you folks, it was clear that the way the package went out, we did not clearly articulate you must have led design build projects. Our mistake. We're here to correct that mistake and say let's go ahead and just reject all bids. We'll go out. We'll do it as a design bid build. He's right. He did one for us. He did it as a design bid build. We're more than happy to go ahead and design it, bid it, and let him get in the market and compete with everybody else to be the low bidder on a design bid build project.
So, City Attorney, we're in the. Thank you, Tommy. So help me understand, because I understand that in this particular instance, I know Mountain Cascade has done tens of millions of dollars worth of work for the city. Quite honestly, a lot of work. I've approved a number of contracts for them, sitting right here, and I'm trying to understand. They seem very upset about this. When they've certainly got millions of dollars of the city work for this project here, and I understand it's sad that they didn't get this one, but. What does it mean that they're that we're rescinding the non-responsible portion? Because clearly, as I understand it, they weren't qualified for this particular project.
Right. Staff made a determination that the company was non-responsible because they hadn't done a similar project before as a design builder.
What does non-responsible mean? What
means,
legal?
In their judgment, you weren't qualified to do this job.
Okay. Is that incorrect?
That is somewhat of a judgment call. But based upon their criteria, that they wanted someone who had done this before as a design builder, then the company did not meet that criteria. So in their judgment, they were non-responsible.
So why are we removing that then?
Well, what I think the staff would like to do is start over. Go back and do the normal, traditional bid spec and do the process over from scratch. And if they're doing that, they're essentially unwinding this process. And if we're going to unwind this process, it might make sense to go ahead and unwind the finding of non-responsible too, because Mountain Cascade has said that could carry consequences to them when they go to apply for other jobs or propose for other jobs.
But is it true? Is it true that they were non-responsible? Because see, and let me just tell you where I come from. I don't even think we should be going back out to read this whole thing all over again in the first place. And many of you all know that in the first place. I don't even think we should be going back out. I think we had a qualified firm that can do the work. And if staff was correct in their assessment that for this particular RFP, Mountain Cascade was non-responsive, I don't understand why we're removing the language.
I think they're proposing to remove the language because they just want to nullify this process.
It makes it seem as though our staff made an incorrect finding in that.
Well, I think there's a claim that at most the finding was maybe vague, that was based upon criteria that wasn't absolutely clear. And given that, they would rather start over.
I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to support this. I'm not going to support this staff, the staff recommendation as written. If staff was correct in their finding that they're non-responsive, then we shouldn't be rescinding that. I mean, that's the bottom line for me. You know, we do, and sir, if you want to approach the lectern, you can. I'm not sure you want to, but come on up. I'm happy to hear what you have to say, but I don't take it too kindly that, you know, this is now, you're right, the third time that you all have came here. We put out a process. Yes, we came to some findings, and we give you guys quite a bit of work in the city.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm curious about is, yes, I know you didn't get this contract, and it sounds like, the way I understand it, unless you can tell me I'm wrong, you guys, for this particular design build contract, were non-responsive.
We met the terms of the RFP. There was no requirement that you had to have been in the lead on a design build job. We did it. We finished a $26 million design build job. We were the dog, not the tail, for CH2 and Hill and Davis Woodland. We did all the work. It's 14 miles of pipe. We also did $35 million in design build work at Oakland Army Base.
Hold on a moment. And I need clarity, because you just said something in conflict with what both staff and the city attorney have said. As I understand our RFP, it does ask for, does it not, city attorney or Tommy, whomever can answer this question, I want to get this clarified for the record. Did we not, in our bid proposal, ask for this very particular a skill set of having done a design build contract before?
It asks that you have to have design build experience. Our bad, should have said led a design build project. And that was the vagary we've been talking about, was have to have design build experience. This is our first one, big one. We needed to have somebody who's led a design build project from soup to nuts. Our RFP did not, just had experience, kind of like I was there, but not leading, and that's where we, as staff.
But we should have put the words led a design build contract.
Right.
And that's what caused the confusion?
That's what caused the confusion, and he's right. We did not. So he met the letter, but the letter was incorrect on our part as we put it out. So we're just saying, let's just rewind this, and we'll do it as a design bid build.
Okay. Now that's the clarity I needed, because thank you. I've been unclear as to why you all didn't understand what that means, and if that was the issue, then that's fine, and we need to start over. But I want to say for the record that as far as what we were looking for, this time Mountain Cascade did not meet it. And I felt very protective of staff and the work that they're doing, because I understand this is a difficult project. We're trying to get there. We're trying to make sure that we bring it in budget and on time. And I recognize we made an error. And thank you for making me understand what the clarity was in this entire issue, because I couldn't understand why you all didn't understand why you didn't meet our qualifications. But if it was the word led was not in there, then maybe that's enough to throw everything off. City Attorney, is that your judgment in this too?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I did have one more thing. The non-responsibility, that label is something we want no part of, and we don't think that it's justified that we have that put on us.
Well,
it would affect our ability to bid work.
Listen, you've earned a little bit. Listen to the department director. You've earned a little bit more sympathy with me on that. Just a little bit, not very much, because we give you guys a lot of work. we approve a lot of contracts for you guys. So with that, I'll calm down a little bit. And I'll make yes. Can I get to the motion? Don't talk to me, because I may go a different direction. I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
I'll third it.
There's a motion in the second. Councilmember Chavez. So we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Start all over. Item 3H, actions pertaining to the groundwater integration project for Phase 3 groundwater remedial action for the Fresno Sanitary Landfill.
I know it feels like a redo, but it's not, I promise. Jerry Schuber again, Department of Public Utilities. This item has to do with the integration of the product itself, the new wells that we're going to be putting in, and the integration of all of the software. So we're looking to adopt a categorical finding for CEQA guidelines. We're looking for a resolution to the 56 AAR so that we can add additional monies of $372,300 for the groundwater remediation. And then we're also looking to approve the bid in the amount of $1,512,500 to Stearns, Conrad, and Schmidt Consulting Engineers and authorize the Public Works Director or designee to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. This particular piece of the agreement will take all of the wells and all of the monitoring wells at the landfill and actually connect them to the same software or hardware product so that we can monitor it and treat the water. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. So there's a motion by Councilmember Chavez. Second, I'll second the motion. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 7-0. Next item, item 3I, approve a 90-day extension to the government banking services agreement with Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director, Controller. Before you today is an item authorizing the city to enter into a 90-day extension of the current banking services agreement with Bank of America. 2 weeks ago, staff brought to Council a 5-year contract with 2 one-year extensions for award to Bank of America. Council rejected that contract and instead directed staff to enter into a 9-month agreement to serve as a bridge while a new banking services RFP process was conducted. On March 13th, Bank of America staff notified city staff they were not interested in entering into a 9-month agreement with the city. However, they would agree to a 90-day extension of the current agreement. As mentioned in the staff report, the current agreement with Bank of America expires on March 31st, 2018. Without some agreement, the city will not be able to receive revenues or issue payments after March 31st. It is worth noting that the proposed amendment would be at the current rates which the city is paying for banking services, not at the rates that Bank of America offered in the contract that was brought to Council 2 weeks ago. To put it in dollar terms, the city will spend $18,000 that would not have been spent had the previously submitted contract been approved. Even with this additional cost, staff recommends approval of the proposed amendment. Council also directed that staff evaluate past payments for discrimination claims, whether they were settlements or judgments, as part of the RFP response evaluation process. As I'm sure you're aware, Council received a memo from the City Attorney on March 19th, which detailed the various settlements and judgments that all 5 respondents to the Banking Services RFP have paid over the past 10 years. While the City Attorney's memo presents the numbers, it doesn't address the point that some Council members articulated 2 weeks ago. Namely, how have the responding companies modified their behavior? That context is important. In light of both the need for that context and the fact that we cannot complete the RFP process in 90 days, staff also recommends that Council authorize the issuance of an addendum to the Banking Services RFP. The addendum will require the 5 respondents to list the settlements and judgments in discrimination cases and what steps they have done to ensure that such behaviors do not occur in the future. Staff is very confident that we can issue the addendum, receive the responses within 30 days of issuance, review the responses, and return to Council with a recommendation incorporating those responses within the 90-day time frame of the proposed amendment. At this time, I would like Patty Ramirez, a director with Bank of America, to provide some brief comments, and I'll return after her comments are completed.
Good afternoon, Council. Patty Ramirez with Bank of America. I wanted to discuss the 90-day extension. The 90-day extension, as was mentioned by Mike Lima. Our contract extension is actually expiring on 3/31. So after evaluation from the last council meeting, we have received approval to extend this contract for an additional 90 days. Any questions?
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go out to the public, and then I'll open it up for comments from or questions from the council.
Thank you.
Mike, did you have something else to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. So thank you to staff, Mike, for bringing something back. This was an issue a meeting or two ago about some of the past practices of Bank of America and consequently other banks that we do business with. And let me first say that I appreciate you guys bringing this back and giving us an opportunity to do something about this. And here's my perspective. Last council meeting, we were made aware of instances in which Bank of America had, as an institution, had discriminatory practices. And as was mentioned by you and since then others, all of the responding banks have had some sort of discriminatory history or practice or what have you. And while that is sad but true, it is my belief that us as an institution should be sensitive to those issues in our community, and we need to know what type of past practices all of these institutions have had when it comes to discriminatory and or other practices. So my recommendation is that we make sure that we include that question in future and all RFPs when it comes to the procurement process, to know the history of the firms that we're going to be working with as it comes to discriminatory practices. We have an obligation to this community to know who we're doing business with. And we also need to know what remedies have been done by these institutions. So once they've been caught, I know Councilmember Olivier and Capriolio made, in my opinion, very coherent arguments about, hey, there have been a lot of bad actors in American history, but the key is what do they do after the fact? And that is a very fair point. So I want to know what exactly they have done since this. What have been the internal policy changes by all of the firms that are applying to do business with the city of Fresno? We have an obligation, in my mind, to our constituents and to the residents of this city to be upfront and honest about whom we're doing business with. So this question needs to be asked. It needs to be disclosed, and we also need to know what remedies they've taken since then. And further, particularly when it comes to the banking institution, there is a requirement by all banks that they have CRA investment dollars in various communities. I want that to be, I would like for that, City Manager, question to be asked as well. I want to know specifically what CRA investments they are making in the Fresno community if they're applying to do business with us. I want to know how these institutions are helping the underserved communities in Fresno, and a list of their CRA investments, in my opinion, is in order when they're asking to do business with this community. So it's a very serious issue, and it's incumbent upon us as an institution to not be ostriches and stick our head in the ground when we know something's going on, but we need to rise up and make sure that we are the tip of the spear on behalf of our community and making sure that these institutions are held accountable for their practices going forward. So with those addendums, Mike, I'm happy to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation with the aforementioned addendums.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Baines and a second by Councilmember Capriolio. Next, we have Councilmember Brandao.
Mike, got a couple questions. So when this came up to us last time, I begged my colleagues that there was too much information right before the vote. I think we remember that day. And then, so I want to be clear, what we voted on last time, actually I was not in the room when that vote took place. I was solidifying our San Joaquin River Conservancy issue. So we voted to reject Bank of America and Bank of America's approval of the upcoming contract, but ask for a 9-month extension. And now, and basically in that period of time since that last council meeting, Bank of America has rejected that opportunity. They're saying that's not going to work for them, but they're willing to do a 90-day extension. Is that pretty much it?
That sums it up, yes.
Okay. And then you're saying we don't have time to do another RFP, so you're just going to do an addendum to the present RFP that adds this language. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'm glad, Oliver. I'm glad, Oliver, that you kind of came around to that position, and I'm glad you made the motion. I'm going to be supportive of that today, but I think we need to be, we need to be more careful of making, and this is not a reflection of you, it actually, three fingers pointing back to me, of when we get last minute information on things. I think we could have continued the item, given us 2 weeks to just reconsider and understand more thoroughly the position that we're in with our banking system, and then we wouldn't have had to go through that. But anyway, those are my concepts, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Did your motion include that we can issue an addendum and all of the proposers can respond? And that was staff's recommendation. I just want to clarify that. So Bank of America, Wells Fargo, et cetera.
The intent, Madam City Manager, is to make sure that instances of discrimination are highlighted. And so I don't have a problem with Bank of America reapplying as long as they're in full disclosure of what the past practices have been, what they've done to correct that behavior, and they can be considered along with everyone else. But I will be clear to staff, and I probably should have mentioned this beforehand, and thank you for letting me bring this back up, that while all institutions that have applied may have some sordid history as far as discrimination goes, it is clear to me that some instances of discrimination are worse than others. And we should be taking that into consideration with whom we decide to do business with. So I am certainly going to be looking for staff, and I know that when it comes back to me, I'm going to be very mindful of what instances of discrimination, what type of discrimination we're talking about, how far it went inside of the institution, what has been done to correct that behavior, as well as the investment of CRA dollars in our community. So I want to be clear, City Manager, that yes, they can apply like everyone else, but I would certainly expect staff to be making some decisions based off of value judgments, that the value that this council has put forth on behalf of the city. So that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Councilman Baines, about what remedies have been taken by these companies. That's very important. Acknowledging that there have been problems versus not acknowledging there have been problems is very important. But so is giving the City Council time to make decisions. I don't think the decision was an impulsive one. I think it was the correct one. I think when staff gives us, or actually less than 30 days, and we vote down a contract, staff has placed us in a difficult position. So when you highlight that it's costing $18,000 more, I think that's on the staff side, not on the City Council side, because you're assuming that the council is just going to adopt this contract. You're assuming we're going to do that, and you shouldn't assume that. I don't know why you would assume that, and it would seem to me that you ought to give the council some time, some leeway, if in fact, for whatever, in this case it's Bank of America, but it can be any contract, any renewal that comes before the council. It shouldn't be where there are 3 weeks to go, and if the council doesn't adopt something, we're going to be in trouble. That's placing the council in a difficult position. So if there's an extra $18,000, I don't think it's because of the council's action. It's because we didn't have enough time to make the decision that we did without having some consequences as a result. I think that's important to be known. In terms of coming back with other banks, I know last week or 2 weeks ago you said that local banks can't meet the demand. Is there any opportunity where local banks can upgrade their systems, their hardware, their software in order to meet the City of Fresno's needs?
Well, I don't work for those banks, so I couldn't answer that. But I will tell you that any
You don't work for
upgrades-
Bank of America either, do you?
No, I don't.
And you don't
but-
work for Wells Fargo, do
No,
you?
I do not.
Oh,
no.
okay.
But I work for the City of Fresno.
Right,
But I will
and
say,
that's what I'm asking you. As a City of Fresno staff person, is there any local banks that can upgrade their systems that can do the work for the City of Fresno?
I'm not aware of any.
How do you know that?
The same way that...
Have you talked to any?
We did get a letter from one local bank who was in part of the RFP process, and they were very interested in bidding and actually sent us a letter saying, sorry, we cannot meet your needs. So we are going to bow out of the RFP process.
Okay, so the question...
So I do know that at least one local bank did the evaluation and feels that they are not capable of serving the City of Fresno.
I'm not going to make a blanket generalization about all of them, but I am saying that I do have firsthand knowledge about one of them.
Okay. So others have expressed 2 weeks ago about local banks being given an opportunity. Is that part of the process that you're looking at for 90 days when you come back with alternatives for us, somehow to involve some local banks and maybe dialoguing with them, letting them know our needs and what's required of them, where they might say, we might not be able to do that currently, but give us 60 days, give us 90 days, and we can do that?
There is no way to conduct an RFP process in 90 days. It just cannot happen. Banks, including local banks, had the opportunity through the RFP process that we did to submit bids. As I mentioned, there was one of them that did not, or one of them that was very interested and then bowed out. So to come back now and say it's open again, I would have to defer to the city attorney, but as I understand it, this RFP process is still active. You've got 5 respondents. I don't know that we can open it up at this point to other respondents at this time.
Okay. And so I'd like clarification from the city attorney on that.
Yes, at this time we have a current process. While we retain a lot of discretion, I don't think we can open it up to new proposers at this point.
Okay.
And also on the earlier point, there are some financial restrictions on who we can do business with too. They have to have the financial wherewithal to handle the kinds of money that we'll be depositing too. That is an issue.
City Attorney, kind of going back to what you just made, with all due respect, I think that we voted on the last council to do without or to reject the staff recommendation. So we could open it up if this council rejects staff recommendation today. So I think that that's a little bit more accurate, because we could, if we continue on the same track, just accept the 90 days, we could still reject and open it up to everyone. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because you're making it seem like we cannot open it up. We can if we continue on the path of rejection. Can you please clarify that?
Yeah, I'll be clear. If you wanted to terminate this process and start new, you could do that, but I think staff is saying that cannot be completed in 90 days. The question is, can we, in the middle of this process, allow additional proposers to jump into the process? What we're saying is that the process does not allow for that.
Okay. That's more clear, because you made it seem with your comment that we couldn't. And I think that there is an option, but I know that it's difficult to do within the 90-day period.
Right.
So I guess what the city attorney is saying and what Mr. Lima is saying is that we are still kind of behind the 8 ball with the same folks. Now we're going to get information about remedies, but this council, I think the direction was to reject what the offers before and to look for new options and new opportunities. I think, is that what you're saying, city attorney?
Yes. Within this 90 days, we have to do something.
Right.
And we can't start a new process and complete it in that time. So it's up to the council. Do you want to continue the process with all 5 proposers, or with the 3 minus Wells Fargo and Bank of America with this additional information that you would like?
So we have options.
And then potentially you could give direction to return with maybe not a 5-year contract, but maybe a 2 or 3 year contract that would give you more time, or to figure out what do you want to do after that with whoever you choose at this point.
Okay. And I'm not sure, Councilmember Baines, what your motion might be with those options in mind. Maybe we want to hear from other council members, but.
No, I did want to hear from other council members, but I was going to make some, with the permission of the council president, some other kind of other remarks too. Yeah.
I'm done.
So I'm going to go ahead and just, make a couple comments and questions, because I want to continue listening to the debate, but I will, to some degree, kind of echo similar concerns when, you get up, Mike, and say it's going to cost us a little bit more. It bothers me, because it seems like you're putting it on us. And for the record, it's not our fault that this came so late in the game. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that it wasn't our responsibility. And these things do need to come a little sooner to us, so that we're not in, I will say, a hostage situation, because that is exactly how I'm feeling right now. I feel like I'm being held hostage, because there's a corporation that, even though we've been doing business with them for so long, is actually holding us hostage and saying we cannot extend beyond 90 days their services. That is the only reason that I'm like right now feeling pretty pissed off that we've been doing business with them for so long and they are not willing to give us that opportunity to have a little bit of a longer process, to be a little bit more deliberative, but actually are holding our hands and saying, no, we only have 90 days, therefore this council can't go to do a new process. That's how I'm feeling right now. And, I'm very open to the idea of, having all this other information provided to us, but I'm feeling hostage. And I think maybe just for that reason, I'm not going to be supportive this afternoon, because I think that Bank of America, and I hope that you guys go tell your higher ups what you guys are doing in this situation. We've been giving them a lot of business, and the courtesy should have been to provide us more time. So for those reasons, I want to still continue hearing the additional debate. It's important to me. I think that we should be looking at local banks. I know that you say you don't know about any local banks that could do the entire agreement. Well, that may be true, but it doesn't prohibit us from parsing out our contract. Why not support our local banks? Why not? We should be supporting our local banks.
I totally agree. We should. But the fact is that if we parse it out, we then lose cost savings on it. And we're trying to deliver the service in the most cost-effective way possible. That's why this RFP generated a 41% savings from the last contract.
But how do we know that? We don't know that. Have we looked at an analysis, or have we taken the opportunity to look at, giving this opportunity to invest in some of our local banks?
But every local bank had the opportunity to bid. No one told them don't bid. They all did.
I get that, Mike, but you're saying that they can't do the entire thing. But if we parse it out, it could be a different story. And we didn't give that opportunity because I get it. We want to save every penny that we have. I know that that's important, which is the reason why that you guys came back, because I pushed you guys. Because, again, Bank of America was not giving us a good deal, even though we had so much money in their bank. And so I'm grateful that you guys, proceeded to do that, and now we have a cost savings. But again, I'm not feeling good about this decision. I am not. So I will hear the other comments, but I will say that I'll continue to repeat. I do feel in a hostage situation, and I'm very disappointed in Bank of America. I will say, I've banked with Bank of America, so I'm feeling very, very disappointed in how they're doing their business practice and what they're doing to the city of Fresno. Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Councilmember Soria. And listen, I want to certainly echo some of the sentiment that you and Councilmember Bredefield expressed. And, City Manager, last time we had this discussion, we did talk a lot about local banks. And as a matter of fact, when we initially had this discussion, it was you all were going to come back to us and we were going to kind of piecemeal our services together if we had to do that, because there were only a couple of banks that could satisfy our entire portfolio of needs. But I want to say that I really do agree. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about our water projects. And one of the things that I think our water department did, the Public Utilities Department, was literally cut down some of the size of contracts so that smaller firms could bid on them, and all of the work wouldn't go to massive firms. It was an effort to ensure that even though we may have spent a little bit more, but it was an effort to make sure that our local firms had an opportunity at a bite of a pretty unique and rare apple when we made the significant investment in our water system. And I'm not exactly sure that we shouldn't be taking a similar approach now either with our banking practices, with our local firms. I don't know what the menu, the suite of options that we need as a city are. I don't know that. And what I was going to recommend is, for sure, without question, I believe that before this contract comes back, this body needs a workshop on banking and our banking needs. And, we probably need to understand this better to make sure we know what we're asking for. But there's a part of me that feels very strongly that we should be presenting an option where we're breaking up some of our needs and allowing smaller firms, smaller local firms to participate So I'll say that I'm very sympathetic to that. And Councilmember Shori and Butterfield, you're right. And we had this discussion, City Manager, last time. I recognize that we are in this hostage situation with 90 days, which, is making a few of us feel a certain type of way going forward, that we are being held hostage. But I'll tell you that in no way, and the staff should be prepared for this. And I want to be honest, the staff should be prepared that regardless of what you bring back, it looks like there's a possibility that we may go ahead with this 90-day extension, but it should not be assumed that we will accept the contract. So, it should, while I think that there's a willingness to go forward and figure this out, the fact that Bank of America would not even give us 9 months, we're going to, there may be enough votes today to approve the 90-day extension, but depending on what comes back and depending on how it's framed, I would not automatically assume that this body is just going to grant a new contract, or if it did, it may be significantly less than what you guys are asking for, because there's a part of me that also says that maybe we should just enter into a 1-year contract. In order for us to figure this out, a much smaller contract. So I wanted to just prepare you all for that. Where my sentiment is, I don't mind with people these firms responding back with their discriminatory practices, whatever they have been and what they haven't been, and getting us some, letting us know what the remedies have been or have not been, for that matter, and letting us know what their actual CRA investments are in our community. I would like to see that. But listen, if it's unsatisfactory when it comes back, I'm not in any way promising that I'm going to approve what comes back.
Councilmember Brando.
Yeah, Council President, Councilman Olivier asked me if he could speak in front of me, so I told him he could.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Olivier.
Okay, I've been listening to this discussion today, and I thank all my council colleagues for their comments on it. I think that I think we're getting closer to some kind of resolution and some kind of solution, but I've been writing little notes, and I need some help from my council colleagues to kind of figure out where we're going to go. In my understanding of listening to this, listening to staff present, I agree that there is obviously an element of urgency here. I think that the first thing we have to do as members of the board of directors of this organization is at least provide some kind of stability, some kind of way forward in the interim, no matter what we decide to do. So I think the first thing we should do, obviously, I'm not exactly pleased with how this whole thing has worked out. From what I hear from my colleagues, you're not exactly pleased with how this thing has worked out, but I think that it's incumbent upon us to take a step back and just, we need to bridge from here to where we want to get. We may not be working with the ideal company currently, but we need to, as policymakers, create that bridge from here to where we want to get. So I think that is important, and yes, people are passionate about this issue, and myself included. But I think that the first thing we need to do is we need to take a step back, and we need to protect this city. That's my first comment. My second comment is we asked. Okay, I don't believe that there is a boardroom full of people in San Francisco laughing and saying, we need to find a way to hose the city of Fresno. I don't believe that has occurred. I think that we don't know because we don't have people here that can speak to this, but I'm sure it's a standard operating procedure. If there's a contract terminating, we can do 90 days. I'm guessing that just like this organization has a process, I'm guessing that they have a process too. So we need to find a way so that we can make our process work with theirs so that we can protect the city of Fresno, which is what we're trying to do. So I think we're all in agreement on that. The next issue is the issue of the local banks. Folks, if they could perform, they would have bid. We can go back out and say, gosh, we feel really bad that super mega bank Chase and mega bank Wells Fargo and mega bank Bank of America can handle $1 billion client. I'm sorry, little local bank, can we throw a fax bus checking account at you? We have to think of this
to make you happy because we feel sorry for you because you're not Chase Manhattan? Come on, guys. We have to realize that there are the economies of scale, and this is a billion-dollar organization that we have to protect. Yes, I want to see their language. Yes, I want to see what they've done in diversity. Yes, I want to see how they've made up for their sins of the past and atoned for them. Absolutely. But this whole thing, look, if the little banks could handle it, they would have bid. It's quaint, and it's nice, and it's wonderful if we could just go to the George Bailey Bank from A Wonderful Life and say, can we put our account here? But that's not the reality. The reality is this is a billion-dollar organization, and there are only a few firms that we can work with. So what I would like to see happen, and I have just as much passion on this issue as anyone else on this dais, but I think that we have to see the forest for the trees here, and I think that we have to bridge the gap. We have to protect the organization. We can move forward, but let's just remember the actual grand scale of the problem that we're being confronted with, and the fact that we don't have 9 months to go to little credit unions in town and see if we can throw them a few scraps. We have got to protect this organization and its financial health. And the worst part of going out to all the little tiny banks to see if they want business is it's going to cost the taxpayer a fortune. We have to protect our organization. We have to protect our taxpayers. That means getting in the pool with the big boys and telling them what we want and making sure that we get that service. Because when we assert that we need that service, they're going to provide it. And so that's my feeling. So I'm happy to vote however the council wants to go. I just felt it was important to speak up so that we didn't lose sight of our mission and what we're trying to do here. Protect our organization, protect its fiscal health, and protect our taxpayer. That's what we're doing here. So let's please not lose sight of that as we demand the good service that we deserve from the people in the banking industry. So thank you so much, Council President, for indulging, and also to you, Steve.
Thank you. And if I may, I also want to speak to the hostage issue that you brought up. So staff has put a lot of time and effort into this. Mike, I would like for you to come up. Can you bring a binder too, please? So they have been working on this since August. And I want to show you. Here's each and every one. Go ahead, Mike. Each and every one of the responses.
This is the responses from each of the banks. One from each one. This is what we went through. These are not 10-page documents that you go through in an afternoon. This to go through all 5, took almost a month. To read all these, to analyze them, to make sure that all the points in the RFP were covered. This is what we did. And it was a committee of 7 that went through it.
And all banks, local banks, if they could meet all of the requirements in the RFP, they were welcome to respond. I understand that not Clovis County, no one has a local bank serving them because they do not have the ability to provide those services. So our staff did the best job that they can since August to present staff's recommendations to you at the last meeting. And then again, and I'm actually very grateful that Bank of America is giving us 90 days, because as of March 31st, we won't have banking services if they didn't do that. So I appreciate you all giving us that opportunity. Mike, if you have anything to add about the process.
And I mean, we just told a gentleman from a company, you didn't respond, like you couldn't respond, get out, basically, is what we said to him. So now we've got entities that never even submitted a bid because they cannot respond, and yet now this body wants to go out and solicit people who cannot respond to respond.
Well, actually,
it doesn't make any sense.
Actually, Mount Cascade will have an opportunity to respond because now we're going to go with an RFP where it's a different way, and it's going to be drafted in a way that where they can still compete. So actually, you're incorrect.
We heard the experts say it's going to cost a small fortune. It's going to be much more expensive to go in that direction. I guess that's where we're going to have to decide as policymakers if we want to go in that direction. But it
doesn't mean that it's so. It's very similar. It's a similar
Right.
situation. So they can still respond. It doesn't exclude them. Councilmember Chavez.
Did you really read all those documents, every single one of them? What's on page 72 of that first one?
I know 72, well, no, I don't know it. Okay, but no, it was 7 people. We got 7 copies of those, and there were 7 people who went through every page of those and documented on sheets and to make sure that all the RFP elements were met.
Which one was the local bank that said, hey, you know what, this is too big? Which one was it?
West America.
West America. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was the only question I had for you, Mike.
Okay.
You know, I've heard the conversation, and I think for me it's very simple. You're right, Councilmember Libby. We do have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers, and I totally understand that. I think for me, what threw a curveball last time was that we got this information kind of at the last minute, and I think we all have our own value systems that we try to adhere to and vote accordingly. But I like Councilmember Baines' addendum and modification for us to have the information, make a decision after we have all the information, and you know, we could interject our own values and priorities. If we don't like a bank because they don't invest in puppies or whatnot, we can make that judgment call. But I think for me, I am going to be supportive of the motion that Councilmember Baines made to get us there, and then get all the information in. You know, what kind of infractions have occurred, but more importantly, what has been the remedy on their part. And I think after we have that, we can make a more educated decision on that. Thanks.
Councilmember Capriello.
Councilmember Brandau, you were up.
Yeah.
Are you passing the baton for a moment?
I will.
Oh,
Sure.
Sorry, I forgot because your name
No worries.
wasn't punched up.
I'll
Councilmember
defer to
Brandau,
you
go ahead.
or speak. It's your choice.
I'll
sir.
go real quick. I'd like the representative of Bank of America to come forward, please. Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
What was your name again?
Patty Ramirez.
Patty?
Patty.
Patty.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you were here 2 weeks ago when we discussed this item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
My partner, Jonathan Millard, was
Jonathan.
here in my stead.
Okay. So there were a couple of items that came up last minute that got thrown in our lap about some things that B of A has done that were unpalatable, right? And what has B of A done to address those? Are you at a place where you can share those with us?
I would have to defer to my partner, the market president here for Fresno, Mark Riley.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. I wasn't here either, but I understand 2 weeks ago, but I understand there was an issue that was brought up in pertaining to, as we've been discussing from the start on this issue today, discrimination. And that piece we definitely dove into. I don't have the schematic and the timelines on that right here on a piece of paper in front of me, but it was apparently tied back to 1993. And I'm just not someone who likes to speak in terms of placing the blame on someone else, so this is almost uncomfortable for me to say it the way we understand it, but it was tied back to 1993, a Nations Bank event that surrounded about 1,067 employees.
Is your name Mark?
It is.
Mark, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, perfect.
There we go.
Thank you.
It was tied back to 1993 in a Nations Bank event where there was about 1,067 employees that were identified as potentially being discriminated against. 6 years later, the Bank of America purchased Nations Bank, and it's been an open event ever since then until recently, is my understanding, when it was settled just recently for the $1 million.
Okay. Councilman Bredefeld, that's the item you were talking about? What was with Bank of America? And what were they? Okay. Mark, what do you feel like Bank of America has done to mitigate those concerns?
Well, I can give you an answer in that I think may address that, but I probably would say first I'm not prepared to specifically address maybe a formal response that we would get a chance to do in the next 30 days. But I can tell you I'm going on completing my 10th year at the bank here this year. And boy, I tell you, we invest so much in diversity and inclusion in terms of training people when they come on. As the market president, I'm one of 90 people in the country that gets a chance 3 times a year to spend the better part of a couple days with our CEO, usually back east. And I always leave impressed with how much emphasis he puts on the culture of this bank and driving home the fact that we are all about diversity and inclusion. I'm sure that doesn't mean that it makes us perfect, but that's the culture that's instilled day in and day out at the bank that I work for.
All right, so we'll probably, I think that's not going to be good enough for some of my colleagues that are looking for specifics over that, mitigating over that instance, and apparently there's a couple of other instances. So I'm glad you came to Fresno today. You might have to come back one more time. How about local investment? Are you in a place, Mark, where you can recap what B of A has done here locally, or?
So I live in Fresno. I'm the market president here because I live and work in Fig Garden and I'm part of the community. We invest about what totals to about $500,000 a year locally in Fresno and Visalia. Our market is defined as that in that geography in Fresno and Visalia. And each year that $1 million comes in from various sources, but it comes in from the Bank of America Foundation and also a local budget they give us to make local decisions. And, you know, when I took over this market president role, which is sort of my additional role that I have to my line of business role, almost 5 years ago, you know, we try to make sure that every year we reevaluate, just in the way that you guys would in some cases, that we're doing the right thing. Myself, to give you an example of my background, I've in my 10th year of being on the board of the food bank. I'm currently the chair of the food bank, past chair as well, and I'm just very passionate about hungry people, but in general, hungry kids. And so that's something that personally I support, and the Foundation for the Bank of America does also. But the list, I mean, I've got it here. It's really long in terms of the organizations that we are involved in. The Hispanic Foundation, the Chamber, the African American Foundation, or the Chamber. We support all of them financially and also providing leaders there. So you know, we certainly can give details that you're looking for, but I'm very excited about what we do. And I'm also excited that it's not a rubber stamp every year and that we're always looking to connect with something that we're missing. And so if there's something out there or someone or an opportunity that we're not aware of, it's always open. And we just actually we hired a full-time person 3 weeks ago. So we're doubling down on doing the right thing here locally. And that person here is here to support me full-time.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks, Patty. All right. So that probably wasn't enough information then to satisfy some of the questions. I was looking for more specifics as well. So I guess, Councilman Baines, what is your current motion on the table then?
My current motion is to approve the 90-day extension with the addendums of requiring all of the respondents to list their whatever suits they've been involved in as far as discrimination is concerned, and however the city attorney needs to award that, and then for them to also list the remedies that they've taken that have taken place. Again, you know, following up on Council Members Olivier and Capriolio, I thought those were good points that we need to know what you know, institutions have done to remedy bad behavior. And further, we want to know the CRA investments in Fresno, not Fresno Visalia, but Fresno.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilman Capriolio, I'm done.
Councilmember Capriolio.
I just had a legal question for our city attorney. That was, B of A in 1993 was not part of that bank. You purchased the bank, and unfortunately, when you purchase entities like that, at least in my legal practice, you buy the whole enchilada, so to speak. So I just want to put that on the record and make it clear. And you know, we all have the passion and remediation concerns that were articulated earlier, but I agree with Member Olivier and his dissertation. It was really, really well done. My contribution in brevity is time is of the essence, and we must pay our employees, and we must pay our bills. And what that means is we have to have something in place. So the two items are not mutually exclusive, but we have that obligation and duty to our co-employees and those that provide services for us that we have to pay for. So, Doug, am I right in that statement?
Yes. As was mentioned earlier, we have to do something.
Okay. So with that in mind, I'll support the motion, and I think we can get through this with a little more time. And I appreciate Bank of America being here and giving us some insight. And I think you have the feeling for us. I would like to do business with you. And so please, addendum to your RFP, RFQ, and please help us make a really good decision here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio.
Last time.
Councilmember Olivier.
I will support it, Oliver. I think it's a good motion. I think the addendums are going to be productive. I think there's an opportunity to learn something from them. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Olivier. I appreciate everyone's discussion. I'll just add one last comment because I know that I share some strong feelings about where we're at today, and it makes me very uncomfortable to be making decision with such a short timeline. But I get the comments that were made by my council colleague Olivier about yes, our fiduciary duty. I am not going to guarantee I'll support to move forward, but I'm not going to guarantee that I'll be supportive once everything comes back. I just want to see what happens in this process. But again, the staff has heard me, the administration has heard me in terms of my frustration with the time frame. Bank of America, you guys heard me too in terms of how I feel that you guys are holding us hostage, because I still feel strongly about that. I'm not going to be apologetic because I do believe that we've given you guys enough business to have given the courtesy to a longer timeline and then not feel to be in this position. But I have to balance my responsibilities too as someone with fiduciary responsibility. So I will be supportive today, but don't guarantee that I will support whatever recommendation comes forward in the next 90 days. And I would submit that as we move forward with this over the course of the next year, next few years, that we do take some time to figure out, if it's through a workshop, how we do our banking, and where there is opportunities to invest in our local banks, because it is these local banks that are actually providing the resources, the small loans to the small businesses, those small businesses that we all like to support. It is those banks that are actually doing the groundwork in our community. And so I know that we want to save a penny, and I get that, but there are bigger dividends to be made when we make the investments in the right places. And I think that that's what I'm looking at. Not just the tangible stuff, but then there's other intangibles that may not be directly related to the city that we still benefit from. And I think that as an organization, we should be looking at those things. Thank you. And so,
One more comment.
Councilmember Capriolio.
You mentioned workshop, and I think I've heard that term a couple of times. And City Attorney, do you think you could do a workshop relatively quickly or thoroughly, or what's your position on that?
Yes, I think what would be a good idea in light of this discussion is for us to do some work, provide you some legal options as far as the process and criteria for awarding contracts, get that to you, and then hold a workshop maybe in the next 2 months and get some direction from council as to where you would like to go, what you would like to see in contracting, not just banking contracts, but possibly other contracts too.
Very good.
And
Thank
we
you.
would work with the administration on getting you that.
I think we could all agree on direction to do that, to engage in that workshop for the benefit of our community as well as the council members. And I did want to say thank you, Mike, and your team. That's voluminous, unbelievable, and it's all numbers. I'm a lawyer. I'm not a numbers guy. So thank you guys for your hard work. I really appreciate it very much, and please continue to do so. And you've done it for years, and I know you'll continue to do it in the future for us. So I want to express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. The screen is clear. So there was a motion by Councilmember Baines, and then Councilmember Capriolio made that second. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you. Next item, we're going to item 4A. This should be a quick item. This is a resolution establishing an 11-member West Area Specific Plan Steering Committee in the apportionment of the committee membership. And this is being sponsored both by Councilmember Baines' office, Vice President Browndow, and myself. So essentially, we're just allocating 11 members to this committee. 5 members are being assigned to District 1, 3 members to District 3, and 3 members to District 2. That's the simple item.
Motion to approve.
We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Motion passes 7-0. So we'll go on to the next item. I know we're a few minutes behind, but we have some very important people in the room.
Indeed.
So this is the 3:45 p.m. item, resolution supporting the Reducing Crime and Keeping California Safe Act of 2018, sponsored by Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you also, Council colleagues. I was in Sacramento on Tuesday with Councilmember Baines. We actually had an opportunity to briefly pull your colleague, Assemblymember Patterson. We spoke with Member Cooper and his staff. I brought this forward, full disclosure, I have a spouse in Assemblymember Patterson's employment, but the reason why I brought this forward is because it's something that really is needed, I believe, in the state of California. It's a signature gathering, so it's initiative, and they're out gathering signatures at this point, but I think it's important for us to weigh in. Of course, council colleagues, you all understand that I'm can be temperamental when it comes to bringing things forward. I have to be asked by the sponsor of whatever item it is. In this case, that has occurred. I know that Assemblymember Patterson is supporting it, but it's an interesting coalition of both parties. Jim Cooper is a Democrat. He's a retired cop from the Sacramento area. And, of course, Assemblymember Patterson has been a big advocate for law and order in our community and also on a statewide platform. So when he approached me about putting this on our agenda, I absolutely jumped at it. And just in the interest of time, I will be quiet and let our special guest speak. But Member Patterson has brought with him our district attorney, our sheriff, our police chief is here, a representative from Sheriff's Association is here, and of course Deborah Rush from Breaking the Chains is also a very interesting guest to get her perspective on why she's in support of this. So I will turn the floor over to Assemblymember Jim Patterson and his staff.
Thank you. Appreciate being here, and thank you for the opportunity of presenting and having the City of Fresno consider supporting the resolution. The resolution before you is comprehensive. It does spell out what the Keep California Safe campaign is all about. But I think it's important to remind ourselves that this is a bipartisan, statewide effort to identify and fix specific kinds of problems that Prop 4757 and AB 109 has created. Sex trafficking of a child, assault of a police officer, rape of an unconscious person, domestic violence, and dozens of other serious and violent crimes should be felonies again. Presently, they are not. And these misdemeanors are nothing more than a slap on the wrist and essentially a parking ticket. We're also seeing the explosion of serial theft. This is particularly hurting our small business owners, their customers, because if you steal up to $950, there's no consequence. It's a misdemeanor. And so what we're seeing is theft of $950 or less over and over and over again. The other there are consequences to this as well because these propositions were so poorly written in the first place. A Sacramento judge is now set to release 20,000 sex offenders back into our neighborhoods because of Prop 57. And what's the loophole? The loophole was that this judge concluded that these sex crimes are not violent crimes. I would suggest that you have a conversation with some of the sex crimes victims who may be in front of you this afternoon as to whether violence was committed against them. And so there is a major statewide effort up and down the state of California now. Many of us are doing the same thing, running through the finish line to get 365,000 signatures and to get this on the ballot in November. We have 250,000 already collected. The deadline is April the 30th. And with your help and support, we can together join a rising tide of people who are saying, enough is enough. Let's make these fixes. They're the right thing to do. Thank you very much for considering the resolution. I appreciate it.
And I have an order of speakers. And the next speaker is going to be Deborah Rush from Breaking the Chains.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear our plight today. I am coming to you not only as the founder and CEO of Breaking the Chains, I'm coming to you as a survivor. I'm not only coming to you as a survivor, I'm coming as a second-generation survivor. I'm a second-generation survivor that was trafficked right here in Fresno County. My mother was also trafficked right here in Fresno County. I was quite literally born into human trafficking right here in Fresno County. I have represented here with me other victims whose names may not be as known to you, but whose violence and whose crimes that were committed against them are atrocious and are things that most of you guys would only conceive in your nightmares and aren't even displayed on cinematic TV. What I'm imploring for you today is to understand that the maliciousness and manipulation that is done by traffickers is not necessarily always done front hand with a fist. It's done in the cruelest of ways. It's done through emotional and psychological manipulation. So these women are tricked into a place, and children, where they believe that they need this person. When they realize that the dream that was presented to them is not the dream that they are going to get and they back out, violence occurs in the worst of ways. In ways that I could sit back for the next 45 minutes and make your hair stand on end. The type of torture that I myself had to endure, that the women behind me had to endure as children and as young women, is indescribable. So on behalf of the countless victims, not only in this community right now today, that have been victimized, I'm asking you guys to stand up, to push through this initiative, to understand that those who are committing these crimes, it goes far beyond human trafficking. My mother was involved in everything from theft to robbery. She was forced to hold drugs on her that were not hers, as some of the women behind me. And as you know, in recent operations, as I step down, and I'm sure our chief can speak to, some of the recent operations that we found with the Bulldog and Southwest gangs involved human trafficking. Human trafficking of children was fueling the guns, drug sales, and even murders that we have seen in this community. So again, I thank you guys for your position. I thank you for your position not only to guide this beautiful city, but to help protect us. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be our district attorney, Lisa Smitkamp. I'm glad we have some common ground on this one.
For once. That's a good thing. All right. Good afternoon to the council. Thank you so much for hearing us all today. As you all know, I'm the elected DA, but I also have been a prosecutor for 21 years and had the great benefit of working with people much like Deborah and countless victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, and some trafficking victims that I didn't even know at the time were victims. And I've seen firsthand the effects of domestic violence and some of these other enumerated crimes that are literally protected by Prop 57 and allowing people to get out early because they are on this, what I would call a ridiculous list that the governor and Prop 57 have allowed to happen in our state. And so I think that the importance of the Fresno City Council coming out in favor of this proposition is that we're just talking about one thing, and that is restoring public safety. It is not about race, it is not about religion, it is not about socioeconomic status, it is not really and shouldn't be about politics. It's about public safety and doing what's right by the people of this city, of this county, and of this state. When you protect people and call them nonviolent who have committed crimes like human trafficking of a child, abducting a minor for prostitution, rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, drive-by shooting, solicitation to commit murder, and felony domestic violence, just to name a few, these are the people that are being considered for early release under Prop 57. If that's not a broken system, I don't know what is. These criminals who commit these crimes are serving time in prison after being convicted, and they're eligible for release under this misguided and dangerous Prop 57. It is time for the law-abiding citizens, of which we all are, to say enough is enough. AB 109 did what it was designed to do. It reduced the prison population pursuant to the directive of the U.S. Supreme Court. But the political wave went further, and there was a lot of people who thought that Prop 47, it was an opportune time for people who had that agenda to reduce misdemeanors, to reduce drug crimes and certain theft crimes to misdemeanors. And they thought that that would help people. It would help people get jobs. It would help people re-enter. And really, has it done that? Has it done that, or has it been a disservice to people who it was intended to help? Because people who are addicted, who don't have treatment and who don't have resources to get better, then allow their addictions and they allow their mental health to disintegrate even further. And then not only are they committing misdemeanor level possession of drug crimes or misdemeanor theft crimes, they're now stealing for their addictions. They're now breaking into homes. They're now robbing stores and fast food restaurants at gunpoint because they want to feed their addictions, because nothing helped them, not Prop 47. And so then the political wave continued with Prop 57, because I think that there is nobody in this state who is willing to say that maybe, since everything, including our population, has increased since we built our last prison however many years ago, that God forbid we might need another prison in California. So what happens? We pass Prop 57 the same way that we passed Prop 47, by bamboozling the voters. And that's where we are today. So it's time to say enough is enough. It's time for us to be able to live in a city again where we don't feel unsafe. I don't let my children go to the mall. I don't let my children go to River Park. I don't let them go places, because I'm the district attorney. If I don't feel safe, who is going to feel safe? This is time. This proposition, these signatures have to be gathered, because if we're going to let people out who are committing crimes like domestic violence and human trafficking of a child, what kind of a message are we sending? That it's okay to commit these crimes and you should get a lollipop and an apology letter after you're convicted in a court of law? That's not what we need to say. We need to say we're going to have laws to protect people. It's about public safety. And when you break the law, you're going to be accountable for the law. And when you have to do time, you're going to do your time. Thank you, and I hope that you will support this.
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, with your permission, we have Chief Jerry Dyer and Sheriff Margaret Mims, and then that would conclude our presentation.
Good afternoon, and I'm going to keep it brief, and I know the sheriff is too, because we've been asked to. But I think everything's been said. Proposition 47, 57, AB 109, all of those things passed, and there were ample opportunities for those bills or propositions to be vetoed, and they were not. And it really happened as a result of an uninformed voter population who was deceived. deceived into thinking that there are all of these low-level offenders in California prisons, which was not the case then, is not the case today. Deceived by thinking that just because somebody was convicted of a particular crime that was lower level doesn't mean they had a violent history. 65% of the individuals we arrest for the crime of auto theft have a violent history. And those are the individuals that were in prison and are now back on our streets. In fact, a 30% reduction in our prison population in the last 7 years. 55,000 fewer inmates in California prisons today. And those individuals, many of them are out there in our communities committing crimes and victimizing folks. And when you talk about the crime of petty theft, used to be if you committed a petty theft and you were convicted and you got arrested again, it was petty theft with a prior constituted a felony. And that was enough to deter these crimes from occurring day in and day out. Today, you can steal every single day and it's still a misdemeanor. Those individuals are the ones ultimately threatening our clerks and our convenience store owners when they try to intervene because they're trying to take the law into their own hands and prevent their property from being stolen. Then they get assaulted, then they get injured. So we need consequences in a worse way in California. We do not. We have individuals out there today that are out there committing crimes, forgery, fraud, petty thefts, vehicle burglaries, you name it, without the fear of consequences. And that is why it is so important that we get behind this initiative and we pass this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Sheriff Mims.
Good afternoon, Council. Just lending my support to the signature gathering effort and ask you also to support not only those represented by Deborah Rush today, but also your business owners in your district who are victimized over and over and over again to the point where they're not even reporting the thefts. We have really no idea the amount of crime that's out there as a result of non-reporting. So my request is to ask you to support this, support our initiative gathering effort, and I thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Mims. Council, I thank you so much for indulging me on this issue. I think it's important. This is that fix that was promised when we started to see 4757 go sideways. There's one change I have, Madam Clerk and City Council. In the second whereas, the second and third sentences have been taken out. About since 2013, that sentence is now gone, and as well as the sentence that begins violent crime in Sacramento. The rest of the resolution will remain intact, but those were taken out. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and Council, thank you for your indulgence, and Council President, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. And District Attorney Lisa Sondergaard, you summed it up fantastic. I mean, I'm in this system a lot, and it's awful. And the way you presented it, pretty well put it into the proper focus with the proper lens for everyone to understand. And it's really not rocket science, but we've got to step forward. We've got to make a difference. We've got to change this. So I thank you for the presentation and the other speakers, and I obviously totally support the resolution. I have not signed the petition. I've not seen it. I'm ready to sign the petition forthwith. We'll bring you one. Thank you. Got it.
Councilmember Brando.
Assemblyman Patterson, can I ask a question? And I want to thank everybody for coming out today. It's definitely something I want to support. I wanted to learn a little bit more about the initiative process. Is there a serious funding stream for this initiative process?
There is a funding stream. Whether it rises to be serious, we're working on that now.
Okay.
I have committed personally to helping in a significant way. Every member of the legislature who has been invited to be a part of this, both Democrat and Republican, are putting forward substantial funds. Plus, there's a very, very large group of individuals and members of organizations who are circulating petitions as we speak.
Fantastic.
The goal is 365,000. We have 250,000, and to get it on the November ballot, we need those 130 additional signatures, 30,000 signatures. by April 30th. We think we are very, very close to getting there.
And then, Assemblyman, have you heard of any serious opposition are there forces of opposition to what you're trying to accomplish?
There may be, but I do think that the obvious bipartisanship, the obvious deep strength of people in business, in law enforcement, in criminal justice, in our district attorney, small businesses and large businesses. So I think there's a growing sentiment because so many people, regardless of party or position or where they are in the state of California, are really feeling the effect of this. So we believe that there is a rising tide. We need to run through the finish line strong. And with your help today, we can start running through that finish line even stronger.
Well, I do appreciate these efforts, and I want to be helpful in any way I can. I want you to know that nobody's immune to these criminals and the activities that have happened. I've been broken into twice. Councilman Chavez has been broken into last year. Councilman Olivier the year before that. And just last week, Councilmember Soria was broken into. And so, 3 years ago for me. You too? Okay. And so, council members, you as well. I never heard about yours. All right. So none of us are immune to the negative effects of Prop 47, 57, and AB 109. I like to be very supportive. And Jim, if you could, when you find out the person locally who's running the signature drive, I would like to even be a part of that. So
we have that for you.
Is it you, Alicia?
Alicia's running it. And,
I have the number.
I'll spend some hours
right here.
And honestly, it was really.
It's the card.
So we've been out and around to just regular, ordinary meetings that weren't particularly called for this kind of purpose. We'd have 100 of the petitions, and there'd be 100 people in the room. 2 minutes of explaining what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
All 100 people in the room signed. They've all been experiencing the kinds of concerns that you have concerned. So appreciate very much you considering the resolution.
All right.
And thanks for the help. Thanks.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I also want to lend my support, of course, and appreciate all the work, Assemblyman Patterson. I feel I should call you Mayor, but Assemblyman Patterson, that you're doing in Sacramento. Sheriff Mims, Police Dyer, Chief Dyer, Jerry Dyer, and it's getting late, and DA Smay Camp. We always have to worry about hiring more police officers. We need more police officers, but really the problem starts up in Sacramento because the people up there are creating these kinds of laws that are making all of us unsafe. 4757, AB 109, 4757 misleading to the public, and unfortunately they got duped. And that's why we are infested with crime. If there's no consequences for people committing crimes, they're going to commit crimes. And they all know, the criminals know, the law is better than anybody. $950 is the limit, and they go and steal $900 and maybe escort it outside. So it is the laws up there in Sacramento that are making us all unsafe. And while we're here trying to make us safe by hiring more police officers, it's really the laws that have to be strengthened instead of weakened. And so I thank you for what you're doing, and I certainly hope you get the signatures. I will be supportive as well as Councilman Brandow, and hopefully we can start turning this around. Thank you.
And Councilmember Bredefeld is so tough on crime that this morning he asked if he could paint shark teeth on the front of the tank we bought the police department today. So that's pretty hardcore, Gary.
Councilmember Chavez.
Why'd you have to steal my thunder? I was going to say that. I too will be supporting. I want to thank Assemblymember Patterson for leading this here locally. I think it's Assemblymember Cooper that's up in Sacramento also advocating for this. Sheriff Mims, our DA, the work you guys do. I know it's been really tough, but it's also been really tough on our neighborhoods, particularly some of the neighborhoods that I represent, where we have the same folks that keep going in and out and victimizing people. And as my colleague said, a lot of us up here have been have been touched to that point where you get so angry that you want to do something yourself. We know that's not the right thing to do, but it's just an instinct to protect yourself and your family. And I think a lot of my constituents feel that way. As I go out and I walk neighborhoods, that's the number one issue that they keep focusing on, the lack of this rule of law that we had before that now it's been diminished. I had a chance to work with Prop 36. Some of you remember those offenders. I think the piece that was missing in this conversation was that you have to have the rehabilitation piece with these folks. If they don't have that, they're going to keep reoffending. And I hope that we address that at the state level, because if not, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So just wanted to thank you for the work you've been doing, and I'll be supporting this today too. Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like the screen is clear. All I will add, I concur with a number of the comments that were made by my colleagues. I'm actually excited to see that there's a bipartisan effort. Obviously, we have a lead in terms of Mr. Jim Cooper, now here, our local assembly member, joining those forces because we recognize that there is a need in our community to ensure that folks are safe. And as mentioned by some of my colleagues, many of us have been victims, not once, but multiple times. And so we know the feeling, and we want to make sure that no one else experiences the same experience that we have had. And so with that, I'll be supportive today of this measure, and I hope that we can continue working together to ensure that our community continues to be safe.
Council President, they're requesting an electronic vote.
So looks like we'll have an electronic vote. So there is a motion by Councilmember Capriolio.
Yes, of course. A motion to approve the resolution. Sorry, Clinton, you can
Motion
go. I'll
by
be second.
both Councilmember Olivier and 2 seconds by Councilmember.
I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that.
I'll let you
Second.
second it along with Councilmember Brando.
With
So,
shark teeth.
2 seconds.
Thank you for coming. Thank you all very much for coming.
Sheriff?
Thank you.
I'll be right there to sign that.
Are we on break, Terry? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't pay attention anymore. I just wanted to argue.
So we will be breaking for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 4:30 because we have 2 4:30 scheduled items. I believe everything else we've done unscheduled communication, and so we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Really gonna say that? That's really funny.
We're going to go ahead and get started with item 430, number 1. This is a bill for introduction purposes, adding Article 22 to Chapter 12 of the Fresno Municipal Code, the Money Back Guarantee Business Streamlining Act. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you, Council President. Today is just introducing an ordinance I'd like the City Council to consider. We have called it the Money Back Guarantee Business Streamlining Act. And why the need for having such an ordinance? Well, first of all, we get calls every week from constituents regarding the problems they have dealing with getting projects completed and approved. And those projects and permits get held up, usually in the Planning Development Department, sometimes Public Works, sometimes Public Utilities. Now, this is not a new problem. This has been a problem at the City of Fresno for a good 30, perhaps 40 years. The perception of Fresno is that we're an anti-business city, not user-friendly, and unfortunately, we've earned that for many years. Most businesses, developers, whether you're a commercial, residential, industrial, developer have experienced this. I'm not telling any of these folks anything new because they've been experiencing and dealing with it for decades. In order to deal with this, in September of last year, we began meeting with people in the community who have a stake and deal with the city of Fresno all the time. We met with business leaders, developers who do residential, commercial, industrial, engineers, architects, all kinds of people to find out what did they feel was one of the best ways we could turn this around. And we got to talking about holding the city accountable because the city hasn't been held accountable. As I've said, we are not user-friendly, and anybody who deals with the city of Fresno knows that. So we had several meetings with probably around 15 people, each meeting, people who deal with the city of Fresno. And we looked at the timelines in terms of passing permits and conditional use permits and all kinds of projects. And we used the city of Fresno's timelines to start with. We listened to all the stakeholders, what the problems were, way to improve it. We heard a lot of the frustrations, the anger, and frankly, the fear of speaking up about these problems. Now, we have 8% unemployment chronically in Fresno. Our economy now is strong, but experts predict 18 to 24 months there'll be a cycle where it will go downward. That's the way economies go. They go up, they go down. And we've researched this, so before next 18, 24 months, we're going to start to have a downturn. The Federal Reserve just raised interest rates. That's going to help slow the economy. So we have a narrow window to take advantage of the hot economy that we have now. And we really need to act. This isn't the time to just continue to study the problem. What we need to do is change the problem. Now, by the city's own timelines, they say they meet processing timelines 70% of the time. That, I question whether that's truly an accurate number. I know about data, and you can have all kinds of data and manipulate it, but having said that, let's assume it's correct. That's not good enough. If you go to a restaurant and 30% of the time the meal you have is not good, you're not going back to that restaurant. 30% of the time, if you take your child to a babysitter and they come back injured, you're not going back there. But unfortunately, this bureaucracy is able to get away with having 70% timelines. The culture at the city of Fresno is the problem. We've had a culture that's been anti-business, anti-user-friendly for a long time. I think it's indisputable. We've had, now some people will say it's staffing levels. We've had high staffing levels through the 30 and 40 years. We've had low staffing levels through the 30 or 40 years, and yet the problems have remained consistent over time. Other cities also, we've checked it out, have less employees and process more permits, and they're able to streamline their permitting. Bureaucrats here have told businessmen who have shared with me, and it's been more than one, that we've had people say, elected officials like us come and go, but they're always going to be here. There hasn't been accountability. Calls aren't even returned to customers and businesses that are trying to get permits moved along in their projects. Timelines are not met. We have a history of trying to make some modest changes. I call it rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. We've seen that through the years. We saw that recently where we had BFF 1.0. Some efforts were made to turn things around, but clearly they haven't turned around. And I don't blame anyone, but the status quo can't continue. We can't just continue to study the problem. So what is Money Back Guarantee, a business streamlining act? Well, it is basically looking at the timelines, and we have many different timelines, looking at how we can meet those timelines, and if the timelines aren't met, there is going to be a credit applied to the applicant who's paid the money for a permit. And we use business days when we look at the timeline. And we've used the city of Fresno's own timelines, and in fact, many of those timelines we've expanded from what the city has. We've used business days, not calendar days, and we simply are saying no money gets returned, but you get a credit. If you paid $1,000 for a fee, the city of Fresno has not met its timeline, then you get a credit against that fee. We have 17 different ways in our ordinance that the city would not be responsible for missing timelines, because we're not interested in trying to get people to miss timelines. We're trying to get them to meet the timelines. And the credit would be issued against next year's budget. And it would be solely for the budget of the department that holds up the permit. So if it's DARM, Planning and Development, it'll come out of next year's budget for Planning and Development. If it's Public Works, it'd be Public Works. If it's Public Utilities, it'd be there. There would be no impact on public safety budgets. I've heard that criticism. It's not true. We also have in here a way to have dispute resolution. So we have a hearing officer at the City of Fresno, and if there's a problem where there's a disagreement about whether or not the City of Fresno met a timeline, people can go before a hearing officer, and they will make a decision. Now, we also have at-risk permits in this ordinance. A lot of the talk is about money-back guarantee, which is really a credit being returned. At-risk permits is done in Clovis. Basically, you would allow a developer to move forward with building either a home, an industrial site, their business, and they do it at their own risk. And that would help streamline the process immensely. And that's what we're needing to do. We're needing to move businesses along, because when we do that, we are allowing jobs to be created. We are enhancing the tax base. We're increasing our general fund. And so we want to be user and business friendly. At-risk permitting is a very big thing. It's something that the City of Fresno has never done incomplete. There's some grading that apparently we allow, but we're talking about actually putting up structures, and that's done in Clovis. So why would anybody be opposed to this? Well, we began meeting with the mayor in December. After we had our meetings in September and October and November, tried to bring the mayor along, and our initial meeting went very well in December. We outlined what the money-back guarantee was. He and his chief of staff expressed support. We talked about the timelines, and we agreed to come back in a month and look at the different timelines, see if we could build some consensus on that. We met in January, and at that point, the mayor felt that he couldn't support it. And some of the reasons that he has said he doesn't support it, and others have said, is that no other city has money-back guarantee. And I've said, well, no other city has money-back guarantee because they don't need it. Our staff has called other cities and asked them about timelines. And most other cities meet their timelines. They don't have the problems. Most developers, when you talk to them, prefer to do business in other cities, Clovis, Madera, Visalia, Bakersfield, because it's easier to do business there. They've said that this is, the money-back guarantee, a soundbite in search of a solution. It's actually a soundbite with several solutions. They've talked about the timelines are not attainable. They're arbitrary. Well, they're actually not arbitrary. They're some of the city's own timelines. They've said this is a premature ordinance. I think it's long overdue. They say we'll hurt the city financially if credits are applied. Well, the purpose is to avoid the credits. That's the whole accountability. That's the whole way we change the culture. If projects and permits are streamlined, no credits issued. That's the goal. And I can assure you that the first time there's a credit that has to be issued, the media will know about it, it will be highlighted, and that's going to be bringing the greater accountability. Shedding light on this is what we need to do. Now, the mayor has been concerned that these credits will hurt the city. Yet, his own Economic Expansion Act, which was approved by the council 2 years ago, calls for Fresno to rebate 90% of the city's share of property taxes that Amazon would pay on the increased value of the site for the next 30 years. So there's credits. That's what we're doing with Amazon. Millions of dollars of credits, and I support it. And I supported the Amazon deal that we gave, even though it involves, in a sense, not giving money to the general fund, but giving credits to Amazon. It's the right thing to do. We did the same thing 20 years ago with the Gap. In order to land the Gap and come and bring their distribution center, we had to give them $14 million in land that we could have sold. We didn't take it. We gave it to them for free in order to create the jobs that have existed for the last 20 years. Now, everyone knows the real problem has not been fixed. People in the business sector, developers, but many are fearful of speaking out about the severity and how chronic this problem is. They fear reprisals. They fear retaliation against their projects. Now, the Business Journal just printed a story about the mayor's plans and the money-back guarantee, and I'll quote the Business Journal. It says, solutions can be hard to find when no one wants to speak up about the problem. Many contractors and developers refuse to talk out of fear of reprisal. Dozens of attempts to reach out to those in the industry have been declined because people worry how on-the-record stories would be taken. One of the people on the mayor's BFF is quoted in here and says, "There is no doubt that certain people will delay projects and cause grief if personalities get into it." End quote. Now, that shouldn't happen in our city, but that's a pervasive feeling for a lot of people, because when we presented this money-back guarantee business streamlining act throughout the community, with people who don't have a political agenda but want to get their projects done, they all support it. They say, "Why wouldn't you support this?" Now, Council, we're the policy-making body of this city. We all campaign on changing City Hall and making it business-friendly. It's all part of our campaigns. The mayor has his BFF 2.0 exclamation point. I'm going to support any good ideas that come out of that. We approved the CELA. This body approved the CELA. It will not solve the problem, though, because it always comes down to a person who makes sure that permits and process and projects are moved along. A CELA will show us where it might be held up, but it's ultimately the responsibility of a person. No one should need a lobbyist to deal with City Hall when they've got permits and projects. They shouldn't need to have a personal connection in the mayor's office. They shouldn't need to call council members to solve problems with permits and projects, yet that is exactly what goes on. Businesses should not be delayed because of costing them, which results in costing them thousands of dollars, loss of jobs because of city inefficiency, bureaucracy, and lack of responsiveness to our business customers. Now, I encourage BFF 2.0 and all of the people involved and the mayor to review the ordinance, offer feedback, suggestions for improvement. It's not a perfect document, I'm sure. It's been revised probably 10 to 15 times with the experts in the community, with our city attorney for the legal issues. We want to improve the city's planning and permitting process, but we need accountability, transparency, timeliness met, change the culture at City Hall. And we got to take the politics out of this. Now, one of the other things, as I mentioned, the mayor initially supported it and then didn't support it, or was willing to support it. I met with the Chamber of Commerce, along with a couple of colleagues, when we presented the money-back guarantee. And both the president and the vice president said they support it. And 2 months later, they don't support it. And when I've spoken to the chamber, it's because the mayor doesn't support it. You know, we've got to be better than that. We've got to take the politics out of things and judge ordinances and policies based on their merits. And I want to thank all of the people who worked on this. Some of them are here. Some of them will speak. And there are many who are not here because they're afraid to speak. But the fact is, we've got to have the ability to talk honestly about the problems here. And City Hall has been a problem in terms of being anti-business for decades. And I'm concerned that we're just going to rearrange the chairs again on the Titanic. I'm not interested in that. We're all elected to make positive changes here. And that's what this is about. This is not Gary Bredefeld's ordinance. This is an ordinance put together by the private sector. And I'm presenting it today to the council for introduction. And with that, council, I appreciate the time. And council president, we can go from there.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. So what we will do, we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? If you can state your name and address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ali Nekumanish. I'm the proprietor of Colorado Grill and vice president for Deli Delicious Franchising with 118 units on the books. Our store spans go from Sacramento, Bay Area, down to Bakersfield. I am also a strong supporter of Mayor. I appreciate what he's done and what he's going to do for the city. At the same time, I have many concerns about what my business owners, franchisees have had to deal with here in the city of Fresno. I think Councilman Oliver knows some of my challenges that I brought to his attention. Personally, I don't necessarily get involved in every project, but the project was majorly delayed. I made several calls to the city manager's office, Nobody returned my call. Nobody offered to meet up with me at the site to actually see how we can move the project over. My franchisee lost 11 of his employees that he had hired, except a manager who stuck around. I can tell you that, as some of you know, it is getting through the city of Fresno is a very difficult task. I've done business in Denver. Obviously, I've done business now through Deli Delicious in other cities across California. And our city, unfortunately, is behind times with that. And I know the mayor is going to impact that. I know, and I don't want to keep saying I know, but a business person knows the real challenges. You know, the council is sitting here. Some of you are business owner and you feel the pain, but we definitely live the pain. So I don't see why this plan that Councilman Beretta is prepared and is presented is a problem, where it's going to hold this city employees accountable to the businesses, who's going to make them responsive to the taxpayers, and is going to create some accountability across the board. I know in a private business, I hold the rank and file management employees of the franchise office accountable to the franchisees who are the actual customers. And if their needs is not being met, I personally, as the responsible party, will take steps to do something about it. Supporting the mayor, I just hope that he supports this plan, or maybe make it better even, but holding the city accountable is where we have to start. And again, I want to reiterate, I don't mean any daggers to the city manager or them, but doing business in this city is not a fun project. I can tell you also, as a last comment, that from one of my franchisees right before I came to come in here, who's developing a business, that the gentleman at the city planning office, he needs to know where the tax base is, and he needs to know who the real boss is. And his real boss is my franchisee, who's going to open up, hire 16 people, and pay taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? State your name, your address for the record.
Good
You'll
afternoon,
have 3
Council.
minutes.
My name is Kyle Schmidt at 3035 North Ferris Avenue. I wanted to comment on this. I've been in the architecture industry in Fresno for about 10 years. I've operated businesses, and I've also served on the Tower District Design Review Committee, which is one of the citizens committee that often gets blamed for delaying timelines on projects. But what I've seen really often is staff are working hard, but there is a lot of constraints. And the thing I see, the people that complain about timelines the most often are ones that come in with incomplete packages that want to rush through a project, or a project that doesn't meet our community plans, our general plan, or the standards. They're not necessarily doing their homework. They want the city staff to be their plan checkers, like their consultants. They're not paying quality consultants to prepare their packages to be complete. So often I see projects that will get delayed timeline-wise because they're bringing forward, incomplete plans, things that haven't been thought through, things that, codes that haven't been fully researched, design standards. And they put that blame on the staff. They put that blame on the city council appointed committees, and I don't think that's fair. And I think a lot of that kind of trash that gets put into the pipeline delays other projects. The business people that are doing a good job, that are hiring good quality consultants to do good jobs, they're getting their projects delayed because there's business people in the city that frankly don't want to follow the rules, that don't want to hire quality consultants. They cost more, but you get your money's worth. If you hire good quality architects and engineers, they know how to navigate the systems, they know how to understand the regulations, and they get your projects through. So that's my comment on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? If you can head forward, state your name and the address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
John Brelsford, owner of Diversified Development Group, 7519 North Ingram. I'm speaking in favor and support of this money-back guarantee. I build primarily or almost exclusively concrete tilt-up industrial buildings designed for warehousing and manufacturing. I currently own about 8 million square feet in this market, and I build primarily speculative buildings. In that, and I'm in favor of anything that can reduce and cut the time period and the amount of excess time it takes to get permits and things through the city. I supported and was on the committee of the previous administration on the mayor's business-friendly Fresno committee. And but just to give you a quick example, we submitted in May of last year for a 512,000 square foot 3-building complex, approximately the same size as the Ultra building. We just last week were in a position to pick up a permit. That's 9 months. I can build a building in 4.5 months. And we've done 55 of these before. And so our buildings are about the same, everything. It should go through very quickly, but for some reason it's getting caught up. The advantages are an economic advantage to the city of Fresno. The fees are the same. If you get them in a month versus 9 months down the road, it's to your advantage. The tax base comes on quicker. The sales tax comes on quicker. The employment comes on quicker. It's totally to the advantage of the city of Fresno to be able to process these plans through more rapidly. It's an economic base for the city. From a developer standpoint, we reduce our costs, reduce the consultant's cost, and so we have our product basically is a spec building. We put them up, and in current age, roughly 95% of tenants that are coming up and looking in the valley for space to locate their business look at existing buildings only. But it's a competitive market. So if we have product up in the city of Fresno, we can attract those tenants in, and where everybody's looking for the Alta and the Amazon effect, we need to have products up there. And the faster we can get products up, the better it is for the city. One quick example, about 10 years ago, I had an existing tenant here. We had the opportunity to build a 500,000 square foot facility for them. They wanted to add more people. They wanted to be up instantly. And I didn't even bring it to the city of Fresno because I knew how long it would take to get through. And we took it to a competitive city. And in that competitive city, we were able to get through process in about 75 days and start construction. And then the tenant was in 4 months after that.
If you can just wrap up your thought.
Okay. Totally in favor of this. Anything else that can reduce the time, it's an economic benefit, both the developer and also the city of Fresno.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to make a comment on this item? Your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Name's Nick Giovino, 1879 South Homsey, Fresno. I worked for the city for almost 40 years, all of it in City Hall, all of it in planning from the day I got out of college. I retired almost 10 years ago. Last 9 years, I was the planning director, so I'm very familiar with this issue. Spent a lot of time and effort dealing with it. The concern over the timelines, of course, is a valid concern, and timelines need to be established. They need to be met. There's no question about that. But I would always advocate to you to take the more direct approach, which is deal directly with the issue, with the problem. I would not recommend that you approve this type of program. In my time here, different than the current time, I was the planning director during the great building boom, not the recession. So we had to do a lot of different things here to maintain our timelines. We were in a very good position in that we had a substantial cash reserve to hire people, to modified job specs to privatize. We did significant privatization when I was planning director, and it all helped. But I would always recommend to you to take the direct approach. Deal with the problem. Figure out a way to solve it. I'm on BF2, Friendly 2, and I'm looking forward to contributing my thoughts on this. My overall concern, though, and I'll just be I'm very candid about this, is the public's perception of the program. When you process an entitlement, speed is very important, but accuracy, quality, fairness, consistency, they're equally important, and you should always try to keep them at the same level of priority. I am very concerned that there will be a project here some evening. Many upset people in the audience. Even though the project was processed fairly and accurately and with high quality, there'll be a concern that it wasn't processed that way because the timeline issue was dictated by a fee. That's just my feeling. I think there is a real issue with there could be with the public's perception. So again, yes, there's an issue. It needs to be dealt with. I would recommend that you deal with it directly, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can state your name and address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Bob Solis. I live at 1677 East Desert Island Drive. I'm retired. I was a government employee for Fresno County and the state of California. So I do know a little bit about what employees go through. What I don't understand, and maybe somebody can help me, is if employees are saying they are not given the room to improve their departments, who's responsible? I'm just a little guy that lives in Fresno. I'm a taxpayer, a little guy. I'm not a business owner. I'm not a businessman. I'm a little small guy who's trying to get it done. And when you come up with big issues like I did, just to get my patio inspected and laid, I was overwhelmed. It took almost 2 months to get an inspector, to get it followed through. Now, if I was a big businessman, maybe it'd be easier, but it wasn't for me. My family, we did not like it. For people to say that, like the last gentleman, that says you should take it up at the time, I completely, totally disagree with him. Accountability is what we're talking about. Every one of you up there is accountable to us, the taxpayer, the little guy. And that's why I'm saying to you, this Article 22, I read it completely, it's good. It's damn good. And it addresses the issues that I was having personally. But it also addresses the fact that there is a survey that makes the department and people accountable. You and I have that ability to do something about the change. And I've heard 30 and 40 years. Why? Why 30 and 40 years? Has this been an issue? That's bad business. That is bad, bad business, and I'm here to tell you it is. Article 22, everybody in here should read it, take a hard look at it, and say, good business. It's a start. It's a start. It can be improved. But guess what? Guess what? Right now, this is okay with me and the little guys that are out there paying their taxes, and every one of you. Do a change. Get it done, people. Get it done.
Thank you. You can state your name, address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Nathan Alonso, 2331 Fresno Street, 2 blocks away from beautiful City Hall. On behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, I'm here to express our opposition to the item as it is currently written. We believe that although this legislation before you for consideration is well-intentioned, it would ultimately worsen the problem of permitting backlogs and timeline issues in DARM. It would do so by creating a tiered timeline system that would confuse both applicants and DARM staff. The money back or fee credit provisions are also concerning because of the potential impacts that the reduction in revenues could have on our city's general fund and the departments that could potentially be harmed because of it. We could potentially see staff and service reductions in departments like DARM, thereby exacerbating the issue. There is no easy solution when it comes to tackling the issues at City Hall that make doing business with the City of Fresno not so business friendly. But we believe that steps are being taken by the administration, members of this City Council, and business leaders through Business Friendly Fresno 2.0 to help identify and solve these issues in a comprehensive and implementable way. We certainly appreciate the good intentions of the author by bringing this legislation forward. However, we would encourage the author to work collaboratively with Business Friendly Fresno 2.0 and to come up with solutions that we can all move forward with together. We ask for your opposition to this item.
Thank you. If you could state your name, address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Josh Peterson, Wathing Casanas Homes, 1446 Toll House Road. First of all, thank you, Council President and Council members. I want to say thank you to Gary for drafting this. I know he spent a lot of hours. I've also spent a lot of hours with him and other committees and professionals talking about the issues of the City of Fresno. I think everybody, including Councilmember Bredefeld, has the same intent. It's to improve the city's processes, make it easier for business to be conducted in the City of Fresno. And I think that's the mayor's intent as well. Business Friendly Fresno 2.0, I think, is an outstanding start. I'd like to see it enacted sooner. But at the same time, I don't think that this resolution needs to fall behind that. I think this can be taken in line with the mayor's task force and the efficiencies that are generated with both of these could create a new successful environment for the City of Fresno. I'd like your consideration. I know this is a discussion topic only. I'd like your consideration and the ability to meet with all of you separately to discuss this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council President Greg Terzakis, representing the California Apartment Association, 516 West Shaw in the City of Fresno. We are also in opposition to this item. Councilmember Bredefeld, we believe your intentions are great, and there are a lot of great things in this legislation. I think our concern lies with the fact that there is a money-back guarantee. And it is not that it doesn't hold the people accountable. It is that where does the money come from? I understand there have been debates whether or not it comes from the general fund or not. Okay, well, let's say for a moment in this hypothetical that it doesn't. It comes from DARM. Then therefore, if they were funding money, they will have less money in their budget next year, which would, I would imagine, reduce headcount. And then we wind up like the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland, running faster to stay in the same place. We have several members of the California Apartment Association that are on Mayor Brand's Business Friendly Fresno 2.0. I myself am one of them. We would like to take a look at this as a holistic approach. Again, I think there are phenomenal things, particularly as it relates to transparency in your legislation, Member Bredefeld. But at this time, we think it would be better to take a step back, let Mayor Brand's Business 2.0 at least have a couple of meetings, and then come forth and ideally work collaboratively to address this issue. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Please come forward now. Mr. Martin? State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ron Martin. I live at 4721 North Cedar Avenue, apartment 113. I just wanted to say that this ordinance may be poorly written and it ought to be reconsidered. It doesn't seem to make very much sense to penalize a department for missing a timeline. It's good to have timelines. The department should meet the timelines, but to take away from the budget is not a good governmental principle. Rather, administrators should find out why the timelines aren't being met, maybe increase their budget and hire more people to meet those timelines. That would be don't treat the department as a constituency with its own separate interest.
Anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? Please state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Darius Assemi, Granville Homes. Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld, for introducing this item. And also thank you, Mayor Brand, for putting together BFF 2.0 to address the issues that so many of us in this community face. At the end of the day, as a citizen of this beautiful city, as a business owner, we want you guys to work together and address the issues that we face day in and day out. I've talked to all of you about these issues. Time is valuable. Time is precious. The person that's unemployed doesn't know why they're unemployed. They don't understand the bureaucracy, the challenges that we face. We want you to all work together and address these issues so we don't keep on shipping business elsewhere, so we don't go elsewhere. Mr. Peterson, Joaquin Castanos, is now in how many cities? 9 cities in Central California and the coast. We are now spread into several other cities. We love this community. We want to work in this community. We want to build this community. We want to build the tax base. We want to employ people here. We want to reinvest our dollars here. But it's difficult. It's difficult under the current environment. So I applaud the efforts that Councilmember Bredefeld has gone through. I've taken a look at your resolution. We've made many comments over the last few months. We want positive change. We're encouraged by the fact that the mayor is putting together the BFF 2.0. I also understand there's political challenges in this building, but we want you to work together and solve the issues. We don't have 18 months. You may not have 12 months. In 2005, several people in this building asked me, when is the next recession going to happen? Because we're going to go and hire a bunch of people, streamline the processes. And I said, actually, in April of 2005, we forecasted that the peak of the market was in, and we saw what happened after that. So we need help now. We need help from this body, from the administration, to address the issues that this industry is going through. Our company deals with this every day. Unfortunately, you guys don't. And sometimes I wish you would go with us to other communities where we do business with. Now, I want to end by saying there's some great people that work in this building that want to get the job done. One of those people, 2 of those folks are sitting right behind me. But we need, whether the handcuffs need to come off, they need to be empowered to get the job done so we don't have to take our business elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? State your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
My name is Jose Leon Barraza. I'm the former Director of Economic Development for the County of Fresno, where I retired about 6 years ago. Since I worked for the county, I remember that the issue of not being business-friendly on the part of the city was always coming up. As we work with the Economic Development Corporation, we found that a lot of businesses would actually go to Visalia, to other jurisdictions. I think it would be useful to have an evaluation of your performance. How do your timelines compare to other jurisdictions? How long is it taking to process permits? I just finished the construction of 5 apartments. I'm actually have been an employee of government all my life, but I thought I would try being on the private side. And actually, I found that there are many good people in your city staff, very good people. There are very good inspectors that would actually help you find solutions when you find challenges. So we have a lot of good things happening, But what I don't see happening is an evaluation of the performance, your performance. How are you doing compared to Visalia? Why is Visalia doing a lot more exciting things than Fresno? Compare yourselves and take a look at the time that it's taking your plant check process. It's taken a lot longer. There are jurisdictions that can have a very quick turnaround. Why is it that they can do it and the city of Fresno cannot? The proposal before you, it's an excellent start because you're rewarding good performance, but also is making the city of Fresno accountable. And I really think it's a good start, and I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? See none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Mayor Lee Brand?
Am I on? Okay. Let me first thank everybody for showing, and I think everybody has the same concern about the city of Fresno. And the question really isn't, or debating whether there's problems. We know there's problems. The real question is how we solve the problems. So I'm not defending city business practice. In fact, I'm looking to find a solution through my initiative, Business Friendly Fresno 2, or BFF2. Councilman Bredefeld has described current city business practices in a crisis stage that need immediate attention that only his money-back guarantee can deliver. Let's look at the facts. In 2017, the city recorded the largest amount of building permit valuation in its history at about $900 million. In 2017, 85% of single-family home plan checks were completed on time despite a significant reduction in staff. The city also found a way to add 3,000 jobs, new jobs this year. So I wouldn't call that a crisis. Could we do better? Absolutely. My goal is to get to 100%. I understand the business cycle and the time value of money. I get it. I understand it. Councilman Bredefeld's proposal is, for Nick Givino, creating a problem to solve a problem. The proposal is touted as an instant cure with virtually no evidence at all. The underlying foundation is hyperbole and fear. I understand the frustration of the development community and the city's business practices. There are no panaceas, no instant cures. To resolve a problem has taken many years to ingrain in city work culture. We have found no other cities in California that offer a money-back guarantee. The past two planning directors and the current planning director opposed the money-back guarantee. The Greater Fresno Chamber of Commerce and the Greater Apartment Association opposed the proposal. The Building Industry Association has recommended that the proposal be presented to the the BFF2 committee. I have run a successful business for over 35 years and have extensive experience in renovating residential units. My company has pulled permits in several cities throughout the valley. I have a successful track record at City Hall reforming finances and operations with over 20 legislative acts over the past 9 years. I get things done. And I will highlight a few of them and explain the impact on City Hall, because it's all about who can deliver. Starting with the Better Business Act in 2009 that compelled the city to use banking standards of due diligence on proposed public-private partnerships. There are no more Granite Park, Met Museums, or similar fiascos costing city taxpayers millions of dollars. The Taxpayer Protection Act. This act established comprehensive debt management policies to govern debt issuance. In 2014, the city of Fresno was recognized as one of the best financial policies in the state of California. We transferred from a junk bond credit rating in 2012. In 2017, that credit rating was increased to A+, saving taxpayers over $40 million. The Reserve Management Act. In 2009, the city had no reserve, had roughly about $40 million in the hole. And this act established financial policies to restrict borrowing between enterprise departments in the general fund and develop provisions to build a reserve. As a result of this act and other budget decisions, we have paid off $36 million in internal enterprise loans and built up a reserve of $23 million. The Enterprise Accountability and Oversight Act, was co-authored by my friend Clint Olivier, to provide policies to govern enterprise capital projects, including an oversight board. And the city has a history of not managing their projects well. The $500 million water capital project is it's the biggest public works project in the city's history, and is being done on time and under budget. And finally, the Economic Expansion Act, that took nearly a year to write and that collaborated with former Mayor Swearingen. Provisions of this act, including performance-based incentives, were instrumental in landing Amazon and Ulta and will attract other businesses. And the difference is this starts out with a base. You had a piece of land worth $2 million that Amazon bought, built a $200 million improvement. That's a 100-fold increase. So the property taxes went from $20,000 to $20 million. It doesn't make any difference if we gave away 50% or 90%. There's a net gain to the city. Totally different. These legislative acts took months to develop and were fully vetted by the private sector and City Hall administration. These acts were done right and have fundamentally changed city financial policies for the better. So, when you ask yourself, who do you trust to reform Fresno City business practices, my record at City Hall says it all. Let's talk about Business Friendly Fresno 2. And a few months ago, I launched Business Friendly Fresno 2 to address business practices at City Hall, the same things we're talking about with the people in the audience. And I formed a committee of industry experts representing single-family home builders, multifamily home builders, retail and commercial builders, and industrial builders. The people are leaders in their field and include Jeff Roberts, Jeff Harris, and Dennis Gabe representing single-family homes, Steve Spencer and Rick Ginder representing multifamily builders, Leland Parnigian and Mike Pickett representing industrial development, Larry Fortune and Sal Gonzalez representing commercial retail development, Ann Cluse, PG&E, Dirk Puschel, land use consultant, Greg Trzakis representing the Apartment Association, Ed Dunkel, engineer, Ruth Evans, HR management. Everybody was selected for a reason. And Ruth, to get into the work culture issues. And council members Steve Brandow, Luis Chavez, and Clint Olivier, and my chief of staff, Tim Orman, the chair of the committee. And I have confidence that these industry experts working with my staff will find solutions to improve business practices, including meeting performance timeline metrics. Let's talk about the timeline for BFF2. This committee will have its first meeting in 2 weeks. Although it may take up to 1 year to complete, significant policy changes will be introduced in the coming months, starting with a major announcement regarding DARM in a few weeks. The introduction of Excella GIS-based software launching in late April. As things come up, they'll be sequentially released. Here's the heart of the problem. Let's talk about finding solutions. So what happens between the starting point of the planning process and the exit point where the action is completed is a complex, multidimensional process involving application of local, state, and federal codes and regulations, review and approval of several city departments, and on larger projects, outside agencies like PG&E and Caltrans. And overall, there will be many people involved, and each will have an impact on the time it takes to complete. To solve the problem, you need to get inside the metaphorical planning box where the projects enter and exit. In other words, you need to look under the hood to find out what's wrong. BFF2 will be taking a deep dive into this complex process to uncover problems and obstacles, including the organizational structure, software interface, best practices of other cities, and most importantly, city personnel to find lasting, workable solutions. A money-back guarantee will not examine what goes inside the planning box and only superficially address the issue. It will not materially impact the planning process. It will not alter the outcome, because the fundamental premise of money-back guarantee is fear and intimidation. I'm going to call up Jennifer Clark to discuss briefly some plant DARM statistics. She'll be followed by Bruce Rudd to go into details in the policy. And I'll come back when they finish and do a short summary. Jennifer?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. The first full year of tracking for the original business-friendly Fresno task force was calendar year 2015. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what kind of track record we have had and what improvements have been made. In building permits, in 2015, there were 12,478 permits issued by 13 permit staff at a rate of 960 permits per permit center employee, and for a total property improvement valuation of $572 million. That year, only 70% of the permits were issued within the defined completion timeframes. These timeframes were developed in a collaborative process with industry professionals and staff as a part of the original Business-Friendly Fresno Task Force. Last year, in 2017, there were 14,070 permits issued by 19 permit center staff at a rate of 741 permits per permit center employee, and for a total property improvement valuation of $889 million. And last year, we accomplished 85% of the permits were issued within the defined completion timeframes. On planning entitlements, in 2015, there were 1,126 entitlements processed by 17 planning staff at a rate of 66 per planner. That year, 87% of the entitlements were issued within the defined completion timeframes. But last year, there were 1,419 permits entitlements plus 2,689 zone clearances for a total of 4,108 transactions processed by 19 planning center staff at a rate of 216 per planner. And that was 95% of the entitlements were issued within the defined completion timeframes. The increase in volumes is relatively dramatic. Since 2015, the volume of activity has increased by an average of 33%, but staffing levels have only increased by approximately 17%. DARM is working with Personnel Services Department to recruit for 9 additional positions in development. Of these, 2 of the vacant positions have been vacant for more than a year at an average vacancy rate of 4 months, with the longest being vacant for over 439 days. Recruitment and retention for highly technical positions required by DARM has proven difficult. The city is having difficulty competing with the salaries offered in the private sector. As the economy continues to improve, the problem will be exacerbated. But there is room for improvement. The improvements in completion times, given the increased number of projects being received and the constraints on staff capacity, have been positive. But there are additional opportunities for improvement, including communication, digital processing, and technology. Replacing a 20-year-old land management system with Acela will help drive additional improvement in completion times through digital submissions, live project review status, and project tracking. In addition, Acela will help us highlight where problems currently occur so we can work to correct issues quickly. It will give the applicants, management, and staff a better understanding of volumes and workflow. The BFF 2.0 task force will review and evaluate a number of alternatives to processing improvements and will make recommendations to the mayor. The task force will be issuing recommendations throughout their term in order to make immediate improvements where possible and warranted. We continue to take concerns seriously and strive for continuous improvement. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Bruce Rudd.
Good evening, Council. There were some comments made earlier, and I think they're appropriate, about the best of intentions, and I do believe that they're the best of intentions. We're all here talking about and acknowledging that there are some opportunities for improvement in our planning department. But this is reminiscent of what I heard, or the reaction that we heard from the community shortly after the Somerset incident, in which there was a call for us to hire 10, 20, 30 more code enforcement officers immediately to address the problem. To address a problem that had been plaguing this community for well over 30 years. And interestingly enough, this council did not jump and just immediately hire more people without taking the time to actually investigate and drill down, or as the mayor put it, roll up your sleeves and got under the hood to figure out where the problem was. And what we found, there were some regulations that we needed to change to put some teeth into our enforcement. There were some tools in the toolbox that we had never used. Receivership was one of them. Now it's an effective tool, and we use it all the time. My point is that the best intentions are exactly that. They're the best intentions, but it took us almost a year, 2 years, and then ultimately the rental housing inspection program was as well as asset, was a continuation or an involvement of this council, this administration, the previous administration's willingness to get under the hood and figure out what the problem is and come up with real solutions. So with that, I want to talk about, first of all, the applicability of this ordinance and the fiscal realities. And Councilmember Bradfield, I will try to explain to you why it is a general fund. It will have a general fund impact. First, the ordinance as written is riddled with exceptions. Numerous, and I will go over just some of them. In fact, there are so many of them, I'm just scratching my head as to figure out exactly which projects would actually fall under the timelines that are being proposed in the ordinance. First, there are delays that can be caused by an applicant or its agent, delays that can be caused by another agency, PG&E, irrigation district, air district, etc. Delays that are caused by a legislative or advisory body, delays that are caused by actual or even threatened litigation, delays that are caused by a request, project modification, rezone, environmental review or study. We all remember, Doris, you still here? We remember the 8-foot driveway debate? No, you don't? No, you don't build them anymore, those, right? Good. Anyway, delays are caused whenever an applicant disagrees with the recommendations or conditions placed on a project by staff. That happens quite often. But it doesn't stop there. Any project that is considered to be extraordinarily complex is also excluded from the proposed timelines, which include but not limited to projects that require community or neighborhood meetings, physical circumstances of a property that are unique or require further mitigation, a project that is appealed, a project that is subject to a development agreement, changes or subsequent amendments or alternative mitigation measures that are requested by the applicant. And then here's the one that, again, is the one that makes me scratch my head. It's whenever the city is providing funding either directly or via grants, credits, or incentives, which essentially applies to almost everything we do. Case in point, there isn't a new residential development that's underway now or has been built in the last 4 or 5 years that doesn't receive credits or indirectly is receiving the benefit of grant dollars. Affordable housing projects, they all receive some form of grants and most likely would require a development agreement anyway. And then any project that's been identified or included in the Economic Expansion Act. All these programs that this council has approved include some kind of fee reduction credit or a complete removal or elimination of a fee. That's a credit. So I defer, Infill Opportunity Zone, Economically Disadvantaged Neighborhood Act, any mixed-use project along the BRT corridor or in downtown, all these projects would not fall under this. They would be subject to a negotiated timeline because they are considered extraordinarily complex. Quite honestly, with all these exceptions, I'm wondering if this would only apply to someone's kitchen remodel or a patio expansion. Now, as far as the fiscal realities of this proposal, the ordinance states that any rebates or future credits would be deducted from DARM's budget unless the delay is caused by Public Works or the Public Utilities Department. Now, ironically, and given this is supposedly about accountability, Any delays caused by another department, such as the fire or police department, will still come out of the DARM budget. So let's discuss what revenues make up the DARM budget. DARM's budget, their general revenue, consists of permit fees, parking fees, and code enforcement fees. Now, I don't think it's the intent of this ordinance to take fees or fines that we collect from slumlords to pay for rebates, nor do I think we're trying to take parking revenue that's needed to make up for 10 years or 20 years of deferred maintenance, which is now accumulated to $10 million. We're not looking to take those dollars to put that off. We're not funding those improvements. So that leaves us permitting fees. So with that, if that is indeed the case, then the question lies is if you're going to rebate back a fee, now, either now or later on, what is going to cover that expense for the work that still needs to be done? And the answer will be, or is, the general fund. That applies also to public works and public utilities. You certainly can't use ratepayer dollars to pay a rebate or give a credit back. And you can't magically go grab Measure C or some other transportation dollars to cover that overhead expense, because that's what this is. So then the question lies, if the work still has to get done, how's that work going to be paid for? Answer is the general fund. So let's assume, if we will, the problem is that to try to come up with what that would be is difficult, because it is going to be an estimate, which probably explains why there was no fiscal assessment or analysis included, at least in the material that I've been provided with. But let's say, for the sake of discussions, it's $1 million. It could be $500,000. It could be $2 million. But let's just say, for the sake of discussions, it's $1 million. If that's the case, then what we're saying with this ordinance, that the proposed ordinance, is that with this proposed ordinance, is what we're saying is that we'd rather spend $1 million of general fund revenue on providing developers with some kind of rebate, then funding other important and essential services like public safety, maintaining our parks, and more importantly, actually providing the resources that we will need to address the reason for the delays in the first place. So in conclusion, Council, the proposed ordinance is likely to do very little due to the number of exemptions that it contains. Secondly, the thought that public safety is somehow shielded from all this is inaccurate, as any rebate, whether it's from a check, a fee credit, a voucher, now or later, will ultimately come from the general fund. It will be an accounts payable. And finally, it will do very little to address the problem. If there are additional resources available in a very slim and very tight general fund budget, as we did with code enforcement, I would urge you to invest those dollars into solutions that actually address the problem rather than to rebate a developer. Thank you very much.
City Council President, just 1 minute. I'll wrap it up. This proposal is fatally flawed, it's poorly written, and contradictory. The timeline standards are arbitrary, ignoring CEQA and other legal review mandates, and impossible to achieve. But most importantly, the exemptions for waiver of the timeline penalties would exempt over 90% of DARM transactions and make the proposal virtually useless, with nearly every transaction exempt. And if you remove the exemptions, you have a paradox where it will be nearly impossible for many projects to meet the specified timelines. The money-back guarantee program will financially penalize DARM for not meeting arbitrary timelines and will result in layoffs. This will exacerbate the problem by creating a larger caseload for planners and slow down the process instead of accelerating the timelines. Financially penalizing DARM and other departments will ultimately impact the general fund and primarily public safety, which makes up 75% of the general fund. Ironically, the proposed ordinance would actually slow down the timelines for DARM and create more bureaucracy and red tape. The fact that this item is not up for a vote today speaks volumes for the lack of support. And finally, I'll make a pledge to the people of Fresno to put an exclamation point on Business Friendly Fresno 2 to finally change the narrative of Fresno's history of unfriendly business practices. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I'm speechless by a couple of things. First of all, I didn't know things were this good, Mayor. Mr. Bonadelli, Mr. Assimi, Mr. Brailsford, Ali, Mr. So, I don't know why you're here today. I don't know why you're having the problems that you have. I don't know why the other 20 people who aren't here and are afraid to speak out aren't here, because things are so good. They're so good at the city of Fresno. You've never had problems. We haven't had these problems for 30 and 40 years. Oh, and by the way, this isn't going to work because we have 3 planning directors who tell us, 3 people who were bureaucrats and are bureaucrats and who oversee the planning department tell us you can't do this. Yet we continue to have the problems throughout the city. Mr. Mayor, you say you're not defending what goes on at City Hall, yet you spend 20 minutes defending the indefensible. You know darn well, as everyone up here does, that we get calls and problems from people who navigating the planning process and the permitting process, and it's been going on for years. You've been here. You've held the seat that I now held. You held it for 8 years. You've been mayor for a year. And in your 9th year, you've decided that you're going to study this problem that we know is a problem. I'm willing to support anything that comes from your task force. We should work and see what we can do to improve things. But to pretend that this isn't an ongoing problem is misleading the public. And you say that we're fear-mongering. You talk about arbitrary timelines. These timelines are timelines that the city of Fresno's had that we work with. You say if we implement these timelines, there will be staff that will be laid off. It will make the situation worse. And I'm fear-mongering? I don't think so. And the fact is, nobody said the general fund would not be impacted. We said we're not going to lay off police and firefighters, which is what you were fear-mongering about. That wouldn't happen. So again, this is an effort to try to make the city user-friendly, more business-friendly. And Mr. Mayor, again, you've done these 20 acts that you cite, and you cited in your campaigns, but you forgot the 21st Act. And the 21st Act is Holding Planning Department Accountable Act. You've never done that act. It hasn't happened for 30 or 40 years. And this is an effort to change that. And we can pretend everything's gold, the roads are paved with gold, but they're not. There's 8% unemployment in this community. And when we don't move projects along, that costs jobs. And that costs people who are trying to do development in the city money. You know that because you've been here, and you know the problems that have existed at City Hall for a long time. So this problem's not going to go away. And to pretend that it is, and to trot out all of your staff, and to attack this in every way possible is kind of humorous to me, because there's a real problem here. You know it, the chamber knows it, the apartment association knows it, and all of the people you got to come out here when they first initially supported it, but then they found out the mayor didn't support it. You're not helping the community. You're not helping the community by pretending it's all fine. And actually studying this, when you yourself know, we've had 18 months, maybe 24 months before our economy changes. That's not going to help. But this is the direction we're going with BFF 2.0 exclamation point. We had BFF 1.0, and that didn't change much. And so I look forward to hearing what you have to say. I look forward to your announcements. And we're going to continue to move forward, because all of us here were elected to also move forward and represent the same people you do, and try to make this a user and business friendly, which it hasn't been for decades.
Thank you. Councilmember Brando.
Don't mind going. I'm fine with that. So, a couple things that I wanted to. It's very difficult to follow that, right? Both the mayor and Councilman Bredefeld. So, I think there's Luis. What do you call it? Luis kind of skews his metaphors. He says something like an 800-pound elephant in the room, and so I think that almost everybody knows that there's a huge division on this issue between the administration and Councilman Bredefeld. So I've got to separate out my own thoughts from what's going on there, and I'm going to do that right now. I've got to start by saying I do commend Councilman Bredefeld for thinking outside of the box and bringing forward a money-back guarantee item to be looked at, and I suggest looked at, and I guess the administration has looked at it, but I commend him for bringing it forward. I always commend people, council members, my colleagues, sometimes I agree, sometimes I disagree, but thinking outside the box and desperately trying to change the course of our city. So, Councilman Bredefeld, I want to commend you for that, okay? And that's one thing that I wanted to say, because I don't want to get into an area where we discourage council members from thinking on their own, from being independent, and when they feel necessary to take an opposing view from the administration. I've done that before, and I don't fault any council member for doing that. So thank you, Gary. So there's a couple things that I want to say, but they only relate to me. They don't relate to the mayor and Councilman Bredefeld's comments. I feel like last year I wrote an article. I'll start here. Last year I wrote an article in the Fresno Bee, and the Bee took the liberty to retitle my article, and here's the title they came up with: Business Strangling Culture in Fresno is Costly. What will City Hall do about it? And I don't want to even look up and make eye contact with Bruce when I wrote this, or Jennifer Clark when I wrote this, because I really think I ticked him off when I wrote it, and I think I ticked off the mayor when I wrote it too. I felt like I can't verify it, Bruce, but I think I got the silent treatment for a couple of months. Okay. I do want to say that I recognize that the culture of planning has been and still currently is part of the problem, okay? John Brailsford spoke earlier. I also served on the business-friendly task force underneath Mayor Swearingen, and I think that it accomplished a couple things. One of the main things probably, and I've said this, is we ended up funding Acela, which is a software program, a heavy lift for the city of Fresno. We're hoping that it brings great results. I think like any software program, it'll take a little bit of time to get it completely dialed in. So I hate to make claims like it's going to make an overnight change, but I really do believe it's a strong step in the right direction and will probably bring some great results. So there were some good things that came from Business Friendly Fresno Task Force, or I guess you'd call it 1.0. However, in 1.0, we never really critically addressed the culture problem. And that's why when that task force was completed, I felt like I had to write this article for the Fresno Bee. And that article came out February 28th of last year. So about a year, just over a year ago. In that article, I basically said, and this is a quote, that culture is the problem, okay? And I want to talk about, because now I've been asked by the mayor to serve on Business Friendly Fresno 2.0 exclamation point, and I'm going to do that happily. I know Lee as a businessman, and I know his track record, which he spoke of earlier, and so I expect great things from 2.0. And so the mayor and I, along with the other council members that will be serving, have had some conversations about our expectations of 2.0 and what our hopes of 2.0 are. And we're going to tackle the problem of the system. So the system are going to be things that need to be changed that allow the department to operate more effectively. Acela would be part of that. It's changing the system that's going to allow for a better product. And I'm going to be very supportive of that. But inside of Business Friendly Fresno 2.0, I am still going to demand, as a council member, much like Councilman Bredefeld is demanding, I'm going to demand that culture be addressed inside Business Friendly 2.0. And so at every meeting, I'll be asking for updates and and what the ideas are to attack the culture side of the problem. Because my personal belief is you can have the best software on the planet, you can have the latest computer, you can have the latest, best systems that are being used in other areas, but if you don't have the personnel dedicated or you don't have the department dedicated to getting the best out of the personnel, those systems could still be rendered useless. So I'm going to be inside of Business Friendly 2.0, demanding excellence, not just of the systems side of it, but of the culture side of it, and that's my pledge. I'm going to ask, and so on Business Friendly 2.0, we've got our first date set, and it's coming up in April. I really look forward to it. April's the 4th month of the new year, and I do know that this is one of Mayor Brand's highest priorities of this year. Isn't that correct, Lee? This is one of your highest priorities.
The highest priority, along with economic development.
Yeah, the highest priority. Last year, he conquered some of his other priorities in his first year of mayor. So this is his highest priority of this year. And yet we're going to have our first meeting in the 4th month. So here's what I'm going to ask of Tim Orman, who's going to be chairing that BFF 2.0 exclamation point, and the mayor. I'm going to be asking the mayor to expedite Business Friendly Fresno 2.0. In my opinion, I believe, Tim, that we should meet every month until we have some recommendations to bring to council. Now, Tim and I have also had conversations about Business Friendly 2.0, and there's some low-hanging fruit. There's some things that we almost all universally agree need to be done. And we're not going to wait till the end of the year to include those recommendations. We're going to execute the low-hanging fruit right away. And I believe that's the commitment that we have from the mayor and Tim Orman. So those things that we can agree on quickly and get off the table quickly, I'm going to be asking for that and reminding the administration that that's our stand for the low-hanging fruit. But then on top of that, I'm going to ask my colleagues, Councilman Chavez and Councilman Olivier, if they'd be willing to expedite BFF 2.0, because the truth is we need to bring the solutions to the table ASAP. And every member of our community that came up today that spoke, I respect those people immensely, and I've heard and I agree with their bottom line that things are not clicking as well as we hope they would be clicking. And honestly, when you're a council member, you hear about these things. I feel like I hear about them all the time. And I'm assuming that my colleagues do too. Hold-ups. And where is Bob? Bob's a special case right here on the corner. He spoke. And I met with Bob privately after he spoke at council before. He's a little guy that was trying to change his backyard patio and ran into problems. John Brailsford, at the opposite end of the spectrum, brings forth huge projects that he often finds he has to take them to other cities because we just can't execute. So I'm going to go into Business Friendly Task Force 2.0 with high expectations. And I'm also going to go in transparent as to the results. I'm going to ask that we come back after every BFF meeting and at least have the city manager or maybe Chairman Orman the chance to review for the public what we're talking about, and not necessarily if it's something undecided. I don't expect him to hash out a debate, but I think we need to keep these community members abreast of the way things are going in that task force. I've seen task force be very effective, and then I've seen them be ineffective. And so as a member on that task force, my participation, and by the way, when I wrote this article critiquing the culture of planning department, I really feel like I almost jeopardized my position on that task force, but I thank you, Mayor, for putting me on there, because Yeah, a second chance for me, right? Thanks. And so I've also often talked, and my colleagues have talked about, and this is related, and I think integral, is splitting off code enforcement out of the planning department. Because planning is a huge, immense department in our city, and I've often said I don't know why code issues, which might be how tall somebody's weeds are, or how many tires they have in their front yard, or which tree needs to be trimmed, or parking issues. These are all code enforcement issues that I believe need to be moved out from underneath planning, so our planners and Mrs. Clark can concentrate on the planning department. I believe we're going to have good news about that soon. And thirdly, I'm going to ask, and I think this is fair to ask, that inside of Business Friendly 2.0, that we will give an honest review and a listening to and a presentation by Councilman Bredefeld of his money-back guarantee. And so that those of you who are not convinced by the mayor, you'll know that other experts were in the room and had this debate in front of them, okay? And so I'm going to ask inside of Business Friendly Fresno 2.0 that we hear all over again, brand new, fresh, from Councilman Bredefeld about the money-back guarantee idea. And I was going to say that initially submitted, I was in favor and conceptually in favor of the money-back guarantee. And I joined with Councilman Bredefeld as well as Councilman Chavez in examining the money-back guarantee. And I'm not convinced that it has no merit. I'm not convinced of that. But we've got some heavy hitters that have said that they don't trust it at this point. So I'm kind of caught in the middle there. I believe it still needs another fresh debate inside of Business Friendly 2.0. And I would probably like to hear that within the first 3 meetings, if that's possible. And I'll report back whether I get told it's not possible. So everybody will know that there's some transparency involved. But I agree with Councilman Bredefeld that culture is part of the problem. And in my job inside of Business Friendly 2.0, I'm going to be pushing on that part of the problem. And so I don't think I have anything else to add except that, so to recap, I would like to see Business Friendly Fresno 2.0 expedited. I don't see a reason why we start in April, then the next meeting is in August, the next meeting is in November. That's not going to work for me. And I think our people that are inside Business Friendly 2.0 realize how necessary it is to attack this problem, this issue head on as quick as possible. Because the people who spoke today are right. We have a small window of opportunity to get these things correct. And the mayor's made it his pledge. He just pledged it 10 minutes ago. And he's also just said that it's his highest thing that he wants to accomplish this year. So I think that's about all my comments for today. If anybody wants to take meetings with me to express other ideas, I'll be very open to that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Baines.
And I'll be brief, Council President. Thank you, because Councilman, just a clarifying question, Councilmember Bredefeld, you're just introducing the item today. You don't anticipate us voting on this today, okay? So then in light of that, I appreciate that. And here's what I want to say. I'm going to say something publicly that I've said to a few of my colleagues and even the mayor. I was very, I joined with Councilmember Brandow in his sentiment in this way. I too am a council member and don't want us to do anything to discourage council members from bringing forward policies and good ideas. So I join with that. But I will say that it is incumbent upon us as council members to do the best thing we can for our citizens and work with the administration. And I've shared this sentiment with Councilmember Bredefeld directly, so I have no problem saying it publicly. And I think that there is an obligation on the part of the council to try to work with the administration in order, particularly when we have the same ideas in mind. I am convinced that Councilmember Bredefeld's passion about this topic is genuine and sincere. I am equally convinced that, because I've worked with the mayor for close to 8 years, that his dedication to this topic is as matched as yours is, Councilmember Bredefeld. And I've seen the mayor in his capacity, not only as a mayor, but as a council member, as Councilmember Brandow said, solve problems. So I say that to say that I was disappointed in both of you with the dialogue today. I think that there's an opportunity for you all to work together on something that we all in this community needs to be solved. And what I heard up here from both of you was a little bit of banter. And we deserve more than that from both of you. And I hope that going forward, I appreciate the fact that Councilmember Brandow has invited you, Member Bredefeld, to have BFF 2.0 vet this item in front of the committee. I think that's a smart move. I've said that publicly. I think it should be done that way. I think that if we do it that way in the genuine spirit of collaboration, then something good can come out of it. I've seen it happen too many times. Seen it happen with this mayor, and I've seen it happen with the other mayor, and I've seen it happen with this council. So I call upon both of you to remove whatever petty differences exist and figure out a way to do something on behalf of the city. Because I know both of your passion is genuine. I appreciate the fact that you said that, Councilmember Brandow. It made me want to comment. I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't think we'd be taking a vote, but I wanted to echo your sentiment. I think you're right on par. I appreciate you elevating the conversation today, asking that Councilmember Bredefeld's item that he spent a lot of time on get the appropriate audience in the BFF 2.0 committee, because that's truly where it belongs. So I would be interested to hear that after the committee has had an opportunity to vet the item, what the response is from the committee and from the council members that sit on that committee. So anyway, those are my comments, Council President, and I really urge two people who I think have the best of intentions. I've gotten to know Councilmember Bredefeld a lot more over the past couple of years than I knew you before, and I know you're a person of passion, but I also know that you're a person of good intentions, and I've spent a lot of time with the mayor, so I know where his heart is as well, and I would ask that both of you rise to a higher level on behalf of our citizens.
Thank you, Councilmember Baines. And if there is, I believe the screen is clear, so we are done with discussion. It was mere introduction today, and so we will see when it comes later and back to the council if it goes to the committee for further review. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Next, we will move on to the 4:30 number 2 item. It is a continued hearing to consider the supplemental environmental impact report, rezone application, development permit for the Producers Dairy project located on the south side of East Belmont Avenue between Ferger and North Roosevelt Avenues in the city of Fresno in District 3.
Good evening, Council President Soria, members of the council. My name is Mike Sanchez, Development Resource Management staff. Before you tonight is a supplemental EIR number 10151, along with a rezone application, development permit application, and variance application, all filed by Producers Dairy relating to property located on the south side of Belmont Avenue between Ferger and Roosevelt Avenues, encompassing 1.83 acres. The property has been planned for light industrial land use and zone IL with conditions. These conditions of zoning stem from an application approved back in 1990 that had a condition of zoning for a project that at that time intended to reuse the existing buildings on the site. The condition of zoning dealt with property development standards and preservation of the building. What you see before you now is an aerial of the subject site. You can see the two buildings in question located on the northeastern portion of the property, along with existing trailers parked on the subject property. Here's a panoramic shot of the site. You'll note that there is residential uses to the south, office and residential to the direct west, commercial land uses along the Belmont corridor. And this site before you is an effort done back in the early 90s in efforts to reuse the building, and those were taken back in 1991. As I mentioned earlier, this project stemmed from a project that was considered back in 1990. 2 years ago, this council did not approve a request to put the two buildings that are before you on the local historic register. So in order for this project applicant to move forward with this project, a supplemental environmental impact report had to be performed to move the proposed project forward. As I mentioned earlier, there were numerous conditions of zoning placed on this property. There were 9 in total. The ones you see highlighted in red are the ones that will remain on the property, and these primarily relate to screening along the perimeter, noise attenuation, and maneuvering within the site itself. Now, the other application you have before you is the development permit application. The development permit is simply to request additional parking for trailer storage on the subject site. That will necessitate the removal of the 2 existing buildings on site. There will be a total of 67 spaces on the site, which will add a total of 14 new spaces to the subject site. There will also be a new access point along Ferger Avenue. The variance is being requested to allow placement of a decorative fence on the property line. The slide before you is the proposed site plan. You can see how all the parking spaces are laid out on the subject site. This one superimposes the existing buildings on the site as to where the parking is currently at. This photo is just a commemorative wall decoration of what's going to go along the property line along North Roosevelt Avenue. Here's the wrought iron fence that will be instituted along the street frontages along Ferger, Roosevelt, and Belmont Avenue. And this is the 12-foot noise wall that is required as a part of this mitigation for this project. As indicated, this was a long process and involved in the preparation of development impact report. And this process started back in the fall of 2016. The secret process was followed in detail. Our first draft for this project was presented to the public back in March of 2017. I will note that there have been subsequent drafts issued for review and comment. A second revised draft was sent out on July 30th, and a third one was sent out in late November. And these were primarily due to clarifications that were needed as part of the operational feature and the rezone application that was added on at a later date. As with most EIRs, one of the important components of that is the project objectives. The project objectives for this particular project are simply to secure additional parking for trailer deliveries, systematically remove the 2 existing buildings from the project so that materials from those buildings can be used to construct a decorative wall and fence. The other objectives are to reduce public safety hazards.
Mike, can you speak a little bit closer to the mic? I think people are having trouble.
I apologize.
Yes, thank you.
Let me just go over the project objectives real quickly. To secure additional parking for trailer delivery, systematically remove the 2 existing buildings from the site in order to allow for the materials to be reused. Also to reduce public safety hazards by eliminating the risk of fire, structural collapse, and personal injury to trespassers and vandalism, and also to foster economic development. In addition to that, an EIR also encompasses project alternatives. These project alternatives include a no project alternative, preservation of the north building, on-site reuse of facade alternative, north building relocation, and the north and south building preservation and rehabilitation. I will say that all these alternatives do not achieve the project objectives. They all require long-term maintenance, substantial investment to clean up, and an immense amount of retrofitting. With respect to that relocation option, no site was determined where that would be located. However, the cost of that would vary depending on that location. The environmental consultant selected for this project, SOAR Environmental, did analyze other aspects of this proposal, and they analyzed cultural resources, noise vibrations, transportation, and traffic. Only cultural resources were found to have a significant impact, and as a result, this project included several mitigation measures as part of this project. As I mentioned earlier, there were 3 opportunities for response to comments in this whole process. The comments primarily focused on the process in general, plan consistency, project description, noise, air quality, traffic, alternatives, and cultural resources. With respect to process, as indicated, this process was duly noticed, followed all CEQA guidelines, and allowed ample opportunity for the community to provide input on this whole project. With respect to plan consistency, the project was measured against the general plan and was found to be consistent with various policies and objectives of the plan. In addition, this project did not require an amendment or a general plan amendment to the Tower District specific plan. The project description, as folks mentioned, there was concern about that. However, this is always planned to be, as part of this project, additional parking. And at no time was it ever proposed to have any repairs conducted on the site. With respect to noise, a noise study wasn't conducted that required a 12-foot sound wall be placed on the southern portion of the property, and that has been made a mitigation measure. With air quality, it was determined that the studies that were conducted did not trigger a health risk assessment. And traffic, while there will be an increase in the number of trucks potentially parked there, the number of trips would only amount to 20. I already kind of briefly touched on the alternative analysis and in respect to the cultural resources. As I indicated earlier, the council did not designate the site to the local historic register. The necessary findings to grant the rezone application, development permit, and variance application have been made and are listed on pages 15 through 17 of your staff report. The Planning Commission did consider this matter on October 4th of 2017 and approved it by a vote of 5-0. And again, earlier this year on January 4th by a vote of 5-1. Staff is recommending council certify the supplemental EIR, which includes the adoption of findings of fact, adoption of the mitigation and monitoring reporting program, and adopt a statement of overriding considerations. In addition, staff is also recommending that the council approve the rezone applications to Industrial Light with those 3 conditions of zoning to remain, and also approve the development permit and variance applications. That concludes staff's presentation. I do have Patrick Sauls from SOAR Environmental here to answer any technical questions the council may have on the EIR, and also representatives from Producers Dairy are here to answer any operational questions that the council may have. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Now, what I will do, if the applicant wishes to come and make any comments, you guys are free to do so. Otherwise, we will move on to public comment. Anyone from representing producers here would like to make any comments?
City Council members, my name is Patrick Sauls. I'm the project manager for this project for the last year and a half with SOAR Environmental Consulting. Address is 1401 Fulton in Fresno. A couple other things I wanted to touch on real quick in addition to Assistant Director Mike Sanchez's presentation. This property is going to remain the exact same footprint that it has been for the last 25 years. These 2 buildings that were on the project were originally ice cream and milk bottling factory projects. This project will continue to support dairy factory operations as it has been since the 1920s. And then finally, the other point I do want to make about the buildings, you saw the demolition photo from 1991. I wanted to point out that both of these buildings, neither of which are in their original condition, both of them have been halfway demolished, both the large north building and the small south building, which you saw a photo of demolition from October of 91, have been halfway demolished for the last 26 years. When that original project from the early 90s was started, and then ultimately, I believe, abandoned in the early 90s due to project complications.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to public comment. I do have a number of cards here, so what I will call your name, come forward, state your name for the record, and also your address, and you will have 3 minutes. So first, we'll start off with Bruce Odom.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. My name is Bruce Odom.
Bruce, can you speak closer to the mic so that
sure.
people can hear you?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is that better?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Bruce Odom. My address is 718 East Carmen Avenue, in the Wilson Island Historic District. My involvement in this particular property goes back to the development of the Tower District Specific Plan beginning in about 1989 through 1991. This particular property was particularly and specifically dealt with in the Tower District Specific Plan, and the conditions attached to its development were described by Mike Sanchez. Unfortunately, now 26 years later, we find ourselves with the owner of the property not having done anything to improve it and seeking to change the entire nature of the property to a exclusively truck-trailer parking lot. I think, as Mr. Sanchez mentioned, the capacity of the parking will increase from about 30 trucks to 50 trucks. And I think the actual capacity of the parking lot will be about 67 truck trailers. So if there are now 70 round trips into, if there will be 70 round trips into and out of this property, that means there will be 140 entrances and exits from this property in this residential neighborhood. I'd like to show you just a brief video of what that looks like. This is one truck coming in today. You can see it takes both sides of the street. It almost takes out my car. Goes down the street. This is Roosevelt Avenue. Out comes another truck. They're stuck. The other truck goes south on Roosevelt down to the other street. I can't remember the name of it, to go back to Producers. The big truck pulls in. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what this neighborhood is going to be faced with. 140 of those every day, 24 hours a day. The other thing I'd like to mention about is the covenant that Producers entered into in 1993, agreeing to rehabilitate these buildings and to use them in their project.
If you could just wrap up.
I will. Thank you very much. Here's the covenant, legally recorded document, recorded in the official records of the County of Fresno. Producers agreed to preserve these buildings.
Thank you, Bruce. We will be able to discuss that further. Thank you so much. Next person, Jason Hatwig. And, I will try to keep you guys moving and staying with the 3 minutes just because I have a lot of cards and I know that it's getting late, and I want to thank all of you guys for being patient and waiting. But I am trying to stick to the 3 minute mark. So just be mindful because there's other people behind you. So if you can state your name and address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, Council. I'm pleasure to be here again today. I'm Jason Hatwig. I live at 1263 West Northridge here in Fresno. Born here in Fresno, proud of Fresno. I also sit on the city's Historic Preservation Commission as the vice chair. And City Council has been reminded that the recommendation from our group was to preserve these buildings. Although that didn't carry through, we still hold that in our regard as something that's very important. These buildings are important. So this project is really difficult for me to wrap my heart and head around, mainly because I know a little bit of the legacy of Producers, starting with Larry in 1932, and on to other family members, Richard, Scotty, Richie, family-owned, independent, quality, hardworking, creative, pioneering. They've got a love for their community. They've invested in a lot of people. They've been generous, upholding standards of integrity and values. So those are really high standards that I appreciate that they do. when they're in those instances, those are very wise decisions. I can look at the family as really good people. They've used their time, talents, and treasures to invest in Fresno. So imagine my excitement when I heard they were going to have a project at this historic site. I didn't know what it was going to be at the time. So here we had producers, historic company, starting in the same era as this building was, or some of these structures were built, 1929 through 1932. Producers coming on scene when these buildings were being finished. So, it's got a beautiful mission revival style, cool lines and curves, prominent where it's not really prominent in a lot of our examples downtown, so it stands out. It's all the same era too, and I thought it would be a perfect match. So I was excited to hear what the next project would be for them. As we moved along, though, we found out that it was for a parking lot. So again, a tremendous opportunity could be lost if we don't have producers utilize what is currently there on the covenants that they agreed to. It's such a vital, important part of the community. So I truly dislike the idea of the buildings being lost, a parking lot. And to put a commemorative monument to me seems like, usually you build monuments in adoration of things that are important. So to build something like a commemorative monument states that this site is important. And then that monument would essentially be technically a gravestone. So I look at it more along that line. It's not been taken down by natural causes, and I consider opportunity being lost because 65 trailers needed a parking lot. So I request the City Council doesn't allow this resource to be gone.
Thank you. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, and I turn to the Shahadi family and ask that they look at other options. I don't think this is a wise decision. I think it's a treasure worth keeping.
Thank you. Next, I have Robert Boro and then Daniel Brennick.
Thank you, President Sorian, members of the council and staff. Robert Boro, 985 North Van Ness Avenue in the Tower District. I also have a residence in the Wilson Island Historic District. I actually own 2 historic buildings, one of which I've restored completely. It was in the same kind of condition that was really almost falling down. And I now own one of the most handsome office buildings in the city of Fresno. The Mayor's Preservation Award was given to me at the time that I finished the project in 2011. I descend from a native Fresno family. My great-grandfather settled here in 1872. I came back to Fresno after the university and living in Europe and the Middle East for a few years, and I've been practicing landscape architecture here for 42 years. I've done a lot of work for the city, including the landscape on City Hall when it was built. I'm here because I participated, as Bruce did, in the development of the Tower District Specific Plan, which is a conservation and preservation plan. As you know, this site was memorialized there. There was a covenant signed by both Larry Shahadi and Richard Shahadi, and they gave us their word that they would honor the rezone that we allowed them for, going from residential and commercial to light industrial. This problem I have with this project is that it absolutely destroys the city's plan for landscape buffers. Now, because I've been designing commercial and residential landscapes all these years, I know that the city required a 10-foot buffer and now a 15-foot buffer in commercial zones during the update of the general plan. So by allowing the demolition of these buildings and a wrought iron fence up at the sidewalk, there will be no landscape buffer whatsoever. When they talk about screening on Belmont, there would be no screening through a wrought iron fence. It's completely open. If the facades were preserved, as the Shahadis had guaranteed, they'd have a 9-foot, 9-inch setback on Belmont and 10, 12 foot on the side street of Roosevelt. Then that would screen 1/3 of the site. But the biggest problem is the pollutants for the children in the neighborhood adjacent. And this is really disturbing to me because it's been proven that diesel trucks contribute to the cancer incidence in children as well as asthmatic triggers. And this is a neighborhood of low-income people who are really defenseless and cannot afford to have those kinds of health risks. I really hope that you turn this project down and encourage the Shahadis, as I've talked to them myself, to find another site which is not in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Brennick and Kyle Schmidt.
Hi. Good afternoon / evening, council members. Daniel Brannick, 1295 with Sean in Fresno. Didn't really expect to be here today. I just sort of unexpectedly heard about the project that brings us here today, and I felt compelled enough to offer my 2 cents on it. I work as an environmental planner, and I'm a little worried about getting too involved on a personal level, but I still felt compelled enough. I briefly just wanted to discuss the consideration of alternatives that comes before you in the SEIR, and then also the variance finding adequacy. Just a couple things that in my very limited review, and again, this is just in a totally personal capacity, not on anybody's behalf. I was frankly concerned about meaningful consideration of alternatives here. A couple things that came out to me. There were no alternative sites considered for truck parking. I know there's some constraints that we have with, the zoning that's allowed. This is a kind of a unique light industrial spot, but in projects that I've worked on, there's at least been some discussion in the EIR that will say an alternative site's infeasible. This wasn't even discussed in the EIR, not even dismissed out of hand. And I was a little concerned about that. That's the type of thing that it gets you kicked in court. Something else that came up is just really fleshing out some of the cost comparisons, among the alternatives. This is something I'm personally less confident in, but I think it at least deserves to be mentioned, is some kind of analysis of like the economic value that producers got from somewhat preferential zoning, and kind of the consideration, the quid pro quo that was involved in them being able to remain there back in '91 when the Tower District specific plan is there. They're a really unique operator, and there's economic benefit in that. I'll try to move myself along a little bit. I have some questions about the variance findings. They're listed as A, B, C, and D in the staff report, and I think C is pretty self-evident from being, from the people that have showed up, and D can be inferred from the bigger picture of, say, the city's general plan for having that be commercial Main Street and the Tower District specific plan. I also think that findings A and B have some problems. The HSR displacement. My dad works for a company in downtown Fresno that's dealt very, very much with the HSR, and I know about all the problems with it, but you can't have a problem off-site be the justification for doing something on that site. And then for A, the fence regulation requirements, I just can't see the nexus here for how that backs up, an exceptional and extraordinary circumstance on the project site. We have regulations that we have to apply by. If I could give you a 10-second wrap-up, I'm a property owner. I value being able to do what you want to do with property rights. I'm enthusiastic about Fresno and about getting development done, and very pro that. But to put it on a sign slogan, this place matters. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Kyle and then Natalie Clark. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Kyle Schmidt, 3035 North Ferris Avenue in the Tower District. I did not have the pleasure of working on the Tower District specific plan when it was being drafted. I was riding around the neighborhood on my bicycle as a kid. But now, as an adult and a professional, I've been very engaged in the Tower District. I've been serving on the Tower District specific plan for several years now, and feel that it's a very strong plan that needs to be defended, and this is an attack against it. The community had negotiated these things with producers to allow them to benefit business-wise for 20 years, and they have broken their promise. Every promise that they have made in that, the measures that were tied to their deed, they want to get out of. And not only that, in the last 20 years, they have not met any of those. So we've had 20 years of impact on the neighborhood that has gone unmitigated, and now they want an incremented change as well as getting out of that promise that they had made to the community. So I find very strong opposition to that. Within the staff report, I see at several points that both the Tower District specific plan and the general plan goals are called out as this project meeting those, having worked on implementing the Tower District specific plan as well as been on the Citizens Advisory Committee for our latest general plan. I can say that that doesn't match up at all with the conversations that were happening in those rooms and with the community meetings. That at no point was somebody standing up and say, I envision 67 semi-trucks parked next to my home. That is not what community wanted. That is not what Fresno should be. So we need to stop that. This residential impact, the mitigating measure of a 12-foot sound wall may help for the two houses that are to the south of the property. But what about the houses that are bordering on Ferger and Roosevelt where these trucks are going to be going by? And when, like the video that showed two trucks going either way, this was a truck going down a residential street where there's homes. Yesterday we were out, we decided to block the driveway on the sidewalk and talked with some of the neighbors. One neighbor was talking about kids walking to school in the morning. This producer's property is in between those homes and the John Muir Elementary School. There's kids that walk across the street here. There's no street light. There's no pedestrian safety. This does not meet the safety requirements of this neighborhood, and so I strongly oppose that. Related to business impacts, I've operated the Food Commons Fresno Commissary Kitchen across the street on Roosevelt there. The truck traffic has impacted that business by us not being able to park on the street. The first day we started operating there, the truck drivers came and said, hey, you can't park here. We need to be able to get around here and get into our place. So they were impacting our business by that, so that's not a fair
wrap
impact.
it up, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Natalie Clark and then Marilyn Rose.
Hello, my name is Natalie Clark. My current address is 605 East Home in Fresno. I grew up at 308 North Ferger in Fresno, a block and a half away from this development. My mom and dad bought that house when I was 5 years old. I walked to school to John Muir from kindergarten until 6th grade. Then I walked to John Muir to pick up a bus to go to school. And it was always safe for me to walk to school. And when I was out there yesterday, there were three, in the 15, 20 minutes I was there were 3 trucks that drove by, along with kids who were riding their scooters across the street. I don't think it's safe for kids to walk to John Muir School anymore, and I know there's a lot of kids in that neighborhood who do. I'm very concerned about that. My mom still lives in the neighborhood. There are constantly trucks going through the neighborhood. They don't always use Belmont Avenue. I would not want to live with 67 trucks parked in my neighborhood. Through the years, the property there has slowly deteriorated. When you're living in that neighborhood, you don't always notice it. You drive through it every day. It's a small thing here or there. There are 2 houses I used to walk by that are now taken up by truck parking. And I think, how many more houses are they going to take before they have enough truck parking? I know there are alternative sites. I looked at the slide deck yesterday to get a little bit more familiarity with what they were going to present. There were no alternative options in this slide deck that I could see, which I know there are always alternatives. They might not be the best for that business, but they might be the best for that neighborhood. Also, as a small business owner myself, it is important to take care of your community and live up to the bargains and the deals that you make, and I do not believe that Producers is doing that. I'm all for business, but I also believe that you need to live up to your commitments to the community that you live in and that you work in. And I know that none of the people, I don't know for sure, but I am assuming that none of the people who work at Producers live in that neighborhood. I drive through there every day to go to work. I pick up my kids who go to my mom's house, and I am very concerned for the safety and for the environmental aspects of the neighborhood, along with the historic preservation. But it's more than about the two buildings there. It's about the whole community that lives there. And I would appreciate you to rethink this agenda item.
Thank you. Next, we have Marilyn Rose.
My name is Malin Rose.
Oh, Malin,
okay.
sorry.
It's done often.
I'm so sorry.
No offense taken. I live at 308 North Ferger, and I am here to ask the council for help. We really want to maintain our neighborhood. And I have 2 sheets here signed with neighbors, many who couldn't come because they work. We're a working neighborhood. And we really need to have an alternative to increasing the trucks in this neighborhood. The reasons have been stated about the safety issues. Who wants to live next door to a truck, a semi-truck, that has a refrigeration unit on it and that is going anywhere from 6 a.m. till 10 o'clock at night and possibly 24 hours a day? So I am asking for help. Please do not let this be increased. And I'm wondering why, with the city of Fresno and with Producers Dairy, when they entered the covenant, why hadn't it been honored after all these years? And where's the responsibility of both the business and the city of Fresno when this was initiated? There was no follow-through on anyone's part. And so our neighborhood is deteriorating, and I need help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Rose, if you would like to get these signatures to the clerk, we will make sure that those go on the record from the neighbors. Thank you so much. Next, we have Scott Miller and then Craig Sharton.
Hi, my name's Scott Miller. I'm at 605 East Home. I have spoken before this body many, many times over the years, almost 100% of the time in support of the business community. And so in this case, it's a little bit different role for me. I'm here with my family. The 2 ladies who spoke previously are my wife and my mother-in-law, and you can tell how personal it is to our family. I've been on that block with them for at least 30 years, and I was there. I remember that there was actually a little almost optimism when Producers promised to take that property and maintain it and improve it and keep the trucks under certain pathways that have not been followed since day one. And as everybody in here will tell you, none of those things happened. I think as Producers would admit, none of those things happened. And now they're asking you, instead of holding them to the promises they made, they're asking you to absolve them of any responsibility to the neighborhood and further to do even more damage to the neighborhood. I would submit that this has very little to do with HSR because this is an issue that's been going on for at least 25 years. And I will say, Producers is the kind of company that the neighborhood and the whole community should be able to be proud of. They are a great employer around here, and I'm really hoping that you, as a body, will help bring them up to the standards that I know they want for themselves, but for some reason have not been living up to. I think there's a win-win out here. I think they can do right by the neighborhood, and I hope they want to do right by the neighborhood. And please help us put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Craig, and then Chris Rocha.
Use the camera. I'll use the above cam in just a sec.
If you can state your name, address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Council members, my name is Craig Sharton. I live at 271 North Glen. And I think the big issue here today is that there is a covenant between the city of Fresno, this business and property owner, and it was made in conjunction with the neighborhood wanting to have an impact on protecting themselves. And I think each of you should think about in your district, if you ever represent to your constituents that if they enter into a covenant with the city of Fresno, that it will be upheld. I mean, I think that's something that we would all agree that we want. This covenant says that each of the covenant's conditions and restrictions contained in this statement will run with the subject property and shall be binding on each successive owner of the subject property and his heirs, administrators, successors, and assigns. So, I mean, it should go on. The first issue in the covenant says the project shall retain the existing building at the southwest corner of East Belmont and North Roosevelt as depicted, right? We know that that's what you're considering today. And I'm going to put that up. These are the signatures. Let's see. Mr. Solis for the city attorney's office, the clerk, and Larry and Richard Jihadi. I mean, there is an agreement between constituents, the city, and the property owner. This isn't a zoning issue. This doesn't seem to me to have any ability to have an opinion one way or the other. This is an agreement, a covenant, you know that word, and it's meant to be maintained. I think you discredit any future negotiations between your constituents on any issue if you allow this to be violated. Furthermore, we have neighborhoods all over South Fresno that are in serious trouble. We know about the concentrated poverty, been raising the issue of lead in an exorbitant amount of our children's blood in South Fresno. You should look at that map if you haven't already. A lot of that follows the area around trucks and freeways. We have to do everything extraordinary to protect these neighborhoods. We can't continue to chip away at them and let them get into more dire straits. So I urge you to uphold this agreement between the city, our citizens, and the property owners themselves on maintaining this building and maintaining this property in the way that is best for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Rocha, and then after Chris, we have Nathan Alonso.
Chris Rocha, 862 East Pine Avenue, apartment number 1 in the Tower District. You may remember the old Counting Crows song, They Paved Paradise and Put Up a Parking Lot. Unfortunately, this song could have easily been written about Fresno. Looking through the old Pop Laval photos from Fresno's past, most of these buildings you see are now gone. Many demolished for parking lots are proposed in new modern developments, stripping away any ounce of character or history that once was. Some of those lots still sit vacant to this day. Look at our Broadway Street, for instance. Once filled with ornate historic theaters and hotels, a grand Carnegie Library, stores, and restaurants is now filled with parking lots and parking garages. It's not even a glimpse of its former self. The Hotel Fresno sits on a now dead-end portion of Broadway Plaza next to the IRS building, surrounded by parking lots. The Crest Theater, surrounded by parking lots and garages. If you ask yourself, what buildings do you think of when you think of Fresno? Most would say either the historic Fresno Water Tower or the historic Pacific Southwest building. Why is this? Whether you know it or not, people actually do like history, people love character, and people love a sense of place that has a story and where they came from. These buildings tell the story of Fresno. The Central Valley Cheese buildings were designated as eligible for historic designation by the City of Fresno's Historic Preservation Committee because they met the criteria. The residents in this neighborhood deserve more than another parking lot. Fresno deserves more. If this operation were to take place in the North Fresno residential neighborhood, would that be approved? You represent the community that voted for you to represent their needs and voices. How do these residents benefit from demolishing the historic character that is still intact in their neighborhood, that their neighborhood is known for, by adding a parking lot that would create 24-hour-a-day truck traffic? A great example of a historic brick building in downtown that most had written off is the 1913 Parker Nash building, which was retrofitted, beautifully renovated, and is now home to Kepler's charter school. It has completely transformed this portion of Broadway Street. This doesn't have to be the end of these historic buildings. Please, we have lost enough of Fresno's history. This is a piece of Fresno history that you have the power to save today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nathan Alonso and then Maria del Carmen Padron. If you can state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, once again, Council President Soria, members of our City Council, Nathan Alonso with the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, 2331 Fresno Street, 2 blocks away from beautiful City Hall. On behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, we are here to speak in support of the producer's application. We believe that the Shahadi family and their business has gone through the prescribed process through the City of Fresno in order to conduct the project that they are seeking to move forward with. Producers has also shown a commitment to helping address concerns of noise and traffic that have been brought forward by the city, neighbors, and opponents to the project. In addition, they will be working on ways to beautify the area after the project is up and running. We ask for your support this afternoon in passing this item and helping a great family business that has been beneficial to our community continue thriving and providing jobs that will benefit Fresno's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Maria del Carmen Padron.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me va a ayudar con traducción?
Oh, sí, creo que él le va a traducir.
Gracias.
So, si puede decir su nombre, su dirección y usualmente damos 3 minutos, pero como va a ser traducción le voy a dar lo doble. Gracias.
Gracias. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María del Carmen Padrón. Vivo en el 416 North Fruit, aquí en Fresno.
Good evening. My name is Maria del Carmen Padrón, and I live at
416 North Fruit.
4169 North Fruit.
La razón que yo estoy aquí es para representar a mis vecinos porque no todos pueden venir a las reuniones, pero todos están siendo afectados.
And the reason I'm here is to represent all my neighbors because they all can't attend the meetings, but they are all being affected.
Tengo como 2 años, un poquito más de 2 años que compramos la casa en esta dirección.
About 2 years ago, we purchased a home at that address.
Y ya tenemos suficientes troques en nuestra calle.
And we have sufficient trucks on our street.
Mi calle es La Fruit, mi casa está entre la Belmont y la Franklin.
My street is Fruit, and my home is between Belmont and Franklin.
Sobre La Fruit, después de pasar a las vías del tren, está la empresa de los troques.
On my home on Fruit, just passing the railroad tracks, there is the dairy farm for the trucks.
No son los mismos, es otra compañía.
Oh, the factory for the trucks. I'm sorry, she says it's another company.
Lo que quiero decir es que ya tenemos suficiente.
What I want to say is that we have sufficient.
No queremos más contaminación, ya tenemos suficiente en Fresno, ya tenemos suficiente aire contaminado.
We don't want any more pollution. We have enough bad air in Fresno.
Y como les repito, estoy aquí, soy Distrito 5, pero estoy aquí porque me preocupa la salud de mis hijos.
And like I told you, I'm here, I live in District 5, but I'm worried about the health of my children.
Y no solo los míos, todos los niños de la comunidad. Tenemos una escuela con más de 800 niños.
And not just my children, all the children in the community. We have a school with over 800 children.
La escuela es John Adams.
The school is John Adams,
Y tenemos muchos niños con asma.
and we have many children with asthma.
Entonces es claro que el aire no está limpio.
So it's clear that the air is not clean.
Solo estoy aquí para que por favor lo reconsideren.
I'm just here so that you can please reconsider.
Y en vez de traer más industrias, ¿por qué no poner banquetas, parques recreacionales para nuestros niños? La casa donde yo vivo no tiene banqueta.
And instead of bringing in more industry, why don't you bring in more sidewalks, parks? The home that I live at doesn't have sidewalk.
Parece ser que antes era parte del condado o algo así.
It looks like it used to be, prior it used to be part of the county or something like that.
Porque la acera de enfrente sí tiene banqueta, pero la mía no tiene.
Because the home in front of me does have sidewalk, but mine does not.
Muchas gracias por escucharme. Ojalá que mi comentario sea reconsiderar esta aprobación.
Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that my comments will help you reconsider this approval.
Y estoy contenta porque no me robé
Not
mucho
approval.
tiempo.
She didn't say approval.
I'm sorry. It's okay?
Que no aprueban? Que no aprueben?
No,
Oh, yeah.
tenemos
She said
suficiente
not to
consideración.
approve.
Okay.
Consideration not to approve.
Gracias. Ok, muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias. So I don't have any more cards, but if you wish to make a comment, please come forward. If you can state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Could we hear from the young man first?
You want to say hello?
Hi.
Good evening, council members. Miguel Arias, trustee for State Center Community College District. I simply want to not get into the weeds of this project, but to remind all of you, Councilmember Capriolio, Councilmember Brandel, Councilmember Baines, Council President Soria, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bretterfield, just a couple of weeks ago, you approved a project. He's the one I don't really like, Councilmember Olivier.
Listen, pal, I'm here for the next 8.5 months, whether you like it or not.
That's what you get for not buying me coffee. Back to the point, and I would like my 30 seconds back that he interrupted for the record.
Move on, Phil.
I simply want to remind the council and legal counsel and the mayor's office that a few weeks ago, this body approved the project in the triangle of Southwest Fresno, specifically the Caglio project. And the rationale there was pretty simple. They followed the process, they had the right, the zoning was correct, and everything was legal. In this case, you have something in front of you that's pretty simple. The contract is a contract. You should hold any of those property owners to the law. If you're going to allow them to wash their hands from a legal contract, you will not only undermine your credibility, as been suggested today, but you're going to also undermine other negotiations that are taking place across the city. Our district is engaged in negotiations with purchasing property to build a new college campus. Negotiations matter. When you sign a document and you agree to covenants, they matter. They should matter to you because they surely matter to us. So in closing, I would just ask you to use the same rationale, the same justification that you used a few weeks ago to tell the community then that they were on the wrong and to allow the property owner to do what was legally allowed tonight. Hold them to the contract. Fair is fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Olivier, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item, please come up. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Erika Fernandez, and I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Today I'm here to support residents who are opposing this project. The City Council has a history of siding with projects that impact low-income residents of color, and this seems to be the case again. Today I urge the Council to oppose this project and give respect to residents who are here. Let me remind you that you did not do that on January 25th with residents opposing the Caglia, so do the right thing today. That day, you unanimously approved an industrial park with little environmental review next to Holmes and Orange Center Elementary School that will create over 6,200 truck and car trips per day. Like that neighborhood that would be impacted today. That neighborhood also is home to lower income residents and people of color and is one of the most polluted in the state of California. In addition to ask you to oppose this project today, I would like to remind the council that the city committed in the general plan in 2014 and again last year with the Southwest Specific Plan to conduct an industrial compatibility assessment, also known as the ICA. That assessment would allow the city to comprehensively look at incompatibility of industrial siting in neighborhoods and identify solutions with residents. Under the Southwest Specific Plan, the city must complete the assessment by the beginning of 2019. To our knowledge, the city has not moved forward with that assessment despite many requests by residents. Leadership Council has offered the city to help seek enough funds to do it, but the city has not responded. The city needs to add to its budget as $100,000 allocated will not be enough for this assessment. Therefore, the ICA is the city's chance to look closer at the incompatibilities between industrial zoning, land uses, and find solutions. For example, creating buffer zones between neighborhoods and these facilities, electric trucks and equipment, and neighborhood greening. We recommend immediately a plan to allocate money and move forward with the ICA so that these issues do not repeat again and again. Today, I stand here with all these residents to tell you that you are not doing enough to provide families of Fresno a better environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Great, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. And, honestly, I want to first say a thank you to all the residents that came and then spoke today. I think that there are many times that we up here have a lot of public comment, and sometimes it's not always responsive to the particular item. Today's comments, I think, were spot on for the most part. So thank you all for really, I think, making very, very strong arguments about this issue. And for me, and is Craig Sharton still here? Because Craig, I actually wrote down your quote, and I thought it may have been one of the strongest things I've heard someone say on behalf of a underprivileged neighborhood, and to do everything extraordinary to protect these neighborhoods. And listen, it was well said, and that's something that I'm going to remember, because we really do need to do extraordinary things to protect some of the most underserved neighborhoods in the city. So thank you for making that comment, and I'm definitely going to steal that quote, but I'll cite you for it when I use it. For me, this came down to really a couple simple things, and I'm not even sure this is from my standpoint, at least, as a council member. There are times when we really do have to make some really tough decisions up here, and they're complicated, they're hard, and we lose sleep over them sometimes, and we banter back and forth. There's really nothing very difficult about this, and I think many of the residents boiled it down to a simple word. It's a covenant. And that's where I started with this issue with the producers organization. And listen, it's been said, producers are a fine organization. The Shahadi family is a fine family. I don't think anyone's here disputing that. And I appreciate the residents time and time again acknowledging the contributions that the family and that business has given to this community. But they also made a covenant with this community. They made an arrangement. They made a contract. And some of you here in the audience helped negotiate that contract. You guys sat across the table from the family, from the business, and shook hands and looked them in the eye. And what you assumed from us is that if a contract were made, that we, the city council, would uphold that contract on your behalf. They believe the same thing. If either side would be coming to the city council to try to break that covenant, I would have the same position. So for me, this is actually very, very simple. This is about this neighborhood. This neighborhood sat with that business and made an arrangement to protect the interests of that neighborhood and for the foreseeable future. And that covenant runs with every property owner, regardless of who owns it. And it is not up to us to break that deal. And I'm going to tell you something. So when I had to think about this issue, the reason why it made it easy, because it started there. This was literally a covenant, an arrangement, a contract that was entered into between the business and the community. But if you take it a step further, I just asked my colleagues. I mean, a gentleman came up. It may have been the first speaker, but it was an early speaker who literally gave us a live, showed us a video from today about the trucks going in the neighborhood. I mean, listen, if the fact that we're not here to uphold covenants is not good enough, then the fact that we saw what's happening to that neighborhood on a daily basis that's going to be increased, it's not right. It's not even a matter of whether or not we support businesses or not. That's just not right. There's not a single colleague of mine sitting up on this dais that would want that in their neighborhood. I know they wouldn't. None of us would. And so not only did the community make an agreement to ensure that wasn't going to happen, we know that we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want it. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were taking up an issue in my dear friend, Councilmember Brandau's district, about the San Joaquin River. And the residents there didn't want a bunch of traffic driving down their streets. And they came here and they wanted to preserve their neighborhood. And I think this council voted unanimously to protect that neighborhood. Unanimously. And I'm going to tell you something. That neighborhood didn't even have an agreement. As a matter of fact, it was the opposite. It was the opposite. We actually reversed what was supposed to happen in order to protect that neighborhood. And so today, we have a neighborhood in my community that not only has an agreement, but is asking for the very same thing. They're simply asking for protection from this body on agreement that they already have in place. We do that all the time. All of us do. We all have. So, listen, I don't even think this is, I could have gone on and on, but my friend Paul Capriolio likes it when I'm short. But I can tell you that I don't have to go very, very deep in this discussion because it's the right thing. This community has an agreement. They're simply asking us to uphold that agreement, and we know that we would not allow that activity in other parts in this city. And this body has proven itself to do just that before. So I'm going to make a motion that we reject staff's recommendation in its entirety.
I'll second that. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you. I had hoped that I would my punch up in the queue would have been a little bit later so that I could hear a little bit more what council colleagues had to say on this issue.
Want to wait?
Are there other council members punched up?
I'm punched up.
That's it? It's just you and me? All right, I'll go.
And no, we have.
All right.
Councilmember Bredefeld is also punched up.
I'll go. I'll go. I mean, I just have to kind of get my thoughts together a little bit earlier.
And you make up your mind, Clinton.
I'm going to talk.
Councilmember Bredefeld, go ahead.
No, I want to talk now. All right. I just have a couple of questions about trucks. I guess somebody from city staff or Casey Austin from producers or somebody here from city staff. We've heard about the trucks, and I guess maybe Director Clark, if you or designee could come up, Mike, if that's you. We were hearing about trucks, and look, I came in to, just so everyone here knows, and council colleagues, I really have an open mind. I came into tonight with an open mind, but I'm struggling with a couple of issues, and if everyone could be patient while I try and get there. Mike, how many trucks a day come in now? What's the use now?
Right now, the use is what it is. It's used as a storage parking lot for trailers. And there's roughly maybe
It's
30,
a storage parking lot for trailers.
Parking lot for trailers.
Okay.
There's roughly maybe up to 30 trucks that may park there during the course of the day. With this proposed project, that could theoretically go up to 67.
How many are they allowed to?
Well, if they can
under this.
Under this, they have probably room for about 40 to 50, but there's really no more than 30 there at any given time, usually less than that. Even with this expansion here, it's expected that they'll probably only have maybe 30 to 40 trucks at any given time.
What's this 140 I heard?
It's essentially, as I understand
Explain
it,
it
if
to
you
me.
have up to 70 trucks, it's going to make a trip to and back. 2 times 70 is 140.
So the maximum that they could do is roughly 140.
Well, that would be
Trips a day.
that's a rough calculation.
So how many are there a day now?
I've been told it would be 30 and 35 trucks per day.
Right now, today, you guys are running.
Jeff,
I'm trying to determine how many trucks the company is running in and out of there now, and how many trucks the company's going to run in and out of there when we do this project. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
My name's Jeff Casley, 735 West Alluvial, Suite 104, Fresno. All right, what we have here right now is there's approximately 30 trucks on this site. Some of them stay fixed at any one time because some of them are not in use. There are approximately 35, 40 trips a day off of this site. What we're proposing, even though there is a total of 67 shown on our site plan, most of those up against Belmont are out of service trucks. So in use at any one time on this site would be around 50 trucks. Okay. And theoretically, with 50 trucks, one move on, one move off a day would be 100.
It would be 100 trips, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Maybe you could stay there, or someone from planning as well. I guess on the topic of trucks, and I wanted to ask, are we talking about, is there any way that as a body we can revoke that land use and force producers to not use this lot for their trucks anymore? Is that part of this? Is this a slippery slope? When can we start to do that? Because we've heard from the neighbors who don't want any more trucks, but is it the intention of the community? Is it the intention of the maker of the motion to? No. The question I have for you is it the intention to? Could we preserve this neighborhood even more by just not having any trucks?
No, sure. And I think if
does that make sense? I'm not trying to play intellectual game. I'm just trying to figure out.
And I was going to say,
is that part of it? We're told that the neighborhood will be falling apart if we add 50 more trucks. Well, what about the ones that are there now?
Today's what we're deciding today doesn't do that.
Right.
But to answer your question, of course, we're the land use body, and we could at some point do that if we wanted to. But today's action,
right?
I just want to be upfront honest. That's not what it does.
Right.
It literally, what we'd be deciding on today is removing the covenants that would allow them to move forward, turning it into a parking lot. And I'm simply asking that we keep the original covenants in place.
Okay. Now my question is, okay, that helps me because I have the word covenant written down here. The building that we're talking about, that really started this whole thing, and I know I've shared with a friend that I have out in the gallery today, that it seems to me that when this issue first came to me, it was about a demo permit for the building. I never heard anything about the trucks or the truck trips or environmental justice until like 30 days ago, 45 days ago, when we had that phone call. And I even told him on the phone, like, I didn't know anything about this. It seems to me that it's morphed from being about the historic integrity of the buildings into an environmental justice issue. And so can you or somebody help me through? I guess the question I have is, how come I never heard anything about environmental justice until like 30 days ago? That's my question.
Yeah, and I can't speak for the entirety of why you didn't hear about it, but in many cases, this issue was probably directed at me and probably Councilmember Soria more than the rest of the council body. But make no mistake, the community's been very environmentally conscious of this since the beginning. The issue is about the covenants, though. So I think that there probably was some careful talk about saying, hey, we want to preserve the covenants. But make no mistake about it, the community is very concerned about the environmental justice issue that is related to this. If we remove the covenants on the land use provisions, then obviously the environmental justice issues are exacerbated even more.
Right. And I appreciate that, Oliver, very much. And because I remember the first time this came, I don't think we had one speaker talking about truck trips. There were a lot of people here talking about the historic integrity of the buildings. So to me, and maybe I'm incorrect, maybe I'm misremembering the way everything has happened thus far, but it does seem to me that the initial thrust of this was entirely about the preservation of the buildings, and that the trucks are something new. I think I'm satisfied with that, and now I'm going to ask a question about the buildings. So the buildings, and I'm glad you're standing there because it's about those. Are they structurally unsound? Can they be occupied?
No, they cannot be occupied at this
Why?
point.
Why can they not be occupied?
They're completely structurally compromised. A building is a multitude of things. You've got your walls, you've got your foundations, then you've got your roof structure. The roof structure is what actually takes any loads applied perpendicular to a surface. It goes up to the roof, then gets distributed, and then gets taken into the walls that are parallel to that load. When you don't have that roof structure, it is like a house of cards without laying the pieces on the top of it.
So who goes in there now?
Nobody goes in there.
Nobody goes in there
Nope.
at all. It's too unsafe to occupy.
Yep.
Does staff concur with this? Does city staff agree that these buildings are structurally unsound? I mean, is that part of what we're doing here?
Myself and members of SOAR early on in this did brave some exploring in the building, and it's not a pretty sight.
Okay, I guess it's not important what the city's position is on the structural integrity of the building, because if the council goes in a certain way, Shahadis are going to have to make the building a sandwich shop or something like that. So,
Council Olivia, I want to respond to that because
could you, if you can help me, please
yes,
help me respond
I will
to
help
it.
you because it's part of the covenants. And so let me just read you.
No. I've read that, and
I'm going to read you the section that speaks to this exact issue. So it says, the item 1B on page 3, retention and renovation of the facade of the existing building immediately south of the building at the southwest corner as shown as Exhibit L1 as it's physically possible and economically practical. If the facade fails due to structural distress, it should be rebuilt to resemble the existing historical structure as closely possible using the remnant bricks from the fallen facade.
Okay.
Your question is answered. So even if it's unstructurally sound, there's a covenant to keep
Council
a
President,
building.
I appreciate that very much. I appreciate it. Yes, can you weigh in on this too?
Yes.
Because what I'm trying to do here is I'm not trying to upset you, Council President. I know you're very passionate. I'm not trying to upset anyone in this room. I'm trying to determine, once we preserve what I believe is a danger to the community and an ugly blight, all right? And I know you guys disagree, and that's okay. Good people can disagree. But once we command that they preserve it, then what do we do? So I'm gonna continue to drill down into this. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm not trying to be condescending. If I sound that way, I guess it just comes natural, and I apologize. but I'm trying to learn. So yes, can you help?
Yes, please. So once again, Patrick Saul, Soar Environmental, 1401 Fulton Street. I want to provide a little bit of context and background regarding this and the environment related to the buildings. Yes, I did go into the buildings myself almost 2 years ago now when we provided a Phase 1 environmental site assessment to analyze the site for hazards and hazardous waste and releases. There wasn't issues with soil or groundwater, but there was a structural engineer report done as part of the initial study on this site a year and a half ago. It found multiple structural issues with the buildings. But on the history of the buildings themselves, this property, before it was purchased by the Shahadis, by Producers Dairy, was owned and operated by KF Foods Incorporated, which had actually gone bankrupt in the 1980s and was fully bankrupt by 1986. The exact date those factories were shut down is undetermined, but it was sometime, as best we could tell from project documents, sometime between 1983 and 1986. These buildings have been sat unused and unoccupied ever since at least 1986, possibly longer than I've personally been alive. So to be fair, these buildings are not currently used and have not been used for nearly 30 years.
Okay, so in 1986, the building went out of use, and the covenant is dated 1990, 4 years after. So the building had been sitting for 4 years.
And
should the further decay and deterioration of these buildings be taken into account by this council when we vote this evening?
All I can say is I can only speak to the EIR and to the environmental effects. CEQA, when it focuses on various aspects of the environment and the surrounding environment, aesthetics is one of them. It's a very, it's one item that depends very much upon the view of the person. It's hard to quantify. The only way to quantify the aesthetics of this property in terms of screening is the current buildings currently screen 1/4 of the property. The proposed project with the 12-foot sound wall on the entire southern half will screen half of the property on the entire southern half closest to the neighborhood, where there is currently no wall taller than 4 or 5 feet. And yes, we did find in our analysis of the project that obviously there are issues of blight. Cleanup of blight is discussed in many of the documents, and it was analyzed to be a potential safety hazard. And safety of these buildings and safety of the neighborhood was analyzed on the initial study.
The covenant, or hereby covenants as follows, was just read to us. Mm-hmm. It says, as is physically possible and economically practical. Is it physically possible or economically practical to save these buildings? Who knows? Kyle, if you know, if anybody that knows, Jeff, you're an architect. I mean, how much, I guess my question is, how much is this going to cost? And if Producers doesn't perform, do we have to take it? Is it an eminent domain issue? I mean, I'm kind of trying to look down the road, and I'm seeing that this could be very complicated if this organization attempts to force them to, because this whole thing is about the facade, and the facade is shot. It says we'll rebuild it, but the structure itself, it sounds to me, is a safety hazard. I'm trying to look down the road for this organization. Once this council says no, then what? I guess I don't need any more questions answered. I want to hear what council colleagues have to say, and I want to figure it out. And I appreciate you can sit down. I think what I'm trying to determine is what next, because I can appreciate the aesthetic beauty. I love old architecture. I live in an old house with hardwood floors with mature trees outside that we absolutely love. So I understand those kinds of things. But who is going to pay I'm not talking about trucks, and I'm not talking about environmental justice. I'm concerned the taxpayer may have to foot the bill for the removal, rebuilding, restoration, what have you, of this property.
You know, Councilmember Olivier, what I can offer,
And that concludes my comments. You can.
And I'll just offer you this, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. And my sentiment is, and you know, as you always say, good people can disagree, but you know, they own the property, kind of like any other property that anyone else owns. It's their responsibility to maintain the building in the covenants of their agreement. They're duty bound to keep the building in a certain repair. So I can't envision necessarily, unless the city decides we're going to come in and buy it, I can't envision a scenario where the taxpayer would have to foot the bill on the responsibility of a private property owner.
Okay, that answers my question. Can I ask someone from planning who knows about code enforcement? Who wants to talk about code enforcement? Thank you, Director Clark. My question for you is, you've kind of heard the discussion. Do we begin to send code enforcement to fine producers? Do we take it in receivership? Do we try and force them? And city manager as well, do we try and force producers to perform, to retrofit / save / restore / force them to open an ice cream shop on this property that they don't want to? I guess my question is, if you could look down the road for this council and tell me what's next, and if they don't perform, or do we fine them? And then if they go in and say, well, look, this thing is about to fall down, there's no point. It's unsafe and it's unhealthy and it's full of all kinds of problems and rodents and lead and all these kinds of things. Do we give them a demo permit to clean it up or to tear it out? So I guess, Director, could you look down the road for us at what to do next? That's what I'm concerned about. Or city manager.
No, I think it's
Does
fair.
that make any sense at all?
You want me to answer that the first question, or
The first question. Not the second.
Of course you do. And Jennifer, I think we would treat this property just like any other. So if you want to kind of walk through that process with code enforcement and what we would do going out to, sending code out as appropriate, et cetera, but we would just treat this property like any other.
Are they currently being fined for maintaining a blighted building?
No. So the blighted building ordinance, as adopted by the city council, has provisions for both residential and commercial properties. However, the program right now is focused on residential blighted vacant properties. In its current exterior condition, it does not have broken windows. When there is a board that is missing, they replace the board. There have been cases over the years of times when we've received complaints. They have addressed those complaints as they have come up, whether it was fascia that needed to be repaired or a board or something that needed to be repaired. So all of the repairs that they have been asked to do on the exterior of the building. So the interior of the building is only required to come into conformance under the vacant building ordinance when it becomes occupied.
So we would begin to fine if it's not kept in good shape. So theoretically, this building could be allowed to stand, as long as it was in compliance, could be allowed to stand for another 30 years till it falls in on itself, theoretically, if they don't turn it into something.
As long as the exterior is maintained per the vacant building ordinance.
Is there anything that this city government can do to compel the Shahadis to turn it into a retail shop? Or, is there anything that we can do as a body to force them?
City Attorney, I think
Thank you, Council President. City Attorney,
there's a covenant, right? And the covenant could be enforced as an attorney through an injunction, right?
Well, yes, actually, page 4 of the covenant says that the city retains all legal and equitable remedies should all terms of the covenants not be complied with by the property owner. It also says that In the event of failure to comply with the conditions set forth in this statement, the covenantor, the Shahadis, will not object to the redistricting of the subject property to a land use zoning district which the council of the city of Fresno determines is proper without compliance with such conditions. In other words, the city could effectively rezone it to whatever the council believes is proper should the conditions not be met.
Do we have a recent structural assessment of these buildings? What does it say? We don't have one. Are they safe to occupy? And I want to know if they're safe to occupy, and then if they're not, how much is it going to cost to bring them up to standards where they can be just walked through without fear, safely?
The last engineering investigation of the property was conducted in fall of 2016. That's included as part of the initial study as an appendix. Without getting into technical details, it did not say if the buildings were suitable for occupation or not. It was simply an initial assessment, and the initial assessment found multiple structural issues with both of the buildings, and some rough order of magnitude calculations for preservation were analyzed in the supplemental EIR last year under the alternatives analysis. Preservation of one building, of both the buildings, of the facades, and even relocation of the north building were all project alternatives analyzed under the project. And there were some rough order of magnitude calculations for financial, though the main alternative analysis was focused on environmental impacts and whether or not the project alternatives met the project objectives.
Is it possible, and I'm wrapping up here, I know you all want me to wrap up, but is it possible, I mean, we have people that are really married to this document, the covenants, and that's good, but is it possible that this body could today reject staff's recommendation and then begin a period of enforcement to bring these buildings back into compliance? Is it possible that once that period of enforcement begins, this organization will find that the buildings cannot be saved? Is that a possibility? That structurally they're completely so unsound that nothing can be done to...
That is something, unfortunately, as an environmental consultant, I can't comment on one way or another. What I can say, however, is the original purpose of these Statement of Covenants. And let me be perfectly clear. These Statement of Covenants, all 9 of them, word for word, are analyzed are almost as a tossed-in appendix to the Tower District Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report as mitigation measures specific to this property. It was a very oddball one out. In fact, it was for the original ice cream factory project proposed in the early 90s. Before the Tower District EIR, Mike Sanchez, it turns out, as a city planner, had originally processed the original initial study and mitigated negative declaration. Those mitigation measures were focused primarily on a proposed project, the ice cream project, which, to be fair, to summarize very quickly, the idea was to renovate the northern building when these buildings had only been abandoned for about 5 to 6 years or less, and to demolish the southern building in its entirety except for the facade, and to renovate a new building and ultimately potentially expand other additional ice cream factory related buildings on the property. They were set forth first as mitigation measures, actually, that were worked out with the Tower District EIR. And then they were incorporated as Statement of Covenants, word for word, a copy-paste, if you will.
Well, and I appreciate the context.
Just to provide a little bit of context.
It's been very informative, and I do appreciate it.
And it was attempted, and ultimately both of the buildings were halfway demolished. Issues were found. I know at least one underground storage tank was found under the southern building and removed, which is a very costly, lengthy process. And then after that, no other actions were taken on the project.
And I appreciate that. And Council President, I appreciate you indulging me in this. It's been really informative, and I want to hear what council colleagues have to say. Obviously, I respect each and every one of you on many issues, and that doesn't exclude this one. But my question for you as I try and weigh where I want to go with this, I'm in sympathy with people that don't want big trucks. I understand, I appreciate folks' comments from the public. But my question for you as we wrap this up is the political will there to force this company to perform? Is this the road okay, that's fine. You've waved it at me 4 or 5 times now, Council President. I understand that you're very passionate about this document, and I get that. But the reality is this organization going to commit to force this performance? And so I think that when we vote tonight, your vote reflects that performance, because unless if this thing fails tonight, then we've got to begin to think as a body where we're going and how we're going to enforce this and make them perform. So I'm finished, and I appreciate everybody indulging me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefield.
Staff, I have a quick question for you, if you would. On on page 12 of your staff report of 12 of 18, where it says overriding considerations, you allude to the project will result in significant unavoidable impacts. Could you just highlight?
Yes. When the EIR was conducted, I indicated that there were many aspects studied. The one subject that came back as a significant unavoidable impact was cultural resources, because if this project were to go forward, it would involve removing of the buildings, and you can't mitigate a building that's been removed. So that's why you have to make findings of overriding consideration to augment that. It basically gives the decision body justification for making that decision.
Okay. And it says that the trucks, the proposed hours of operation will be 24 hours a day, though a majority of vehicle trips will occur between 7 in the morning to 10 p.m.?
That is correct.
So that means these trucks can be going through at 7 p.m., at 8 p.m., at 9 p.m.?
Vast majority would go through from 7 to 10, 7 in the morning to 10 at night.
Okay. It also means that they could go through at 11 p.m., at midnight, at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, but it doesn't mean a majority of them will go through there, but they can be going through those neighborhoods at that time.
That is a potential, correct.
Okay. And is there another, Councilmember Baines, is there another alternative for the Shahade family if this gets turned down?
Yes.
What would that be?
Right now, the business is using something called the boxcar lot. They're parking their fleet there. High Speed Rail has made that available to them should they want it. But they've mentioned that it's for them it's a cost factor. Okay. It costs too much. But yes, there is another option available.
Okay. So, and I see that it says the truck noise shall not exceed the level of 45 decibels inside adjacent residence between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., but outside of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., it could be louder?
Let me refer to that condition real quick.
Yeah, well, I see it on page 2 of 18 at the bottom, but I think it's kind of throughout. They allude to it.
Okay. The 45 decibels parameter is for inside of an existing home. That we try to keep that noise level within that parameter. It is possible for if there are several trucks that could be exceeded, but we don't know that at this particular point.
Sure. So here's the problem for me. If this were going on in my district, I'd fight this tooth and nail. If this were going on in Councilmember Capriolio's district, I'd be fighting for his residents tooth and nail to oppose this. I wouldn't want trucks going through my neighborhood at 24 hours a day. I can assure you that anybody in my district wouldn't want it. I don't know why anybody in Councilmember Oliver, it's late, 7:45. Your last name is Baines. Councilmember Baines, Councilmember Soria, Chavez wouldn't want this in their district. I mean, I think this is kind of outrageous. Thank you. I need a little sugar. And I think you made a great point, Councilmember Baines. With the San Joaquin River Parkway, we were concerned about traffic going through the residences there. We moved it to knees because it was more commercial. I think this is outrageous. This is easy for me. I'm never going to support trucks going around people's homes all 24 hours a day. I think that'd be outrageous to support something like this. So I absolutely will not be supporting this and support your motion.
Councilmember Capriolio.
It's been a long, long night, right, folks? And thank you all for being here. Appreciate your input. It really helps us out, most of us. I'm really kind of torn between both sides of this issue. And I want to admit that the Shahade family and I are pretty close. I know them well. I was at Larry's 100th birthday, 101st birthday. He wanted to take me for a ride in the Viper. No thanks. I love you, Larry, but, at 100 years old, I'm not sure which, I'm going to get off the subject here, but hopefully it's fun. So one time Larry was going out to the dairy, and he got stopped by a CHP officer. And the CHP officer said, "Sir, do you know how fast you're going?" He goes, "Yes, I do." "How fast is that?" He says, "It's the same age I am right now today. It's my birthday." How fast? He goes, 92 miles an hour. I'm 92 today. The officer said, "Mr. Shahade, happy birthday. Have a nice day." So he's someone that's special. The family gives back to our community. I respect that. But on the other hand, I have to set aside my personal feelings. I have to try to figure out my job as an independent council member and try to take care of everyone the best way I can. On the other hand, I'm concerned with the impact on the entire community, all of you that have been here today and voiced your opinions. Then the third part of it, the attorney in me comes out, promise made, promise kept. Bruce and I, are attorneys, have gone through this process on different issues in our civil litigation. So that's another aspect that kind of bothers me, and it's actually recorded. And so I really feel that the mitigation is required in this situation. And if my colleagues would like to continue it, to try to let Mayor Brand or the administration try to reach a compromise between the parties, probably at a different location, I would encourage that to take place here. And if that was the situation, I would support it. If not, then I have to support my colleague who represents District 3 and the people that are in his district, and I could not support it. Without a continuance, yes. No continuance, I cannot support it. So that's what you call brevity, guys.
That is brevity. Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio.
Last time, I promise.
Councilmember Olivier.
Okay, I want to offer a compromise, and I know that no one will like it, and so that's how I think it would be a good compromise. What if we allow the owner of the building, consider, if you will, the ramifications of what we do tonight, all right? What if we allow the owner of the buildings, the blighted buildings, to tear them down, issue the demolition permit, and just don't allow them to put the trucks there? Does that make sense? Like, so we're allowing the owner to eliminate that blight, but we just don't allow the use of the trucks to go there.
No, I appreciate your thought, Councilmember Olivier. As a matter of principle on this issue, I'm not going to violate the covenant in any way. So I won't be supporting any action that requires this body to undo the covenant that was made with the community.
Okay.
But I definitely appreciate you trying to find a way to make everybody unhappy.
Because
that would have done it.
Hey, Oliver, I've been doing it for 7 years.
Because sometimes that's the answer. I know what you were trying to do, and sometimes that's the answer. But in this case right here, just as a matter of principle, I can't do anything that's going to violate the covenant, for me personally.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Chavez?
Could hear a pin drop in here. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, especially Ms. Natalie, when you spoke about your neighborhood, your childhood neighborhood. I was thinking back at, I grew up on 8th and Braley. I still have family members and friends that live there, and I was just there not that long ago, and so you get attached, and there's a lot of passion for your neighborhoods where you grew up. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank all the folks that called and shared their thoughts and input. And I'll be very brief because I think for me it's very simple, and I'll bottom line it real quick here for my colleagues. I was inclined to vote to tear down the building until I saw this, which was the contract that was made between the residents and the producers 20-something years ago. And the part that makes me a little uneasy is that this contract was drafted with the residents and with producers at the table. And now the council is being put in a position where we're being asked to break this contract arbitrarily. And so my preference would be for the same people that drafted this contract to modify it together as something that's mutually agreeable. So I want to call up the representative from producers if they could just come really quickly. I want to ask you a couple questions. I know that there have been conversations with the EDC and high-speed rail. I think my colleague mentioned that there was a couple of options. How in-depth has producers gone with those options on working, a solution to this?
To clarify, my name is Victor Lee, General Counsel here at. My name is Victor Lee, General Counsel at Producers Dairy Foods. We have had discussions with all those entities and evaluated alternative sites, alternative options. The members of the family have met with various parties of the community, various members of the council, and dialoguing in every way, and have evaluated all possible options. And so coming before to proceed with the staff recommendation. Certainly it's about history, and we need to recognize the history of the Shahadis, that they are good corporate citizens, and they care about the heart of the city of Fresno. And we also need to recognize sustaining that history as to producers sells milk, not in the real estate land development business, and have evaluated every single option and needs this property to continue its operations.
Absolutely, and I totally appreciate it. I think Shahadis do a great job. They employ a lot of local people. Their chocolate milk's a little but their vitamin D mix is actually pretty good. And so here's a simple question. Are you open to sitting down with the members of that community to broker out a mutually agreed upon deal, or do you want to take your chances tonight with the vote? Your lawyer hat's on right now, I can tell. It's simple math.
We've met with a lot of the community members, and so and in terms of discussing the needs of the property, so that would be.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yes.
Maybe we could call it. Will, could you come and speak briefly? I know that you're with EDC, and I know you've been doing some of the legwork with the community and all the stakeholders. Maybe you could speak a little bit about what those options could look like.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Will Oliver, Director of Business Services with the Fresno Economic Development Corporation. First, I want to share that our end goal for us, and I think as a community, is to see that we have business retention here, and we do value producers and the Shahadi family and the contributions that they have made. It cannot be said enough. Our organization has worked with many businesses like theirs who have been impacted by the high-speed rail project. And they have been impacted by the project, and we've been working with them since 2015 Back then, we started looking at temporary locations for parking facilities. We looked at, I would say, nearly a dozen properties at that time. We ended up identifying the boxcar lot, which was available in participation with the City of Fresno and High Speed Rail Authority. So certainly we will do whatever we can to work with producers, and they've been very hands-on as well. They have scrutinized over many different properties too. I will say since the time when we started our site search for temporary facilities in 2016 to now, there are a lot less that are available. That kind of goes in line with the drop in vacancy rates that we've experienced as far as industrial and commercial land, especially for a parking lot. But we will definitely go to the drawing board, engage our commercial and industrial broker community to identify any and all sites within close proximity or within their particular site requirements. But we have worked closely with Ms. Austin and the producer's company, as well as High Speed Rail, in trying to find any and all positive solutions.
No, I appreciate that. We all know that there's been a lot of legwork done. I know Councilmember Baines has been heavily involved with that process. So I'll ask the representatives from producers, if they want to come up and answer that question, and we can move on.
Recognizing that the Shahadis were unable to attend here and certainly keep the lines of communication open, so would remain that option, allow the option of dialogue to be available.
Okay. Well, I'd be supportive of that. If my council colleagues would be supportive of continuing trying to find a solution, working with the community groups.
I'll make that motion, set it over 60 days for potential mitigation of the location. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Baines, do you want to go back up?
Yeah, and listen, I definitely appreciate that from my colleagues, allow more time. And as most of you know, I made a I don't want to overuse the word covenant, but I made a promise to Councilmember Brandow that we would vote on this issue today when I brought it back. So listen, I certainly respect my colleagues that want to continue this, but I would much rather we vote on the issue. If and I think the continuance is still there. The opportunity to work with the business, but I did promise Steve a vote up or down on this today. That was my deal with you. So I would prefer a vote, and then if we want to continue afterward, we can do that.
Okay.
And if I may jump in as well. So the administration is also very supportive of continuing this item. We would ask for 90 days, actually. And the mayor and my office would fully engage in finding a win-win solution for both producers and the neighborhood.
So, city attorney, how would we proceed with that?
City manager.
That would be simply a motion to continue the item for 90 days. And if you want to add some direction, you could.
So can I just add, I haven't had a chance to really add my comments, and I appreciate folks making the motion to continue the item, but I think it's been clear from conversations, and the conversations honestly that I've had with the Shahadis, this is the option that they wanted. And so I think that this body needs to decide up or down if this is the option that we're going to go. We owe it to the community that has shown up time and time again. I think that's the bottom line. I don't think that a vote today precludes this body and the Shahadis and the administration from trying to figure out a way out. So I think that we owe it to the community. They've been coming every single time they've showed up today, and we deserve to give them an answer as to how this council will vote on what is before us in terms of the recommendation. So I would be, I made the second to the motion, so I would ask that we vote first on the motion that was made by my council colleague Oliver Baines. And I just want to add, I think most of the things have been said in terms of keeping the covenant. You know, I had numerous conversations with the Shahadi family. I've known the work that they've done here in the community, and I can commend them for the contributions and for the great work that they do for employing local people. But I think what today is about making sure that we keep the promises that were made. And in fact, you know, if we keep going through this agreement, a lot of them haven't been kept. And so I would ask this body, moving forward today, that we actually enforce the covenants. There's a number of things that I can point to. There's a number of things that I can point to. That is the buildings that haven't been upkept. And so they can come here 25 years later after the covenant was made and said, well, they're in disrepair, so now we have to demolish them. Well, it was their responsibility to keep up the buildings and make sure that they didn't deteriorate, and they didn't do that. Also, there's a section that says we should provide and maintain street trees in tree wells and the sidewalk on the west side of the property south of the entry. I don't see that happening in the neighborhood. So the promises and the agreement that was created isn't being upheld. And I think it is incumbent upon this body to ensure that we don't kick the can down the road, that we enforce what is there, and that today we make a decision and stop delaying it. It doesn't preclude the Shahadi family, again, with meeting with the administration to try to find a solution to the issue that they have. But I believe that we should have no more trucks in this neighborhood, because it states very clearly we want to make sure that there's no additional public health impacts, that this community remains safe. And I will say, none of us up here would vote for anything like this in our district. I would beg to differ if any of us would want trucks next to our home. We don't. You know, Councilmember Baines mentioned the whole river access issue. And, you know, I was going to try to stay calm about what is happening here, but I'm feeling like South Fresno's being treated differently. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. I believe that South Fresno needs to be treated just the same as North Fresno. I am tired of the tale of two cities. I am tired. And our residents deserve the same respect that the North residents receive. When we all voted on the river access issue, the street was built for the traffic. But what did this council do? Unanimously, I supported my council colleague, unanimously supported the neighborhood, even though that street is actually built to bear the traffic. But in this neighborhood that is residential, that was not built to bear additional traffic, over 2,000 tons, you know, each truck, I think they weigh over 2,000 tons. It wasn't built. So what? We're going to shift the economic burden and environmental burden to the residents? That's not okay, because the residents pay and the city of Fresno is paying. Look at those streets. Has any of you guys spent any time going through those streets? They're in horrible conditions. Rather than allowing more trucks, we should be paving those streets. That's what our residents deserve. They also pay taxes, and their streets have not been repaid in decades. And so I believe that today, rather than continuing to belabor this issue, let's make a decision. This is about leadership. This is about doing the right thing. This is about protecting neighborhoods. It should not matter where you live in this city. We must protect every single one and treat every single person with the same dignity and respect. A neighborhood in South Fresno is as valuable as a neighborhood in North Fresno. And I am with you guys. I want to thank you guys for being here. And I hope that this evening we can vote to protect the neighbors of South Tower. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Soria, so I agree with a large part of what you said, but another hat that we also wear, we're problem solvers. And we have to be able to get two groups together and figure out a solution. And I think now the dynamic has changed where now producers knows and the community knows that we're supporting this effort wholeheartedly. That did not exist prior to us speaking here tonight. And so I think the motivation exists there to come out with a solution, which is essentially what we're trying to come up here with.
May I,
Councilmember Baines?
President, may I request a 5-minute recess? Thank you.
So we will recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:10.
Is more about trucks and other things. So because of that, so here you go. I was wanting to not give him as much time as he wanted, but that was November. Here we are, the middle of March. But honestly, the debate has changed, and now there's a lot more concerns beyond a historical building. And I think everybody's been aware and everybody's heard comments from it. But if the mayor is committed, as Wilma said, to working with both parties and see if there's a win-win, then I will support that continuance. And so, although this project and this issue will have gone on for the best part of a year by the time 90 days goes by, I think, 2 years from your vantage point, but best part of a year from when we first heard it in November, I think I will support that continuance as well, with the hope that the mayor can step in and help sit down with all parties and form a solution that will honor your request and also meet some of the needs of producers. Now, I'm not going to, at 8:15, try and clear up a lot of stuff, but my understanding is that the producers, if they were going down the pathway that they want to go down, it would actually eliminate the current truck problem. I know it sounds weird right now, but they were talking about additional entry points that would take place before the trucks got into the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood, okay? But I don't know, no, Jeff, we don't need to kick off that decision. But so there were some other things that need to be addressed, and I think in Mayor Brand's hands with Councilman Baines and the Shahadi family and others and members of the community, I think they'll be able to look at all of that. So I'm going to be supportive of giving them another 90 days. And so that's where I'm going to be at.
Council President, I think my motion to continue has a priority over the up or down motion, so we should vote on that first.
Yes. So, Councilmember Baines?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to make sure that I understand the intent of the continuance from both Council members Capriolio and Chavez, and just so that we're all clear, I can understand the importance of a continuance. I'd asked for one time myself to try to clear this up, and I could be inclined to support a continuance with some really clear boundaries on that continuance, and just so we're all clear on what those would be in my mind. If the idea of the continuance, council members, is to allow the business and the mayor to work together to find a more palatable solution, then I'm all for that. But that solution cannot include in any way coming back asking us to change the covenants.
Same.
So as long as, and Councilmember Capriello, I want to make sure that I can support that if you understand what the intent is.
I agree.
Okay, and I just want that to be on the record so our residents know we can support a continuance in a situation like this as long as we know that when they come back, this is not what we're going to be considering anymore. The business and this building will do everything we can to find another solution. Thank you, Council Members Chavez and Capriello.
Point of order, I just have a question for Councilmember Baines. So if we vote for a 90-day continuance, some flexibility will be lost if we are completely stuck to this. So if we vote on the 90-day continuance, you're adding on to the motion that these covenants, we cannot be flexible with them. So the 90-day continuance includes a denial of the demolition of those buildings, is what you're saying.
Well,
I don't know how much room for compromise there will be if you put that.
Well, that's what this entire discussion is about, the covenants tonight, Councilmember. So I'm just making it clear for those that are wanting a continuance, and I want to honor that because there's some honor in continuing and allowing people to work together and come to an agreement. And City Manager, I should have included you in understanding that as well, so that you can really convey the intent to the mayor as well. That the intent is not to come back and say, oh, we worked for 90 days and we couldn't come up with anything, so we still have to do this. That is going to be an unacceptable outcome to me. So I'm willing to work with parties, particularly my colleagues in there, because I know their intention. If we're going to really try to find a
100% agree, Councilmember Baines, and I think that producers got the message tonight too on the urgency of working with the community.
Okay, so it's a continuance with the covenants. It's a continuance, but the buildings are sacrosanct and off limits in these discussions. Yes. Okay.
But that does not preclude negotiations on that building. They may want to do 10 different things. I don't know. But if it comes to a part of an agreement between all the parties, so be it. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I just don't know if I can vote for something that restricts the mayor's flexibility and the flexibility of the community and the business. I mean, it just seems to me to be such a I think everything should be on the table, but it's not my district, so I appreciate it.
Well, everything's not on the table.
So to be clear, this won't be on the table when it comes back. That's right? So okay, so and that is for the record. So that's what we're voting on. We are going to continue this, and so when we come back, this won't be part of it. So I can support that. So we'll go ahead and vote electronically. So a vote would be to continue with those conditions. Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And we will adjourn now in memory of, what's the name?
In memory of Sil Gamber, C-I-L, first name G-A-M-B-E-R, last name. A famous construction company, and she was very active in our community. Lots of activities, church, community, and the family continues to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.